Hello everyone and welcome back to Beyond the Veil Tarot and Astrology. My name is Candice Marie. Thank you guys for joining me. Happy April 2026. I'm excited to be back and I'm going to be taking you through the April 2026 horoscopes. So whether you guys are watching for your rising sign, your sun sign, or your moon sign, this is your monthly predictions. And as always, I really recommend listening to your rising sign first to make the most of what's going on with my predictions, followed by your sun and your moon sign. I'm a Western astrologer. That's the kind of astrology that I like to practice. And I'm going to be taking you through the most important transits for each and every one of the rising signs. I will also be pulling tarot for you guys as well. So grab your favorite drink, get coffee, tea, whatever you want to do, and get comfortable and get ready for these predictions. We're going to be diving into what April has in store for all of us. As always, if you guys like my content, please do consider subscribing to the channel. Click that bell button below so you get alerts for more of my videos. I don't only do the horoscopes monthly, I also do new and full moon reports, retrogrades, astro weather, and so much more. So please subscribe to the channel, give me a thumbs up if you like this video, consider sharing with other astro-minded friends, and drop me a comment below. Leave me your rising sign. Let me know at the end of the month, come back, how these readings hit for you guys. I always get a kick out of reading the comments, so thank you guys so much for your support. I really appreciate it. All right, well, let's get into what we're going to be looking at. So if you guys are new here, basically what I do is I take a list of all of the transits for the month ahead, which you see on the screen next to me. It's also, you can find these transits in the description below, so you can either copy them or you guys can take a screenshot of the transits for April. But this is what I'm going to be covering for everyone. So to kind of get the bigger picture, I usually like to do a little bit of a dive into what the month is going to be feeling like. So we're going to go in sequential order and talk about all these major transits because April is absolutely packed with a lot of cosmic energy. Now we're kicking things off on April Fool's, April 1st, where we have a full moon in Libra. And this is going to be at 12 degrees. So if you have any personal planets around 11, 12, or 13 degrees of Libra, this is going to be impacting you. This is when the sun makes an opposition to the moon, and it's going to be illuminating all Libra things. So relationships, partnerships, anything that's connected to where we need to kind of find balance in our life. With the sun in Aries opposing the moon, we're being asked to kind of balance our independence with our need for connection. Then on April the 3rd, we have two significant transits taking place. We're going to see Venus in Taurus coming into a square with Pluto in Aquarius. This is intense, and as you guys can see, some of the transits in my list are highlighted in green. The green ones are going to be the ones that you're going to want to watch for that can be a little bit more tricky. So this is the first one. This is intense relationship energy. Whenever we see Venus and Pluto square, it represents power dynamics in love and also relationship or money matters that come to the surface. We can see jealousy, possessiveness, or obsessive patterns that can emerge that need to be healed. We can also see some major financial or market drama, so watch for that. We will also see Mercury in Pisces forming a trine with Jupiter in Cancer. This does soften the energy of some of the intensity. Throughout the last 2 months, we've seen several Mercury-Jupiter trines, but it's been happening while Mercury was either in shadow or retrograde. Also, Jupiter was retrograde. So now that both of these planets are direct, we can finally get some good news. So likely, this can actually be really positive. This is a beautiful kind of expansive energy, great for intuitive downloads because Mercury is in an intuitive sign and Jupiter is exalted in Cancer. So it can bring up a lot of spiritual conversations, emotional understanding, and words can really kind of carry some kind of healing power. It could also be excellent for signing contracts or agreements or anything that deals with expansion when it comes to our intuition, our emotions, or our home and family. Then we'll see on April 5th, this is bringing the sun in Aries into a square with Jupiter in Cancer. It is optimistic, it is positive, but there can be a sense of being too optimistic or maybe just assuming that things are just going to all kind of work out okay. So we can be a little bit more cocky, I think, with this square. It can feel like this overconfidence or kind of this energy of taking on too much. So we want to watch for overdoing it. We can also see that there can be big emotions, big dreams. Just watch for overextending yourself when you see the square. On April the 8th, we're going to see Mars in Pisces sextile Uranus in Taurus. This is where Mars is at the very last degree of Pisces, sextiling Uranus also at the very last degree of Taurus, 29. So these are anaretic degrees, and it may feel like something's about to dramatically change. What I like for this is it can be great for creative breakthroughs. We can also feel a little bit more unexpectedly kind of motivated. We can feel like there's a lot of innovative approaches that can kind of come up to old problems. And it's great for artistic projects or following your hunch when it comes to making financial change. Now, then we start to see the energies in the sky dramatically shift. So I'm just going to tell you guys pretty much the 9th through the 21st of April is quite intense because we're going to see quite a few planets that are going to be clustered in the skies in the sign of Aries. So this is huge because this is the day on the 9th that Mars enters into 0 degrees of Aries. Positive is that Mars is in its home sign. So it's bold, it's daring, it wants to get things done. The challenge is that this is the same degree that we saw in February where the Saturn-Neptune conjunction actually hit. So this is yet another planet that's crossing that 0 degree cardinal point. So it can be bringing up some of the themes of karmic lessons. It can also be about our own personal identities. It can be tied to our own personal boundaries. And at least while Mars goes through its own sign, there's going to be a pretty dramatic energy shift. So I kept telling everyone, I was like, April is the month where we start to really feel like the new year begins. So with Mars moving into Aries, it's more assertive, it's very direct, it's pioneering, and it's ready to fight for what it wants. The challenge is that it's going to have to come into conjunction with Neptune and also Saturn in Aries. So we're building towards that powerful stellium. Then on the 13th, we're going to see two pretty big transits. This is the first one where Mars is going to come into conjunction with Neptune in Aries. This is basically that spiritual warrior kind of activation energy. Actions can become more inspired and it can be connected to our visions or our dreams. However, I would say watch for confusion about exactly what you're fighting for. Your energy can be a little bit scattered and it can be misdirected. And we want to channel this energy into kind of like creative, spiritual, or compassionate action. This is also a time that you really want to pay attention to your health and your habits. Aries can be very much tied to anything with allergies, the sinuses, the head, migraines. And we can also see with Neptune, it can be harsh reactions to weather events, water events, anything that's connected to medicine, pharmaceuticals, drugs, and alcohol. So we can see a lot more people who are having adverse reactions to things. We can also see a lot of people who are dealing with some really extreme water events. So if you're going to be boating or if you're going to be by the beach, by a lake, swimming, be very careful whenever you're dealing with water stuff. I would also say that this is a transit where we can sometimes get a little flustered and frustrated and not know why we're upset or why we're angry. And it can manifest as feeling like lethargic or feeling like we're more prone to having, cuts, burns, bruises, abrasions, and anything that's connected to fevers. So especially if you have anything within the first 10 degrees of Aries or Aries rising, I would also say Scorpio rising, you're more prone to having some of these issues. So definitely keep an eye on your health. The same day on the 13th, we're going to see Venus in Taurus, sextile Jupiter in Cancer. This is a great energy. I love this energy because we're seeing that there is some positive kind of connection between Venus in her home sign, obviously Taurus, which is all about pleasure, resources, and stability, and Jupiter exalted in the sign of Cancer, which is really big on emotions and home expansion. So this spells out beautiful abundance. This is also going to be about love. It's connected to comfort as well as nurturing relationships. And it might be a day where you decide to treat yourself. Now, on the 14th of the month, we're going to see Mercury enter into Aries. And this is where our thoughts and our communication becomes a little bit more direct, more assertive, more pioneering. And it's adding yet another planet to the Aries stellium. So quite a bit of Aries energy. On the 16th, we're going to see that Mars in Aries is forming a sextile to Pluto in Aquarius. This is about empowered action, transformation, as well as personal drive and the ability to finally feel like we can make things real. It's about lasting change. We might find that this is great for tackling difficult tasks and doing it with power as well as precision. It's also really great for networking, connecting and collaborating with people online or any social activities. Then you're going to see on the 18th of the month, I take that back, sorry. Then you're going to see on the 17th of the month, we're going to have a new moon in Aries, and this is going to be at 27 degrees. So if you have anything 26, 27, 28 degrees of Aries, you're going to be feeling this the most. Now, this is a very powerful fresh start. This is the first new moon in the astrological new year. So the Zodiac is starting over. We see the sun is exalted in Aries, so it means that it's a little bit more bold and willing to take, the necessary steps forward to initiate something. And this is quite the new moon. Now it is at that late degree, 27. So there is a sense of urgency here. I really feel like with Mars being in its, in its home sign, it is going to add a little bit more flavor to this, but we're going to start seeing Mars now coming into conjunction with Saturn. So there's this sense of when Mars meets Neptune, it's like, okay, can I do it? Then we have the new moon and it's like ready, set, go. And then we're going to see, Mars coming into conjunction with Saturn, where we have to really commit to our goals and like put them into action. So this new moon is really about setting bold intentions for new beginnings, especially around identity, independence, and your own personal goals. The Aries stellium makes this incredibly potent when it comes to manifesting. So if you guys are looking for a lot of change, physical change, and a lot more energy, this is the one that you really want to work with. Now on the 18th, you'll see Mercury in Aries sextile Pluto in Aquarius. This is for deep research, powerful conversations, deep insights, and the ability to really kind of transform our ideas. Great for research, great for investigation, also great for strategic thinking and connecting and collaborating with other people. Now on the 19th is when the energy really starts to build. So you're going to see that the sun is going to enter into Taurus on the 19th, where we're shifting from Aries season to Taurus season. So it's a little bit more grounded. Obviously, Taurus is ruled by Venus and it's an earth sign, so it's more sensual. And it's really about stabilizing whatever it is that we have kind of like initiated. We will also see Mars coming into conjunction with Saturn in Aries. So this is a day that you guys want to watch for. This is the transit, in my opinion, of the month. As many of you guys know, with Saturn and Neptune being in Aries, there has been this sense of needing to see clearly, needing to see ourselves clearly. It's about radical kind of accountability, and also I think really starting over and having a new chapter in an area of our life. So you have to look at which house Aries is in. That's where you're going to see this taking place. I believe that with Mars-Saturn conjunctions, even though you've got two malefics that are coming into conjunction, Saturn is in its own, Mars is in its own sign. The sun also just recently left Aries. So it's going to kind of show us that whatever we've been working towards from the end of March into April, now we're going to really start to kind of push a little bit further and a little bit harder. However, Mars and Saturn is about discipline, action, hard work paying off, but it can also materialize as frustration and this feeling of being blocked, being limited, hitting a wall, not being able to move forward. With Saturn in Aries, the karma is coming so much faster, and like there is this sense of feeling like we have to pace ourselves. We can't have immediate gratification in certain areas of our chart. And it's really karmic, and it's where if you've put in the work, you will see the results. Where you've avoided responsibility, you're going to face consequences, and there could be some frustrations and some issues with boundaries, with limitations, with superiors, and it can kind of feel like a slap on the wrist. So just watch for this day. We will also see Mercury coming into conjunction with Saturn as well. So there's going to be a stellium, basically. Mercury, Saturn, Neptune, and Mars are all going to be in the same area. So this is where the frustration is not just from physical limitations, it's mental limitations too, and potentially some major changes when it comes to our health as well as our personal habits or our jobs. So a lot of people can be feeling very frustrated with like trying to get a job or dealing with bosses, trying to overcome health issues, or just trying to be better about personal accountability. So when Mercury and Saturn come into conjunction, it creates this powerful triple conjunction, and it's really going to be affecting anybody who has anything from about 6 to 8 degrees of Aries. So look at your chart and see if you have any planets there. Watch for serious conversations, important decisions that are going to be made, and also commitments. Now on the 23rd, we're going to see Venus coming into conjunction with Uranus and Taurus. And this is happening right at the very end of Uranus and Taurus. So it's going to be conjuncting at 29 degrees. So it's an anaretic degree. This is the grand finale, I think, of what we're going to see that's going to be changing when it comes to the financial systems, the bond markets, anything that's connected to banking as well as cryptocurrencies. And it can be a totally buck wild day when it comes to these topics. Obviously, with Venus Uranus, it's about kind of expecting the unexpected when it comes to love and money. Some of us will experience that there is like sudden attractions. There can also be surprise expenses, maybe even windfalls, and potentially a desire for freedom in relationships or just switching something up about our personal style or values. Then we see Venus enter into Gemini the same day on the 23rd, and this is where love becomes a little bit more playful. It's a little bit more curious, it's communicative, definitely very flirty and very social as well. On the 25th, we're going to see yet another powerful day, and this is when the Sun in Taurus comes into a square with Pluto in Aquarius. This is going to be spelling out power struggles, so watch for this day. I am expecting there to be some drama because it's happening at a 5, and we could see some drama going on with world leaders, drama that's going on in romantic relationships, in anything that deals with the stock market or gambling, so be very mindful of that stuff. Really what we see with Sun square Pluto is that there are power struggles and control issues and deep transformation around values, which is where the Sun is in Taurus, maybe self-worth and resources, and where we're being challenged to kind of get out of our old ways. Pluto in Aquarius is about the future. It's also about things that are connected to the internet. I would just say don't cling too tightly to things that are kind of outworn and outdated and need to go. We will also see on the 25th, Uranus enters into Gemini. Now, last year we saw Uranus in Gemini briefly for just a few months, and now it's returning and it's here to stay. So as Uranus goes into Gemini, this is major, especially if you have anything around the first 5 degrees of Gemini, Sun, Moon, Rising, or personal planet, because you're going to be visited by Uranus. And we know that Uranus brings like sometimes the chaos, sometimes the freedom, sometimes the excitement. It's kind of wild. And Uranus has not been here in this sign fully since like the 1940s. So I think that this is going to be an interesting cycle. It's going to be about 7 years of major revolution when it comes to communication. So think like cell phones, emails, anything that deals with text messaging or apps. It's also connected to technology, information, and how we think. So think of changes in education, changes with gadgets. We can also see big breakthroughs or news in regards to AI, social media, and education. They're all going to be undergoing some major radical changes this year. Then on the 26th of April, we're going to see Mercury in Aries square Jupiter in Cancer. This is where there's a lot of big ideas, especially personally, but potentially there's a lot of scattered thinking. We have to watch for over-compromising or potentially even exaggerations. Venus in Gemini will sextile Neptune in Aries the same day. So it's romantic, it's dreamy, there's a lot of artistic energy. So it is ideal for creative pursuits, maybe spiritual connections when it comes to love. But I get the feeling that there's going to be a lot of big conversations and a lot of ideas, but I'm not entirely sure everything's going to stick. And then finally on the 28th, we're going to see Venus in Gemini trine Pluto in Aquarius. I love this trine. I think that it is amazing for socializing. It's great for networking. Very deep and transformative when you're dealing with Pluto, and conversations can really dramatically change relationships. There can also be some really great magnetic kind of connections and attractions. So as you guys can see, April is all about change. We have a lot of planets that are moving into air and fire signs. Really the only kind of earth that we're going to get in all of this is going to be the Sun going through Taurus, which can be helpful, but I mean, an air new moon, an air full moon, fire new moon. I mean, just it's all air and fire energy. So you're going to see things just rapidly just start kind of changing. Also like that Aries stellium energy, Mars, Saturn, Neptune, Mercury, even the Sun until later in the month are all moving through there. And every single time a planet is coming into conjunction with Neptune, we're going to be like, ooh, can I do this? Can I trust this? Is this clear? And then it's going to hit Saturn. So those of us who we're not doing our due diligence to confirm information, if we are just making assumptions, if we are chasing kind of, waterfalls, maybe if we're in a situation where we don't read the fine print, all of that stuff, it's going to come back to kind of bite us in the butt when planets are coming into conjunction with Saturn. So there will be very swift karmic repercussions this month. So it's a really good idea to get kind of associated with the area of Aries in your chart so you know what that house means, so you know where some of these energies are going to be kind of coming from. And obviously in that kind of pioneering fire sign, for some people, it can actually be quite exciting. It can be exhilarating to kind of start over in a new way. But the karmic themes are all going to be about taking initiative and really facing your fears and asserting yourself and doing the hard work to build something that's real. Combined with Uranus changing signs, we're, I think, at a major turning point collectively. And this is definitely one of my marked peak periods for all of 2026. The first one was in mid-February when we saw the Saturn-Neptune conjunction. The second period was when we saw the eclipses in March. This is the third period. And to be honest with you guys, things actually are pretty calm until we get to the beginning of July. So once we get through April, the beginning of July is going to definitely kick up some stuff with the Mars-Uranus conjunction. Then we are on to August when we see eclipse season, and then we are on to all of the retrogrades that are going to be starting in the fall. So too long didn't listen. Basically, what you need to know is that mid-April is going to be quite intense, and then things are going to calm down for a couple months. So let's see how this is going to be playing out for your rising signs. And like I said, don't forget to listen to your rising, sun, and moon sign, because there's going to be some really good information for all of you guys. I do look at this from the perspective of the Western whole sign system, so I am going to be looking at whole signs. If you're a Placidus user like me, no worries. You might just need to see exactly what degrees things are kind of hitting at. You may have to listen to more than one rising sign to get a better understanding of what's going to be playing out. Now, what I'm going to do is take you guys through the 12 rising signs. I'm going to talk about what's happening with the chart ruler for the month, what signs they're going through, what aspects they're making. I'll also be talking to you guys about all of the transits, and then at the end I'm going to give you a list of your best and your worst days, when things are going to be a little bit smoother and when there's going to be some more challenges, and I'll give you guys some advice, and I'll also be pulling tarot for you as well. So I hope you guys enjoy that. Let's take you on to the beginning of the rising signs. What's up, Aries and Aries risings? Welcome to your April 2026 horoscope. I hope you guys are doing well. If you are an April Aries and it's your birthday this month, happy birthday to you guys. I hope it's a good one for you. Obviously, you know, it tells me, the transits really tell me that you've been waiting for like your moment to shine. That's kind of the feeling that I get. I feel like you're ready now to take action and maybe finally step into your power. 2026 is going to be an interesting year, but I really feel like April is where things are getting kicked off. And it's arguably, I think, one of the more significant months that you have experienced in years with this massive stellium that's happening in your sign, which deals with yourself, your identity, your body. So especially if you have anything, the first 10 degrees of Aries, you're going to be feeling the effects of this the most. Now, Mars is your chart ruler. So what you're going to be seeing is that Mars is going to be moving into your sign. So, oh my goodness, Mars is definitely going to be empowering you. It does start at the beginning of the month in the sign of Pisces though. So you guys are looking at this from the perspective of kind of like mid-April, but it will be leaving your 12th house where you've been more in kind of like cocoon mode. And it's shifting out of the house that deals with hibernation, your subconscious, spirituality, and anything that's hidden. And you start to kind of feel like, okay, you know, whatever you've been foggy about in terms of your direction, or maybe processing things, or maybe you've been kind of healing something, that all begins to change. And it's going to start to change right around the 8th of the month, on April 8th, when you start seeing Mars at 29 degrees of Pisces, sextiling Uranus at 29 degrees of Taurus. Now, I'm anticipating that this is going to bring some of my Aries risings, probably some very unexpected insights. It might be something that you feel in your body. It could be a dream. It could also mean that there are some kind of changes that are going on where you're starting to kind of physically or financially prepare for something. Pay attention to your dreams and your intuition. Then on April the 9th, Mars will then enter into your sign. So it's going to be really charging or supercharging your first house if you're an Aries rising. This is kind of like getting a cosmic energy boost. And for me, I really think it's going to make you guys feel more confident. You're going to feel more assertive. You're going to feel ready to kind of take on the world. Now, as you're getting closer to the 13th of April, it will start coming into conjunction with Neptune. And this is where you kind of need to be cautious because Neptune does rule, you know, blind spots, self-sabotage, you know, isolating yourself, you know, being in hospitals, needing to heal something. So when it comes into conjunction with Neptune, your actions can be infused with spiritual purpose if you use it that way. Just stay grounded, right? So because there's some potential for confusion about what it is that you really want. And I feel like this is not a day to make any important decisions. Now on the 16th, then you're going to start seeing that Mars in your sign is going to be sextiling Pluto. So this is where you get support from friends, community, allies. I think you're feeling more inspired to go after your goals. You're more willing to make some pretty significant changes. And I would use this day because you're going to feel like you can absolutely move mountains. Now, the big one is going to be on April 19th when Mars comes into conjunction with Saturn. Okay, Aries, pull out your big red pen, circle this day. This is the day that you need to really pay attention because Saturn is in your first house. Okay, so this is about a karmic kind of culmination in terms of energy. If you've been doing the work on yourself, if you've been building discipline, if you've been focusing on your fears, you will see major results now. But if you have been avoiding growth, you will probably hit some walls. Either way, this transit's going to demand maturity and responsibility in how you assert yourself. Mars is also about change through your 8th house, and Saturn is connected to your career, your status, and also your reputation. So this is a day where some of you guys might decide, you know what, I'm going to launch that business. I'm going to go after the job. I'm going to have a sit down with my boss. And it can be a time where there can be some changes going on in your career, but likely it's brought on by you. Mars-Saturn aspects can also bring hard accidents. So I've seen like people who go through conjunctions and squares where they like break bones, they have dental issues, like there could be some issues that can also come up with like running into things, bumping your head. So you need to really watch that energy. And then obviously now we're seeing this massive Aries stellium that's kind of setting up. So Mars, Saturn, and Neptune are all there, and then Mercury is going to be moving into your 1st house too. This is incredibly rare. It's very significant, I think, when it comes to your personal evolution, whether that's with your habits, your career, or anything that's connected to your health. It's all kind of tying those energies together in your 1st house as it's pulling in Mercury from your 3rd and also your 6th. So it can be about how you're communicating with other employees at work. It can be about your habits, and if you're trying to kind of really focus on better health habits or mental habits. And I really feel like this is going to bring you some kind of major identity transformation. You're being like reborn in some way. That's the best way that I can express it. And it seems like who you were is not exactly who you're becoming. So the karmic lessons around self-assertion, I think, are going to be really important. Perhaps Saturn here is kind of testing whether you take action, right? Mars with discipline and maturity. Neptune is asking if your actions align with your spiritual values and your higher vision, or if you're just hiding out from making change. There's also huge themes that are connected to visibility and leadership, because now Saturn's in your 1st house and the sun's moving through there the 1st half of the month. So you're being pushed in the spotlight whether you're ready or not. Others might see you as a leader, a pioneer, or somebody who is just different and inspiring. I really feel like the common theme with these conjunctions too is the need to balance ego with compassion. So Mars and Saturn, they want you to achieve something. You know, Neptune just reminds you to stay connected to something that's greater than yourself. So the Mercury, Mars, Saturn conjunction is really kind of in play, I would say the 18th, 19th, 20th, 21st, and then it's going to start to kind of fade. But it's particularly significant. There may be important conversations about who you are or who you're committing to. You may also sign contracts or make declarations or have decisive conversations. So on the 1st of the month, you're going to see that there's going to be a full moon in Libra that's going to be taking place in your 7th house. This is going to be really highlighting relationship culminations and anything that's going to be dealing with your marketplace, relationships with a therapist, defining moments in relationships, commitments. And obviously, you know, it's happening right around the time, 2 days later, that Venus is coming into a square with Pluto. So that is going to factor into this. So there can be some big relationship themes that are coming up, but it's more relationship to money. It could be where you're evolving in your goals, and maybe you're having to make some tough decisions about what you're doing financially, and you have to talk about that with a partner. It could also represent where there's some friendship changes that are coming in with Venus square Pluto, or that you're just really focusing on growing your assets, and somehow that kind of comes into the equation with your relationships. But watch for relationship revelations. A partnership matter will reach some kind of culmination. This could be a committed, partnership. It can also be a completion or clarity about what it is that you need for other people. For single Aries and Aries risings, it can definitely be a time where I would be on the lookout. You could potentially be meeting someone. And if you're committed, it can be about big changes that are going on with your partner. Then on the 3rd, we're going to see Venus square Pluto. So I think we'll start feeling that, honestly, because Venus rules the Libra full moon. And what you guys are going to find is that there's going to be a lot of power dynamics that's coming up in finances, because Venus rules your 2nd, and relationships are being triggered. So I'd say don't try to control outcomes with relationships and partners if you can help it. Watch for some tension that could be happening with like friends or people online. Now on the 3rd, we will also see Mercury trine Jupiter. So Mercury will still be in Pisces. It'll be trining Jupiter in your 4th house. And it looks like there's been this back and forth kind of like, what is going to be changing with my home? What is changing with my emotions? What's kind of maybe wrapping up when it comes to my family? That kind of stuff's been going on for the last several weeks. So now both of these planets are direct and they're trining. So even in the midst of the Venus-Pluto square, I think the Mercury trine Pluto is like a beautiful kind of flow between your 12th house of intuition and your 4th house of home and family. So what I would say is trust your gut about any domestic decisions that you're going to be making. Now, then on April the 5th, you're going to see the sun in your sign, Aries, squaring Jupiter in Cancer in your 4th house. So I see this as maybe there's just this really strong drive for independence, and it's kind of clashing with your family's needs in some way. It can also mean that there's a lot of themes coming up connected to emotional security. Maybe you're getting a little antsy because you want to change something around the home, or you want to move, or you want to relocate. And I would just say, try to find the balance. Don't be bulldozing any home situations, or don't be trying to rush any of that stuff. On the 17th of the month, you're going to have a new moon that's going to be in your sign. If you happen to have anything that's around that 25, 26, 27 degrees of Aries, it's going to be very personal for you. And it basically means that you're getting a fresh start for this next year. So especially if your birthday is going to be around, like I would say the 16th, 17th, 18th, over this next year, because you have a new moon birthday, everything's going to be like almost like an eclipse, like everything's going to kind of reset. So this is your new moon. You get a new moon once a year. Well, at 27 degrees, this is about setting powerful intentions for the next, obviously, 6 to 12 months of your life. I'd be asking myself, who do I want to become? What do I want to initiate? How do I want to look? How do I want to feel? And there is so much power because the ruling planet is in your sign. So it's basically saying you can pretty much have whatever you want, but you're going to have to go and build it. So whether it's a new identity, if it's a new job, if there's anything connected to new habits, if you're wanting to say, hey, I want to have a complete makeover over the next 6 to 12 months, you can do those things. The only hang up, and I'll get to this when I do my Libra video, my new moon video, is that the sun is going to be in conjunction to Chiron. So I could see almost like, and obviously I say this as I knock on wood, but, Mercury deals with your health. Neptune can be about, like needing to be in touch with your emotional or your mental health. Mars comes into conjunction with Saturn. Like I could see some Aries or Aries risings either having a lot of frustrations or either having some kind of health related issue. And then the new moon comes in and you're being brought to the precipice of, I have to heal this now, right? It's conjunct Chiron. I have to heal this identity wound. I have to deal with this, allergy issue. I have to, tend to something that I burned. Those things can happen, and that's because it's in Aries. It's also so great for like self-help. So if you're wanting to get into a new physical routine to feel better, if you want to work with a coach, or if you're wanting to potentially start a new routine, or like working with a trainer, I would say this would be really good energy, because it's about healing yourself. And if you want to learn new healing modalities, if you're like, oh, I want to become a Reiki practitioner, that's very Chiron. Oh, I want to learn about, working with saunas or detoxing or cleansing or, weightlifting, like use this new moon to set that intention. Then on the 19th, you're going to see the sun enter into Taurus. So it's moving into your 2nd house, where it's really highlighting financial matters, and they're going to come into focus for like the next month or so. Really with the sun in Taurus, it's going to be about building and kind of stabilizing your resources. So like money stuff. Then you're going to see on the 23rd of the month, Venus will come into conjunction with Uranus and Taurus in your 2nd house. Likely, I think with this transit, it can definitely bring some unexpected money news. It can mean that, out of the blue, there could be a surprise windfall, there could be a surprise expense. This is also just about having some flexibility when it comes to your finances, that it's needed. But the good news is, my Aries, Uranus is going to be leaving this house very soon. So you should actually see some of your finances really begin to kind of stabilize. Now, on the 25th of the month, then Uranus is going to enter back into Gemini. It is in a sign that's friendly with Aries, especially if you're like the first 10 degrees of Aries or so. It will be sextiling your personal planets or your ascendant. And as it goes into the 3rd house, the next 7 years are going to be bringing a major revolution in how you communicate, how you learn, anything connected with your local environment, maybe even your siblings. There could also be some changes going on with your gadgets, or maybe you're joining a new online platform. Maybe you're learning about AI, something like that. And there could be spontaneous travel that can kind of come up here. There could also be spontaneous new studies and things that you want to learn. And your thinking becomes a little bit more innovative. So I think you'll really like some of the sextiles that you're actually going to see to anything that's in your chart, because it's really going to be inspiring a lot of my Aries and Aries risings to learn, especially if you're like, oh, I've always wanted to launch an app, or I've always wanted to become a podcaster, or, I want to write a blog, or I want to create a website. It can help you do those things. On the 25th of April, Watch where the sun in Taurus in your money house is squaring Pluto in Aquarius in your kind of networking friendship house. What you can find that is there can be some power struggles that can come up around money or self-worth. I would say don't let other people define your value, and be careful when it comes to borrowing and lending with friends or others. There could be a little bit of like a squabble over money. Now, I think your guys' best days are going to be on the 9th when Mars enters into your sign and it activates that Saturn-Neptune conjunction where you get a really nice energy boost before it starts coming up next to Neptune and Saturn. I also like April 13th when Venus is sextiling Jupiter because I feel like it can bring you some abundance and some joy and some positive changes when it comes to your home or your family. I also like on the 16th when Mars sextiles Pluto because it's going to give you more empowered action. And then on the 17th, you have a new moon. Manifest powerfully. Remember that this is also about self-help and self-healing. And then on the 18th, when Mercury sextiles Pluto, where you can be more strategic when it comes to communicating with other people. However, you have some challenging transits this month. So I would say the Mars stuff is going to be the most intense. Okay. But still, on April 3rd, Venus square Pluto. Don't get obsessive about money or relationships or friendships. Try to release control. April 5th, when the sun squares Jupiter, you need to watch for overcommitting or letting go, or letting your ego kind of drive your decisions. And then on April 13th, this is one of the big ones, Mars conjunct Neptune. So it's great for creativity, but don't make any major decisions because you're going to be in the middle of a fog. Sleep on it. On the 19th is the big one when Mars conjuncts Saturn. And likely this day will feel heavy or frustrating. And if you've been avoiding taking responsibility personally when it comes to either your life, your habits, or your career, you're going to get knocked for it. My advice is face it head on and do the hard thing. Especially with Aries risings, this is about a morning routine. So if you guys get up in the morning and you get some work done, or if you work out, or if you do something that's going to be self-help, Saturn will reward you. And then on the 25th, when you see the sun square Pluto, yes, there can be some power struggles. I would just say choose your battles wisely. So obviously, Aries, this is kind of like your cosmic moment. I've been waiting for this for like the last year and a half to see what's going to happen with my Aries risings. I think the universe is finally kind of shining a spotlight on you. And in a way, it's asking you to step up. It's also asking you to grow up and show up as the leader that you're meant to be. So yes, there is a lot of hard work that's going to be involved this month. Saturn does not give any free passes. He doesn't let anything come easy. But Mars is going to give you the drive, and Neptune's going to give you the vision. Mercury's going to give you the voice. And so as the sun's going through your sign, you're going to step into like this new identity that you didn't even know that you had. So use the stellium wisely. And I think you'll look back on the spring of 2026 and you'll see that this was a major turning point in your life. As an Aries moon, I believe in you. So I believe you guys can do it. Let's see if we can get some advice from the tarot and see what the tarot says for your month ahead. Okay, so the card that I got for you is the Four of Coins. So I could see this from two different perspectives. I could see this from the perspective of I'm being more conservative. I'm being more cautious. I'm not just going to immediately leap into anything. I'm really holding on to, what I need to hold on to for safety and security. I mean, granted, even though a bunch of planets are going through your first house, you've got stuff that's squaring, your second house lord. So you're like, do I make an investment? Do I not? Do I give up this, security? Do I not? You have Venus meeting Uranus. So there's definitely going to be some changes with your financial goals. I really feel like the positive of the Four of Coins is that you're weighing your options and you're like, if I don't know, I'm just going to hold off. And that can be the conjunctions to Saturn. And that could be about personal changes, job changes, home changes. And it's also about kind of not weighing your options, but like knowing what you can afford. And that's not necessarily just financial. It can mean that you're saying to yourself, I just don't think I can put this much time into this relationship, this job, this thing any longer. And like, I'm just going to be a little bit more conservative and not jump ship, and also the downside of this card can mean that, you're holding on to something too tightly. And I think that it would be more an identity of like, oh, I'm so used to being in a relationship. I'm so used to having this particular job title or looking this way that you don't want to let it go. So the Four of Coins actually teaches us that everything's in flow. If we're holding on to something too tightly, we can't bring in something new. And if we're just letting loose with everything, we're not able to have stability. So you're trying to find that middle ground. And I definitely think that, There can be some Aries and Aries risings with that full moon in Libra that are like breaking away from relationships, or they're kind of breaking away from people pleasing, or they're moving away from feeling like they have to just be giving to other people. And they're kind of re-energizing themselves with all the planets that are coming through their first house. But they're doing that because they're kind of setting new boundaries. So they're becoming more aware of just what they physically, emotionally, and spiritually can and cannot take on. And they're standing up for themselves. So I think that I would just say choose your battles wisely. Try to show up. This is probably the most important time for you guys to show up and really put yourself first. And if you can do that, you can have some major breakthroughs as you kind of see the year progress. So Aries, please give me feedback. I'd love to hear it happens. Obviously, like I said, watch your head, anything with your head, whether this is like mental health or bumping your head, migraines, headaches. Not a time to be doing surgery, not a time to be getting lasers or piercings or tattoos or anything like that. I think a lot of you guys are actually having a less is more kind of approach to stuff where you're like, I don't need as much stuff. I'm getting rid of things, because I want this freedom. And that could also be the Four of Coins. That's just like, I don't need a lot. Anyway, let me know what happens. If it's your birthday, happy birthday. I'll catch you guys back here in May. What's up, my Taurus and Taurus risings? Welcome to April 2026. If you are an April Taurus, happy birthday to you guys. I hope it's a good one. I'm excited to jump right in and kind of talk about what's going to be happening for the month ahead. Obviously, I'm really leading with this Aries stellium, but we'll get to Venus in just a second because Venus will be going into your sign, Taurus. But obviously there's all eyes on this Aries stellium that's going to be happening. And to some extent, I kind of feel like Taurus risings are the ones who are like least likely to get hit with this energy. So you might notice everybody else is feeling it and you're like, oh, I'm just kind of moving through this because it's in your 12th house. So I want you to know that this energy is still deep. It's profound. It's just a little bit more subconscious. It's a little bit more behind the scenes. And the 12th house is where all of this action is kind of happening for you. And this is also the house that deals with spirituality. It's about endings. It's also about preparation. So think of this month as the universe is doing major renovations in your inner world before your birthday season kind of like arrives. Now, obviously, Venus is your ruler, and Venus is going to be gliding through your first house, and that's going to make you more magnetic. It's going to make you more attractive. It's going to draw good things in the first part of the month, and it's really emphasizing self-care and beauty treatments. It's very, very much favored while Venus is in Taurus, and also when it's in your first house. So what you guys are going to find is that the transits that I think are going to be the most impactful for you this month will be April the 3rd, when Venus is in your sign in the first house, but it's squaring Pluto. Now, obviously, there's going to be some intensity that's going to happen. It can be around your self-image. It could be around your relationships, particularly relationships with people at work or your reputation. I would say don't let insecurities get the better of you. This is about transforming, but not obsessing about things. You're also going to see April 13th, Venus will sextile Jupiter. So Venus in your first house, sextiling Jupiter in your third house is gorgeous. There's a lot of abundance here. This is about love and blessings that are flowing from home, from family, maybe siblings, a lot of good emotional communication. It could also be about planning something. And this is like a treat yourself day. So if you want to do something around the 13th, you can. On the 23rd of the month, you're going to see Venus conjunct Uranus in your sign. And I was thinking about this and I was like, I wonder how this is going to affect my Taurus risings, because this is right before Uranus finally leaves your sign, Taurus. So if you're a late degree Taurus and you have had Uranus visiting you for like the last year or two, now it's getting ready to move on, and it's going to do it with a bang. The bang is that, well, Venus, your chart ruler, is meeting with Uranus. And so it can be, in a way, this major transformation in regards to your appearance. And it can mean that there's a sudden change in your appearance, a sudden change in your job. Uranus rules your fourth house. It could mean that there's a sudden change in how you present yourself to the world. And then you're going to see Venus go into Gemini. So it's going to move into your second house of money. And then the focus is going to be on money and resources and values. Outside of when Venus is squaring Pluto around the 3rd and when Venus is conjunct Uranus around the 23rd, anything in between that, if you're like, I want to pick up new clothes, new perfume, I want to be Even with Venus sextiles Jupiter, if you're wanting to move, if you want to sign a contract, if you want to buy a car, if you're wanting to launch a website, any of these things would be really good because Venus is starting to pick up the energy of Jupiter. Lots of good conversations also about investments can kind of happen because Jupiter is connected to your 8th. All right, then we're going to see on the 26th of the month, Venus will be in Gemini in your 2nd, and it's going to sextile Neptune. This is dreamy, it's romantic, it's about spiritually kind of being connected to energy. It could also be about a more generous kind of energy that's coming in where you could be blessed unexpectedly. And then we will see at the end of the month, Venus in Gemini, your money house trining Pluto. This is also a really powerful day for you, Taurus. There could be major transformations financially and also within your career and powerful conversations about your values. But with that Aries stellium in your 12th house, what I want you to really understand is that, Aries is getting all the visible action and you're getting all the invisible action, kind of the behind the scenes transformation. And honestly, it's just as equally powerful. That 12th house is about your subconscious, and it's also about hidden patterns, spirituality and connection to the divine, maybe endings and closure, self-undoing and dealing with hidden enemies, dreams and intuition. And yes, it deals with foreign travel, but it also deals with hospitals, retreats, and solitude. So with Mars, Saturn, and Neptune, and Mercury all coming into conjunction in your 12th house, one thing you need to know is that the 12th house is the blind spot, right? Because it's not seeing the ascendant. And Aries is still the self. So as planets are going through there, you're almost going through like a spiritual purge before there's going to be a pretty big physical change that's going to be happening. Free advice, 12th house, go into your closets, get rid of a bunch of stuff. Donate it, right? And go and do it on a Mars day, go and do it on a Tuesday, or go and do it on a Saturn day, on a Saturday. You could go into your cupboards where you have a bunch of old food that you want to donate. You could go into your clothes and your blankets and your hampers and your closets and organize stuff and get rid of a bunch of things and donate it, because that would be good as you're looking at the Saturn-Neptune energy in your 12th. Patterns and issues, I think that you have carried for lifetimes, because the 12th house can be your past life as well, are being kind of worked through. And so now there's this past life kind of theme of whatever you've done in the past, where you've been, the connections that you've had. It is possible they can surface, and especially with like Mercury and Mars in your 12th house, some of you guys can have nightmares that are connected to your past lives, especially like where they involve war or attacks or anything where there was fires. This is all symbolism of stuff that's being kind of cleared from, let's just say, your soul records. Anyway, that stuff will surface. Things maybe that you have buried are now coming up to be healed. And really this is the signs of like a spiritual awakening, especially for my Taurus risings. As Neptune is kind of going through this house, it's really opening up your psychic channels. So pay attention to dreams, pay attention to synchronicities and intuitive hits that you guys have. Know that you may be hit with waves of feeling very exhausted and that you need to like rest, or that you need a retreat. So Saturn in your 12th house can be very exhausting if you don't honor your need for solitude. So this requires you to really be good about kind of building alone time into your schedule. Whether you want to take, 10, 20 minutes out of your day to meditate alone, if you want to go to a hot yoga class, if you want to work out in a private gym or fitness center. The 12th house is like temples and church. So some of you guys might be like, I'm more inclined to pray, or I'm going to church, or I'm going to meditation class. That's totally fine. But it doesn't have to just be in a spiritual setting. Aries is about just being alone, sleeping in your own bed sometimes, or making a commitment to go and work out in a private gym. So not everything is going to be religious or spiritual. Some of it can be about physical body connection as well. I do think that, for everyone, I think Saturn Neptune's about kind of confronting fears. And with Mars and Saturn conjuncting on the 19th, it's really asking you to face your fears head on directly. What have you been avoiding? What do you do when no one is watching? That's the question, because that's the 12th house. So Mars is connected to relationships. It's also connected to yourself. So there could be a lot of like isolation tendencies, self-sabotaging, things that are going on that could be creating relationship dynamics. Just something to kind of think about. I also think that this is this preparation for that rebirth, because things naturally during Aries season go through your 12th house, and there's this huge clearing that happens right before you have your birthday. If you're a Taurus sun, or if you're a Taurus rising, you notice the clearing that happens during this time, right? It's a little bit more pronounced than it is typically. So in terms of the transits, in a nutshell, April 1st, you guys are going to be seeing that there is going to be this full moon that's in Libra, which is highlighting your 6th house of health and habits and work and your routine. So routine matters reach some kind of culmination. A work project may complete, maybe you're realizing that you need to make changes in your daily habits to support better wellness. The positive is that the ruler is Venus. It'll be in your sign, but Venus is also coming into a square with Pluto. And I think for a lot of Taurus and Taurus risings, it's like you're not getting enough pleasure time. You're not getting enough alone time. You're over kind of bogged down with work. And you're realizing that it's more emotional issues, not necessarily physical issues. Although if you have a full moon in your 6th house and if you're sick, then yeah, you're going to wind up in bed. And I've told all my Taurus and Taurus risings this. If you are reluctant to change, the universe will put your ass down, okay? Trust me on this. This is coming from somebody who's had this transit. This is coming from somebody who's just coming out of eclipses in my 12th house for the last couple of years. And I find that whenever I'm working too much or I'm doing too much and I'm not paying attention, I get sick. I get food poisoning, like randomly, or I'll get a migraine that puts me down, or I'm in bed sick for a couple of days. And then I'm like, okay, I got the message. Can I go back to work now? So just trust me on this, because some of you guys can have some health stuff that can come up, and it's the preparation for all these conjunctions in the 12th where you have to rest and recuperate, be in that healing space. So on the 3rd of the month, you guys are going to see Venus will square Pluto. We talked about the intensity from that. This is your self-image with Venus in your 1st, clashing with your career ambitions. And I would say don't sacrifice your values for success. There may be a big style change that you want to make. I could see some Taurus and Taurus risings that are like, I want the crazy haircut. I want to change my clothes. I don't want to have to wear the suit and the tie, that kind of stuff. And your body or your appearance can be changing, and you just feel the pressure of having to show up and be a different person in your day job. On the 3rd of the month, you'll see Mercury trine Jupiter. So Mercury will be in Pisces in your 11th of friends and socializing. It'll trine Jupiter in your 3rd, which deals with communication. And this is a trine that we've seen several times, but now that both planets are direct. So this is really about intuitive insights about home and family, healing conversations, intuitive conversations, traveling to see friends, meeting with online groups, making some kind of announcement, launching websites. Like, these things can be good. And then you're going to have on the 9th, Mars will enter into your 12th house. Okay. So Mars rules relationships. It also rules kind of what's hidden and beyond what you can see. So hidden conflicts can emerge. This is about channeling this energy into spiritual practice, maybe therapy, creative work, rather than just letting things fester. And then on the 13th, Mars will come into conjunction with Neptune, and this is that spiritual warrior energy, but it's also confusion. And I would say, don't make enemies out of shadows. Use this for meditation, use this for art, use this for healing. On the new moon on the 17th, it'll be in your 12th house where all these planets are. And I think this is going to be about setting intentions for what no longer serves you. Great for starting therapy, a spiritual practice, or just ending unhealthy patterns. Then on the 19th, the sun goes into your sign Taurus. So we are starting Taurus season if you're a Taurus sun. Basically, this is now that personal new year where then energy starts to kind of focus more on you. We'll see that down the road as there's more planets to follow. Eventually Mars will come through there, Mercury will come through there. So you're going to see even more of a power up kind of like May into June. All right, then on the 19th, we will also see Mars conjunct Saturn. So that's really interesting. Like, the sun goes into your sign, which is really kind of highlighting anything that deals with your appearance, your identity, giving you vitality. And then you see that there's going to be the Mars-Saturn conjunction in your 12th. This is a little tricky because there is this karmic reckoning, I think, going on in your subconscious. And you have to face your fears. You have to do that inner work. And it's almost like the universe is demanding that you mature when it comes to your spiritual life or when it comes to your downtime. This can also be a time where there's some conflict in relationships because Mars rules relationships, and that connection with like Saturn and Neptune can really say that, you're working too much and you're also having like relational issues and you're just like, I need to choose me and I just need to get away from it all. And I know some Taurus and Taurus risings who are already starting to feel this, and they're like, I'm going away on a trip for a month, I'm going overseas, or, I'm going on sabbatical, or, I'm going back to church, or I'm getting back into my meditation practice. It can help, but remember that 12th house is hidden enemies, and the conjunction is going to be around 6, 7, 8 degrees. So I don't know if it's going to be relational issues that are kind of festering that might finally need to be dealt with, or there could be a sense of feeling like you need to take time away from a partnership, or maybe you're not seeing clients if you have like a client-based business. Then you're going to see on the 23rd, Venus conjuncts Uranus. So surprise, there's going to be some kind of surprise for you, Taurus. Maybe an unexpected shift in your self-expression, in your appearance. I would say embrace the change. It could also be some professional changes or some health changes as well. And then on the 25th of the month, Uranus finally leaves your sign. It goes into Gemini, and it is there to stay. So for the next 7 years, this is all about a revolution that's going on for you in your finances and also in your values. Uranus is connected to your career, so there could be more than one income stream that's coming in. There could be, income that's unconventional. This is also about embracing innovation in how you make money. So those of you guys who are involved in tech, science, crypto, all of that stuff, it could be more prominent. And then on the 25th, you're going to see the sun in your sign, and it's going to square Pluto. And that's where there can be power struggles involving your identity versus career ambitions. Very similar to earlier in the month when Venus was coming into a square with Pluto. So wanting to assert yourself outside of who you are out in the world and wanting to be more kind of independent and authentic. So I think the best days for my Taurus risings are going to be the 13th when Venus sextiles Jupiter, which will bring you more abundance and joy, especially when it comes to short distance trips, changes with cars, moving, communication, or siblings. The 19th when the sun enters your sign because the season is beginning for Taurus. The 23rd, I think you guys will like because Venus conjunct Uranus is going to be exciting changes, and it's going to be finally you feel like you can kind of be free in some way. And then on the 26th, when Venus sextiles Neptune, it'll bring opportunities for inspiration, romance, and creativity. And then on the 28th, when Venus in your money house is trining Pluto, which is really good for positive changes in your career and also your finances, could be some really big things that could be shaping up in a great way. For your challenging days, obviously on the 3rd, when Venus squares Pluto, I would say don't obsess over what other people think. You have to remind yourself that you're enough. And on the 9th, when Mars enters your 12th house, you have to be prepared because there will be hidden frustrations that will emerge. Journal, try not to explode. I really recommend to use saunas and infrared light or hot yoga, meditation, getting sunshine. And then on the 13th, when Mars conjuncts Neptune, it's very easy to feel lost. It's very easy to be deceived, especially in relationships. And I would just say stay grounded. On the 19th, when Mars conjuncts Saturn, there can be some heavy energy that's in your subconscious. And it's really about this deep inner work that you're doing. And I would say don't run from it. Consider therapy or spiritual guidance if you need it. And then on the 25th, when the sun squares Pluto, where there is this career versus identity kind of tension. And I would say choose authenticity. So Taurus, obviously, you're kind of coming into your cocoon moment. And this is where that butterfly eventually emerges later in Taurus season. And April is just doing the necessary transformation work inside that kind of cocoon. So you have to really honor your need for rest and for solitude and also for inner exploration. And it's about facing your fears with courage and really clearing the karma. Because obviously your birthday season is kind of right around the corner if you're a Taurus sun. You want to emerge renewed and refreshed and ready for this powerful new solar year. So I think it's important to take care of yourself. It's okay to create boundaries. Just don't isolate yourself in unhealthy ways. And look at this as like baptism by fire, especially the 12th house. It's like, if you have to take a hot soak, with some salt, do that. If you have to do a cord cutting ritual, do that. And realize that a lot of the 12th house is where you have to get out of your own way. And maybe there is some frustration and some, anger that may need to be dealt with, but you can actually clear it out. Okay. My goodness. Let's see what comes up for you guys this year in April. What does the tarot have to say for my Taurus and my Taurus risings? Can you give them any advice? All right, so you get the Knight of Cups, which I think is really great. The Knight of Cups can be talking about a Cancer, Scorpio, or a Pisces. But this is about charging ahead with your emotions, with your relationships. Maybe there are some big things happening within your relationships. It's very likely with Mars and Saturn that are going to be meeting. And I think it's going to be about Maybe you guys are talking about changing homes, or maybe you're thinking about making some changes in your business partnerships or whatever, and you're following your intuition, you're following your gut here. And it looks like you're managing things pretty well. I mean, honestly, with like Saturn and Neptune and Mars in your 12th house, I was expecting like Nine of Swords, the Hermit card, the Tower, you know? So for the Knight of Cups to be coming up, it indicates that you're approaching this period trying to be optimistic about the clearing that's going on, and you know that whatever you're clearing is really just between you and yourself. It has nothing to do with other people. It has to do with getting out of your own way. And so maybe this is more channeling that energy in a psychic, intuitive way where you're getting hits about what direction you need to be going in, what changes you need to be making. It can also be really positive for relationships in general. Sometimes this is a relationship card. Granted, you're not getting into some of those energies yet, but if you're somebody who maybe has had a lot of kind of like stickies from ex-relationships that have been hanging around, or you're having a hard time breaking off something with someone or getting over someone, this is saying now you feel more emotionally ready and charged to do that and to clear it away, and probably working with water would be really good, especially with the Nine of Cups coming up. And it can be indicating that now you're emotionally ready to move on and really clear yourself of some of these karmic energies so you can really be open to new romantic connections or some changes when it comes to your partnerships. So I hope that that's helpful for you, Taurus. Definitely leave me some feedback and let me know what happens, but I will catch you back here in May. What's up, Gemini and Gemini rising? What is going on? Welcome to your April 2026 horoscopes. I hope you guys are doing well. I hope you're ready, because April is really lighting up your guys' social sector, and it's bringing major changes in your sign by the end of the month. Lots of big energies. Uranus going into your sign too. So let's go ahead and dive in. Now, I think you guys have been kind of feeling the winds of change building, haven't you? You guys have been going through Mercury retrograde in your career zone. That's pretty much done. Now you're going to be seeing that there's just this huge emphasis on planets that are moving into Aries in your 11th house. And also Uranus is coming back into your sign. So, get ready. This is going to be a new cycle that you're going to be going through for the better part of like the next 7 years. And it's all about personal kind of revolution. But first, let's talk about what is kind of activating your friendships and community and future dreams area. And I say that because Mercury is going to be changing signs this month. So obviously you're ruled by Mercury. It starts the beginning of the month, continuing to go through Pisces, where whatever kind of back and forth, career situation has been going on, quitting jobs, changing jobs, getting let go, trying to find something new, trying to better communicate. It's going to end on a high note because you're going to see Mercury trine Jupiter, and then it's going to go into Aries. So what you guys need to know is that Mercury starts in Pisces. So there's still a lot of career communications that probably feel intuitive, but also still potentially confusing because we're not out of the shadow until like mid-April. And this is about trusting your gut when it comes to professional matters. On the 3rd, you'll see Mercury and Pisces trining Jupiter, and this is a great day because now Mercury and Jupiter are direct. Jupiter's in your money house. It also rules partnerships. Mercury is in your career house, which rules your relationships to career. And maybe this is going to be a beautiful kind of flow between career insights and also your finances. An opportunity might present itself for you to go back to work and make more money, for you to negotiate a salary, for you to change jobs, for you to negotiate even like severance. Even if you have a job changing, there can still be good money stuff that can be kind of coming in. And then you will see on the 14th, Mercury is going to enter into Aries, and it's going to be spending a lot of time in your 11th house. So this is really about social communications. So think like invitations, parties, traveling, being with friends, networking events, and becoming more direct and assertive, right? So really speaking up in groups, leading conversations about your future visions. You will see Mercury come into conjunction with Neptune, and that's going to be happening on the 16th. Where there can be a lot of inspiration when it comes to your ideas and aligning with a community or even people online. But verify information before acting, okay? Because it might mean like if you're looking for a job, you go to like a networking event, somebody's like, yeah, we'll hire you. And then you're like, why haven't I heard back from them? It can also mean that you're doing a lot of team leadership exercises, or maybe that you're building a business or a company with your friend. That could be another way of looking at it. I would just say that's not the best communication day with Mercury and Neptune conjunct, so don't sign any contracts those days, and also just try to feel more inspired and open-minded, but Nothing logical will be decided, I think, with that conjunction. Then on the 18th, you're going to see Mercury sextile Pluto, which is really great for powerful strategic communications, great for influencing groups or sharing information or ideas. So it's good for marketing, for advertising. It's good for, hosting events, sending out newsletters, that kind of stuff. And then you're going to see on the 19th and the 20th, you want to pull out your red marker, circle these days. This is when we're going to see a triple conjunction involving Mercury, Saturn, and Neptune. So, and Mars, excuse me. So Mercury, Mars, Saturn, Neptune, they're all conjunct. It'll hit Neptune first, but then it's going to hit Saturn with Mercury and Mars. This is very, very important for you guys because Mercury is the fastest moving planet. So it tells me that you're going to like pop in to a situation that involves your friends or a group or a community and be like, how can I help? Right? How can I solve the problem? Or how can I kind of like support you guys? Important conversations, decisions, or commitments within your friend groups or about your future goals are going to be had. This could be signing like with an organization, maybe committing to a cause or having like very important conversations and meetings with friends. Then on the 26th, you're going to see Mercury in Aries come into a square with Jupiter in Cancer. Big ideas, a little bit scattered though, okay? I would say don't overpromise to your friends or to like a company that you're working for. And the positive is Mercury is squaring Jupiter, so it's almost like some of you guys may get new jobs and you have to kind of wrangle the troops and kind of, incite them to want to be more productive or get things done, and it could potentially make you a lot of money. But I do think that you could be a little bit too overly optimistic about a financial situation. So just kind of pump the brakes a little bit on any like financial decisions with that square. Basically with the Aries stellium in your 11th house, the positives that I like is that air and fire get along really well, especially if you're like the first 10 degrees of Gemini, sun, moon, or rising. All this energy is sextiling you. So it's not like attacking you. You also have Saturn, which does very well in the 11th house, which is about building community and focusing on your future goals. I also think that with Mercury going through this particular part of the chart, you may be there just to be like the friend that other people need to talk to. Like you may have friends going through stuff. You'll hear things like your friends are going, oh, I'm having a hard time. I'm having health issues. I'm having issues with my kids or my relationships, whatever. It'll be something like that. And a lot of it's just like, are you there to be a supportive friend in need? I think that's just the long and short of it. And it's also really about, I think, focusing on friends and networks and being a little bit more bold and assertive to put yourself out there and make friends. Are you showing up and being a good friend? Because you might have to show up to some things and do some things you don't want to do. Groups, communities, organizations, future hopes and dreams. This is also a house that deals with technology and innovation and collective movements. So likely what you're going to see with all these planets that are activating this in your 11th house is a very active social life. So you're going to find that there's more action within your friend groups. This could also mean that there could be some conflicts or power dynamics that are emerging within those friend groups. You'll find that there's going to be moments of serious commitments to communities. So Saturn demands that you take your group involvements seriously. You may take a leadership in an organization or commit to a cause, and that means that you're going to be responsible for, working with said group, and you might have to sign a contract or an agreement, or you might have to commit to, meeting on like a weekly or a monthly basis. This can be about dream manifestation, but it can also be about confusion. And I think that Neptune here is beautiful for envisioning your ideal future, but Mars can kind of push too hard before you're clear. So take inspired action, but not impulsive action. Watch for karmic friend connections as well. People coming into your life now are definitely going to have a purpose. There may be some friendships that end because they're not aligned with your growth, but it can also put you in a situation where you're really feeling called to go and start a group, join a group, become a part of a new tribe in some way. Especially I've told a lot of my Gemini and Gemini risings, go and work out with friends. Go and join a fitness center, or go and take group fitness classes with friends, or go for walks with friends. Maybe join a community center, right? Get involved in maybe like sporting events if you want to do tennis, or if you want to do golf or anything like that, or like joining a country club. It could also be a time where some of you guys are just having to work a little bit harder to make new friends. And a lot of it's about putting yourself out there independently and going and doing it without a bunch of people that are attached to you. And certain friendships will fall off. So you may find that there are certain friends that are just like very draining, or it's like too much to take on. So you might feel like you just need some space from them. And then when Mars and Saturn conjunct around the 19th of April, this may be a culmination in friendships or community work, and likely boundaries are going to be tested. And some may see the end of, group involvement. Others might finally solidify their role within a community. So what you guys need to watch for throughout the month in terms of the transits, you're going to see on the first of the month, there will be a full moon happening in Libra in your natal 5th house. Now, obviously, this will trine you by sign, and it's going to be around 12 degrees. So if you happen to be, like, I would say 10 to 14 degrees of Gemini, it's going to be extra sweet for you because it's going to trine you. And the 5th house deals with creative projects, romance, children. This all reads like a culmination. So some of you guys might complete a creative project. Some of you guys might gain clarity about what joy brings you. Venus is the ruler of this, and Venus is going to be in the 12th. So it could be that there's unexpected things changing with your children. It could also mean that you are feeling inspired to kind of share something creative, but you don't know if you're ready to share it. And there could be some big changes happening with self-employment. It could also be a time where there's big relationship kind of culmination things happening, where you could go from being kind of like casual to something more serious. Also, some Gemini and Gemini risings can get pregnant with a full moon that's being in their 5th house. But really, it's all just about joy and getting clarity about that. Now, on the 3rd of the month, you're going to see Venus in Taurus coming into a square with Pluto. So Venus will be in your 12th house. It's going to square Pluto and Aquarius in your 9th. So I think this is going to bring some tension between your inner peace, especially while Venus is going through the 12th house, and higher learning. And I would say don't let old wounds distort your worldview. Watch for there maybe being some challenges revolving around traveling, right? Or scheduling issues when it comes to traveling. That could be something that can kind of pop up as well. Then you will see on the 9th of the month, Mars enters into your 11th house. So this is really when you start to see your social kind of area get highlighted. And this is where your social life is going to heat up, more activity with friends, but also the potential for conflicts. So direct communication is going to be needed, and any physical activity or involvement where you're playing a role in like either working out or like managing or taking care of something would be a good idea. And then you're going to see on the 13th, Mars will conjunct Neptune, and this is about that inspired action towards your dreams. But verify that friends are who they say they are. Watch for somebody being a little passive aggressive or playing the blame game, and don't get swept up in other people's drama or like group delusions. On the 17th, you're going to have a new moon in Aries in your 11th house. It'll be around 27 degrees. So if you're a later degree Gemini rising, like 26 to 29, that will be sextiling you. And this is where you set new intentions for goals. So if you are wanting to focus on, setting powerful intentions for your goals, your future dreams, wanting to start a new club of some kind, wanting to join a new community, launch a new collective project, now is the time to kind of get some of that stuff ready. And Aries is right now, and Mars is in there too. So it looks like you're going to want to do it, but it's going to require a lot of team effort, especially as you start seeing Mars. It's going to kind of like nuzzle up next to Saturn. All right, so then we're going to see on the 19th of the month, the sun is going to be entering into Taurus in your 12th house. Naturally, Taurus season is going to be a time where you're resting and reflecting, and you're preparing for Gemini season to come in. Whether you're a Gemini rising sun or moon, there is this natural kind of clearing out effect that you're going to notice over the next month. Now, when the sun goes into the 12th house, it's a much quieter period. It is time for spiritual reflection and like preparation as you're preparing for your season to kind of come in. This can also mean you're taking time to rest, meditate, maybe do some journaling or some creative projects kind of behind the scenes. Then on the 19th, we also see Mars is coming into conjunction with Saturn. So it's interesting that Mars comes into conjunction with Saturn, where there can definitely be that karmic moment within your friends or groups where boundaries, commitments, or endings are necessary for your growth. And then you also have the sun going into the 12th house. So this could definitely be a day where like Gemini or Gemini risings feel excluded. They don't feel like involved, or, they feel like they were kind of like looked over, and they're going to be reflecting on that if that's something that happens. Now, as you get to the 23rd, Venus will come into conjunction with Uranus in your 12th house. And so this might bring unexpected insights from your subconscious. Maybe surprising spiritual or artistic inspiration. Maybe it's just a day where, you're having a little bit of like a romantic love affair, kind of behind the scenes, that's kind of private and indulgent. And then on the 24th of the month, then Venus enters into your sign. So it's going to be going into your first house. And from the 24th into May, you're being blessed with the goddess. And so Venus rules the 5th house of romance, creativity, self-expression, children. It's also about kind of like fantasies. And so it's cool to see that several day period where Venus is going to hit your ascendant on the 24th. And then you're going to see on the 25th, Uranus is going to go into Gemini. So there's probably going to be some pretty big changes for the appearances of my Gemini and Gemini risings. Maybe more of like a romantic style, maybe a new kind of feminine kind of like haircut. It could mean that you're changing your style dramatically. Maybe it means that some of you guys are pregnant because Venus rules that. Or maybe you're just feeling like wildly like in love or feeling very creative. Really, really great period for you guys. I would say take a photo with Venus on your ascendant conjunct Uranus. I would be probably taking some pictures of myself like around the 23rd, 24th, 25th. This is also going to be a time where it's good for self-care and it's also good for relationships because Venus rules your 5th house. Now, we're going to see on the 25th, Uranus is going to enter Gemini and it's there to stay for the next 7 years. So if you have anything in Gemini from 0 to about 7 or 8 degrees, I would say pay attention because you're going to start feeling the effects of this transit. This is the biggest transit for you. You guys had this briefly last year where I'm sure a lot of you guys felt crazed and you've had like the travel bug, or you felt very wanderlust, or maybe you were just starting to get into learning or teaching or writing. And now you're going to be seeing this cycle come back. So in the first house, your identity, your appearance, and your approach to life undergoes a radical change, and it will play out over about 7 years or so. So expect the unexpected about yourself, embrace your uniqueness, and also just know you're going to be a very different person by the time we're getting to like 2033 when the cycle is concluding. At the end of the month, the last transit to watch for is where Venus is going to sextile Neptune. So Venus will be in your sign and it'll sextile Neptune, where you start to smooth over some of the relational dynamics that you were experiencing earlier in the month. Dramatic, romantic energy kind of flowing through spiritual connections is very much Neptune. So if you're wanting to connect with artists or go to group meditation events, or if you're wanting to join a spiritual group, or if you're wanting to go and do water related things with friends, that would be a good way to use that. So I think your best days, Gemini, are actually going to be on the 3rd, when Mercury trines Jupiter, giving you some really key career insights and some positive news when it comes to your money. On the 17th, when the new moon is really good for you because it's going to be really helping you manifest new social connections and also some very powerful goals that can be made possible because of your friends. Then on the 18th, when you see Mercury sextile Pluto, that's going to give you the opportunity to really feel like you can be a little bit more influential in how you communicate, especially if you're teaching or you're presenting anything. And obviously the 24th, when Venus enters your sign, this is all about kind of getting a glow up. And on the 26th, when Venus sextiles Neptune, it's very good for socializing, connecting, and meeting people and drawing in new people. However, there are always challenging days too. So for you guys, April 3rd, when Venus squares Pluto, old wounds can be coming up that affects your beliefs. And this is about seeking healing, not avoidance. And that's because Venus is in your 12th house. On the 5th, when the Sun squares Jupiter, you're going to see that this is a time where, you can be very overly enthusiastic about future plans, but I would say bring it down a notch, be realistic about what you can really make happen. And then on the 13th, Mars will conjunct Neptune. And so you can feel very inspired and in alignment, or you can feel very confused. And I would say don't commit to groups unless you really know for sure that these are people that you want to kind of align yourself with. On the 19th, when Mars conjuncts Saturn and Mercury is nearby, hard conversations or endings with friends are very likely to happen. And I would say if a relationship is draining you, it may be the end. If it's meant to last, then you'll solidify those commitments. And then on the 26th, when Mercury squares Jupiter, don't be overpromising in social situations. Keep your word. Try to be really diligent about what you commit to with other people and don't overextend yourself. So Gemini, obviously, April is just really activating, I think, your future vision and your social connections in some very powerful ways. That Aries stellium is really asking you who you want to walk beside in the future, because not everybody can come with you, right? So, some people are going to get cut from the team. It's what's going to happen. Uranus entering into your sign at the end of the month. You are about to become somebody entirely new. And I think this is like the beginning of your personal revolution, and you're seeking like-minded people who are kind of going through the same things. So embrace some of the changes that are coming, because they're definitely leading to exactly where you need to go. Try to stay curious and adaptable. And let's see what the tarot says for you guys for the month ahead. All right, so what do I need to tell my Gemini and Gemini risings? What advice would you give them for the month of April? The card that you get is the Ten of Swords. So, Mars could very much be the sword. The question is there going to be a situation where you feel like somebody stabbed you in the back this month? Which, I would assume, just seeing Mars and Mercury and Saturn, where somebody does something that you're like, oh, like, how could you say that, or how could you do that, or how could you call me out in the group chat, or not invite me to the party? That type of stuff can happen, and I'm not somebody who's doom and gloom with my readings, but the Ten of Swords is like, something's going to happen where you're going to be like, I'm so done with this friendship, or I am leaving that Facebook group, or I am no longer participating in, that kind of community group. Something like that will happen. And I think it's going to be cathartic, and it's kind of saying like, it's easier for you to go your own way, especially with Uranus being in your sign, that you're going to look at things and you're not going to really care as much about trying to please everybody. And I'll give you the advice that my grandmother gave me a long time ago, and it happened when I had Saturn going through my 11th house. She told me, she said, it's better to have 4 quarters than 100 pennies. Okay, so you're social, you're a Gemini. A lot of you guys are just kind of all over the place and you're making friends with everyone. But not everybody is worthy of your time, and not everybody is going to be the kind of company that you want to keep. And yes, you can have a million, kind of like friends that are acquaintances, but invest more time in the people who are going to be your quarters, right? So watch for potentially having to kind of have something that you have to end, or somebody says that they want to end something with you, but I would say it's okay. You're kind of, like I said, you're cutting some people from the team this month. So Gemini, let me know what happens. Obviously, leave me some comments, and I'll catch you guys back here in May. What's up, Cancer and Cancer rising? Welcome to your April 2026 horoscopes. I hope you guys are doing well. Excited to talk to you about what's happening. Obviously, you're the first, other than Aries, of my cardinal signs, and a lot of my horoscopes this month are really going to be emphasizing the conjunctions that are happening in the sign of Aries. That goes without being said. If you have anything under the first 10 degrees of Cancer, Cancer sun, moon, rising, obviously I'm talking about this from the perspective of rising, it is like the Thunderdome this month, so get a helmet. Now, it's very significant because if you've been wondering when your career moment would come, it's about to happen, and it's here. And that's because there's going to be a really powerful Aries stellium moving through your 10th house of career, public image, and your life direction. So the universe is really pushing you into the spotlight, whether you're ready or not. And I think it's time to really think about what actions you need to be taking out in the world when it comes to your career and your reputation. Even if you're not working, it's going to be about how people see you, what you're doing, how you're kind of standing up for yourself, and like what you're doing out in the world. Now, your chart ruler is the moon. So the moons are going to be very significant, and we're going to start by kind of talking about those. On April 1st, we're going to have a full moon in Libra. This will be around 12 degrees. So if you have anything 10, 11, 12 degrees of Cancer, this is going to square you. And obviously a full moon brings something to some kind of like conclusion or completion. So think about what has been changing in terms of your emotions, your family, or your home life over the better part of like the last 6 months. This is significant because the moon rules you, and the moon's also at home in the 4th house. And this is about home. It's about your family, your emotional foundations. It's all getting illuminated. So a domestic matter may reach a completion, and you need clarity on that. And it looks like the ruler Venus will be sitting in your 11th house. So it may mean that maybe there is going to be a family gathering. There's going to be a family party. Maybe you're moving in with a friend. Maybe somebody's willing to, rent you a place. It could also mean you have a friend that's going to come and stay with you, or vice versa. And maybe some conclusion or completion of your home goals. And it might also be highlighting the relationship that you have with one of your parents. Now on the 9th, we're going to have the last quarter moon in Capricorn. And this is going to feel, I think, rather intense for you guys. And that's because the moon will be going through Capricorn. It'll oppose Jupiter in your sign, where you're feeling stretched between your emotions and the needs of others. And then it's going to be squaring a bunch of planets that are going to be in Aries, including the Aries sun. So relationship adjustments are to be expected. You know, what partnership patterns need to be released. And that could be in a romantic way, that could be with family, that could be with people at work. But you're going to feel probably a little miffed when that happens. And then you'll have on the 17th a new moon in Aries, which is going to be in your 10th house. And this is very powerful because this is where you set intentions for your career, setting goals for professional advancement, you know, public recognition, stepping into authority. This is the time. And, you know, I should have said something, and I probably will go back and put something in the video, but I'll tell you guys, all the planets are direct in April. I mean, everything's direct. So if you have been waiting to start a new job, apply for a new job, launch a business, launch a website, start a promotion, have at it, especially from the new moon on. You're good to kind of do that. I really feel like this is about a new identity, though, that's kind of coming through. That's more Aries-like, which is bold, independent, assertive, you know, maybe working for yourself. That could be another theme. And then you'll see throughout the month, obviously, watch where the moon is going. The moon's going to change signs every like 2.5 days. So when it's in water signs like Cancer, Scorpio, or Pisces, you're going to feel the most aligned. But when it is moving through Capricorn and Libra this month, you're going to get like, you're going to be like, what is going on? Because you're going to see a bunch of things that are going to kind of get lit up, that are going to be the cardinal squares. Now, when we're looking at the Aries stellium in the 10th house, the first thing that I want to tell you guys is this. I'm all about making lemonade, okay? Saturn does very well in the 10th house. Even though, because I think about when I went through my Saturn, in the 10th house transit, I got my first job, right? I was like 17 years old. And I very quickly progressed in that job and learned a lot of skills that I still have to this day. It's nothing that I do now, but it was something that I did for a while. And I had the ability to manage something, and I was given all these skills, and I learned how to like go and like run a bakery, and I was like working as a baker, Cancer. And so it's interesting because, you know, I think about everything that I learned from that job. It really taught me a sense of responsibility. To show up and be somewhere at the same time, to have a key, to be able to get into the bakery, to be able to get there and manage everything and make sure everything was done in a timely manner. And I use a lot of the skills to this day. I can still make a lot of my own food. So you will only have Saturn going through your 10th house once every 29 to 30 years. So you'll be in this for the next 2 years, where if you put forth the hard work, the dedication, the commitment to whatever you're managing, whatever new career direction you're going in, to launching a business, what have you, I think you'll look back and you'll be like, wow, that was really significant. And it doesn't matter if you're having this when you're in your early 20s or if you're having it in your mid 60s. You will see that there is a huge change that's going to happen either with your career or your status. It can be your relationship status too, as Saturn is connected to the 7th. But what you'll find this month is that, you know, the themes of the 10th house are going to come through very strongly. And it's going to be about career and profession, your public reputation, authority figures, or kind of being in a position of authority. It's also going to be about your life direction and your legacy. And it can be about one of your parents. So it can be about dealing with like a mother or a father figure, depending on, you know, how you look at the chart. But Saturn can be about your relationship that you have with like a father, because the 10th house can be connected to that. Now, what you'll find is with Mars, Saturn, Neptune, and Mercury all going through this house, there's just, you can't look away from this stellium, and it's also squaring you by sign. So the 10th house is like notorious for being a lot of hard work, dedication, commitment, you know, taking your time to get to the top. And when it squares Cancer energy, especially Jupiter or anything you have in Cancer, it's going to make you emotional, and it's going to be like, oh, but I don't want to leave home. I don't want to make a change. Like, I always used to do this. I don't want to do it that way. And it can definitely make you feel like just a little agitated, because there's going to be more weight on your shoulders. But this weight is good. Saturn is going to reward you if you're willing to take on the responsibility. So what you want to watch for is career acceleration. Mars is kind of driving you to take action professionally, and you're ambitious and you're ready to climb. Mars also does excellent in the 10th house, by the way, and it's in its home sign. So you get some energy right before it starts conjuncting with Saturn and Neptune where you're like, okay, I can do this. This is also about professional responsibilities increasing. So Saturn will demand maturity in your career. It'll be about more responsibility, but also more respect if you handle it well. And there can be some confusion about your career direction because Mars is going to meet with Neptune first, and it might make you feel like the path is still a little unclear. You're like, do I want to go back to school? Do I not? You know, like what training or certifications do I need? Like, how am I, covering myself legally for some of the jobs that I'm doing? And this is really about asking yourself, what do you want your legacy to be? And there can be a lot of important professional communications when Mercury comes through there. It can bring meetings, it can be about interviews, conversations that really shape your career path. And then Mars and Saturn will conjunct on April 19th. And this is that karmic career moment. So this could be a promotion, a new job, recognition, a reality check if you haven't been doing the work. Your professional reputation is now being established, and Mars-Saturn contacts are generally not fortuitous. Mars is going to be dealing with your 5th house of children, creativity, self-expression, and obviously it's connected to work. And then you have Saturn, which is connected to clients, business partnerships. It can also be about your spouses, your relationship to someone. So if you're like, no, I don't work, I'm a stay-at-home mom, or I'm retired, I'm going to be like, cool, well, no sleep for you guys because there's going to be a lot of responsibility you're going to have to take on for your spouse or for your children or for your spouse's family because that's the 10th house. And some changes going on there where you're going to have to kind of jump in some way. But I think it could be positive for those of you guys who are like, I want to start my own business. You're just going to start the process of seeing that kind of unfold. Now, you will see that this is a very significant karmic period because I think as a Cancer rising, your soul purpose is really connected to kind of balancing the private kind of nurturing energy with this kind of public achievement. And this stellium that's going through your 10th house is asking you to step outside of your comfort zone and also getting outside of your shell, and being seen. So it can feel very vulnerable. It can also be a time where, even though you prefer privacy, you're going to realize that, that's not going to help you grow. So just some food for thought on that. All right, so let's get through the transits now. So we talked about the full moon that's going to be on the 1st in your 4th house, and that's connecting to some kind of family or home matter culmination. Things like completing a home project, resolving a family matter, maybe realizing that you need more for emotional security. And then on April 3rd, you're going to have Venus that's going to be in Taurus in your 11th house, and it's going to be coming into a square with Pluto in Aquarius. Intensity with friendships, especially anything that involves like money or anything that's kind of connected to, maybe your ambitions. Somebody may feel threatened by you starting to kind of make headway, and they might kind of hate on you a little bit. And I would say like kind of out of sight, out of mind. On the 3rd, you're going to have Mercury in Pisces in your 9th house of travel and education, trining Jupiter. I love this transit for you guys. I feel like if you have been back and forth as to whether or not you're moving forward with a legal matter, if you're going back to school, if you're going to be publishing something, if you're going to be booking a trip, this is a good transit for these things. Career conversations can also connect very beautifully when it comes to, anything that's going to be dealing with, travel, education, the higher mind, all of that stuff kind of gets lit up as obviously, Mercury is kind of connected to your intuition, but Jupiter is going to be about traveling, education, and that trine to the self is where you're going to be feeling, I think, a little bit more kind of like optimistic, and you feel like opportunity is speaking directly to you. You'll see on the 5th of the month, the sun in Taurus, highlighting your social zone and your friendship zone, is going to start coming into a square with Pluto. No, I take that back. Apologies. It's going to come into a square with Jupiter. So this is where Jupiter in your 1st house wants to expand. It wants to be busy. It wants to do it all. I feel like this is a day where your professional life is really pushing you, and it's creating tension when it comes to like your optimism or even like your self-image. I would say don't let imposter syndrome stop you. Like this is about you deserving the spotlight and continuing to kind of push forward, even though you might feel like, oh my gosh, I'm taking on too much at one time. And then on the 9th is when you're going to see Mars enter into your 10th house. And so the career energy then begins to ignite. You're ready to be more, I think, you know, you're fighting for professional advancements. You're feeling a little bit more competitive. And you can also feel that there can be some tension with people at work. And I would say channel the aggression into ambition. Use that as the fuel to get to where you want to go. And then on the 13th, Mars will conjunct Neptune in the 10th house. And this is about that inspired career action. But double check the details. You know, don't sign contracts without reading the fine print. Don't be taking jobs unless you're sure that's where you really want to be working. And then you'll see on the 13th, Venus will sextile Jupiter. And so this is a good aspect for you. Beautiful day, abundance can flow. You can definitely socialize and meet people, both for networking, like work opportunities, but also it can be just a time to just like relax and just have some support from your friends and feel like you can kind of meet with like a group in some way and feel supported. Then you're going to see on the 17th, the new moon in Aries will take place in your 10th house of career, around 27 degrees. So if you're 26, 27, 28 degrees of Cancer rising, this is going to be squaring you. So you're going to feel that. But this is where you set your career intentions. This is your professional new moon that you get once a year. And with Saturn and Mars being here, holy cow, it's like this might actually set the stage for some of your career intentions for the better part of like the next 2 years. So you have to ask yourself, what is it that you want to achieve, right? And you have to plant those seeds like with conviction. Then on the 19th, you're going to see the sun enter into Taurus in your house of friends and socializing and community and goals. And this is where your focus really shifts to networking, future planning, going to parties, going to events, and building your kind of professional community. On the 19th is when Mars comes into conjunction with Saturn. So highlight this day because this is going to be a challenging day where there is some karmic kind of like career culmination. And I really feel like for many of you, it may not just be about your career. It might be about your relationships that you have. Like if you're in a committed relationship or you have a conflict with a client, or, you know, there's some tension between you and a parent, or you just feel like your parenting duties are really kind of bogging you down. Be mindful that when this conjunction happens, you have to take responsibility. You have to do the hard work. You have to earn your place. So you're not just going to be handed a higher status or a raise. You're going to have to, prove your worth. This is the day not to get into it with your parents or not to be getting into it with bosses, because there can be some kind of like ego blows and some kind of words that are exchanged, especially because Mercury is going to be right around there as well. And it could represent where there are some unexpected sudden changes going on with your career, where like a boss could step down or retire, and then suddenly there's more responsibility on your plate, or there could be some major changes going on with the company and you're like, oh my gosh, do I want to stay here? Then you're going to see on the 23rd, Venus will conjunct Uranus in the 11th house, which could be unexpected connections with influential people, networking surprises, new groups, new friends, new online communities. And on the 25th, Uranus is going to enter into Gemini, into your 12th house, and it'll stay there for about 7 years. This is about revolutionary changes in your spiritual life and your subconscious, and you might start having a lot of precognitive dreams. Hidden matters can start to surface unexpectedly here. And then the month is going to end with the sun in Taurus in your friendship zone, squaring Pluto in Aquarius in your house of intimacy. And this can be some career power struggles. I would say, just don't let ego battles derail your progress. Watch with borrowing and lending drama around friends, and watch for some pretty significant changes to your friends or your communities. Now, the best days for my Cancer risings, I think, are going to be April 3rd when Mercury trines Jupiter, and it's great for career or financial breakthroughs. On the 13th of April, when Venus sextiles Jupiter, which can bring you some kind of significant love, support, or abundance from friends. Mars sextile Pluto on the 16th, which is really good for professional action, because this is about being like, okay, I'm going with the change of what's happening at work. And then also on the 17th, where you have a new moon, which is perfect for career manifesting. And then the 18th of April, where you have Mercury sextile Pluto, which is really good for strategic kind of conversations, negotiations, and managing finances. However, there are going to be some days that are going to be more challenging for you. And I would say the full moon can be a bit challenging for you, because I could definitely see family matters are demanding your attention when your career is calling, and you're going to be like, I don't have time for this, like I have to move in the midst of changing my job, and maybe they're connected, or I'm having to deal with like home issues or fixing things, or dealing with my relationship with my parents, but I've got a lot going on at work, and you have to really find the balance between the two. And then on April 5th, when the sun squares Jupiter, do not overextend yourself professionally or let ego kind of drive your decisions. On the 13th, when Mars conjuncts Neptune, it can be dreamy, but it's very confusing. And I would say verify before you agree or sign to anything. Also, like, make sure that if you're taking positions, you're qualified. Like if you're telling people you have skills that you don't have, they're going to be put to the test. And like people can be very critical of you if you don't actually have those skills. And then on the 19th, when Mars conjuncts Saturn, it's heavy, but it's necessary. And I feel like for those of you guys who have done the work, you will be rewarded. So if you've been really busting your butt for like the last year or so when it comes to your career, you're really going to start to see, wow, okay, all that hard work was worth it. Like maybe now I'm getting the raise, or now I'm getting the recognition. But if not, you get a reality check. And that means that the reality check could be, oh, well, like I didn't get the promotion, or, the business isn't expanding, like what's happening? And it's because you're having to kind of redirect and commit even more to what you're working on. Either way, it builds character. And then on the 25th, you're going to see the sun square Pluto, where there could be some power struggles. And I would just say choose your battles wisely. So overall, Cancer, obviously, April 2026 is kind of like your launching pad for your career. And I think the universe is quite literally pushing you into the spotlight, whether you're ready or not, and is asking you to really show up and step into your personal authority and testing whether or not you're ready for greater responsibility. It may feel uncomfortable maybe to be so visible. I know you'd rather, kind of be hiding out, but I think that this is your moment to show the world what you're capable of doing. And if you do the work, and if you're disciplined and trust that, what you're picking up is what you're supposed to do, that'll almost be like your superpower. So I think you've got this. You guys will have to let me know what's happening. I'm going to ask the tarot, what does Cancer and Cancer rising need to know about April of 2026? Give me some advice or some feedback to help them navigate this just blockbuster month. Oh, wow. Wow. We have got the Empress card. I could look at this a couple different ways. Cancer and Cancer risings, the relationship that you have with your mother is going to be tested. I could see that through the full moon. I could see that through the new moon. I could see that through just all of the planets that are kind of squaring off, Venus squaring off, Venus conjuncting things. There's a lot of changes with the women in your life, but especially with your mother. So that could be mother wound issues coming up. It could also mean that it's a turning point where you're like, oh, what am I wanting to give birth to? So it could be a new business. It could be something creative. And it's like all of like the labor pains of having to put it together and like finally get it out into the world, right? Which is a process. It could also mean that this is a time where, you are dealing with your own children. If you are a mom, if you identify as the Empress, Mars represents your first child. So it can mean that you're having to be more direct, more assertive. You're kind of being like, look, this is what I need you to do, or I'm giving you more responsibility. And you're starting to allow them to not have to be somebody who's like constantly hovered over. So if you're getting kids that are like, 3, 4, 5 years old, you're giving them small tasks. You're teaching them how to be kind of independent. And that's part of like that 10th house where you're kind of learning to delegate tasks. It could also mean that this is about pregnancy, children coming in. And suddenly, because that's happening, some of you guys are like, oh my goodness, now I have more responsibility. I've got somebody I have to take care of. So there's some connection here to mothers, motherhood, nurturing. If you don't have kids, then it's more about what you're bringing into the world and what you're sharing, because after all, the 10th house is your legacy. So I think it's very much going to be about that. And I would be thinking a lot about what you want to leave behind, and be optimistic about some of the change, because I think it's going to be very rewarding. Good luck, Cancer. I'll catch you guys back here in May. I hope April is a beautiful month for you guys. What's up, Leo and Leo rising? Welcome to your April 2026 horoscopes. I almost said May, April. I'm excited to be back with you to talk about what's going to be happening for the month ahead. I think you're gonna like some of this energy, because there's a lot of fire signs that are kind of going to get lit up here, obviously with the stellium of planets going through the sign of Aries in your 9th house. So April is all about broadening your horizons, asking you to think bigger. It's also about exploring and learning and being a little wanderlust. Obviously, you guys are always ready to shine, but April gives you a little bit more power to really think about where you're going, what you believe in, what you're learning. And that's because that Aries stellium is lighting up your 9th house, where travel calls, your, kind of like, philosophy about the world is changing, and there's a lot of expansion. And that's because your worldview is being activated. And obviously, travel, literally or metaphorically, is kind of getting lit up here. Now, your chart ruler is the sun. And so we always pay attention to what's going on with the sun. Obviously, as we start April, we see that the sun is moving through Aries. So it's going to spend the first couple of weeks going through the 9th house, where you feel more expansive, you're more adventurous, you're ready to learn, you're ready to grow, and your identity is connected to your beliefs and also your vision right now. Watch on the 5th of the month where the sun in Aries squares Jupiter, and that might be where there's big visions, but watch for overconfidence and overdoing it with travel, overdoing it with education, not getting enough rest. And it's almost like this expansion is like clashing with your subconscious limits with Jupiter in your 12th house. You will then see on the 19th, the sun is going to enter into Taurus, where it's going to move into your 10th house of career, really highlighting several weeks where your career, your public image, come into focus. And it's really about stabilizing through Taurus your professional path. You will see that the sun is going to come into a square with Pluto, and that's going to be happening on the 25th. That could be a day where there's some real sparks, so just kind of keep an eye out for that. Power struggles around career and partnerships can happen, and really it's about staying true to yourself while moving through authority dynamics the best that you can. You can have some jealousy, especially with professional relationships, or some drama in committed relationships over your dedication and your focus on your career. And like partnerships, clients, even friends, Aquarius, may be jealous or envious or not like that you're so dedicated and devoted to something that you're working on. So there could be a little bit of drama that can come up there. Other than that, I would also pay attention to the new moon that we're going to be having in Aries, and I'll get to that. But that one's going to be really significant as well, as that's when the sun and the moon come together. And if you have any planets around like 25, 26, 27 of Leo, sun, moon, or rising, it'll be trining you. But all in all, the energy is flowing pretty well for most of the month. With your 9th house, you'll be experiencing quite a few trines and also some sextiles to your 7th house as well. Now, I really want to put an emphasis on this Aries stellium because we know that the 9th house is going to be all about that higher education. So things like diplomas, certification, graduations, long distance travel or foreign cultures and what you're learning about them, philosophy, religion, belief systems, but it's also about publishing, broadcasting, sharing your message, legal matters, and ethics. So all these topics kind of come up here. You'll see the sun, Mercury, Mars, Saturn, and Neptune moving through this house. So a lot of my Leo and Leo risings are either going to be really, traveling, or maybe they're going to be studying or applying for schools. They may also be in the midst of trying to publish something, working with a mentor, or dealing with legal matters. What you'll find with all these planets going through this house, that it's really about passionate pursuits of knowledge. And, Mars is really kind of driving you to learn, teach, or travel, and you're really hungry for some kind of expansion in this area. You'll also find that there is this serious commitment that you're making to beliefs, because Saturn is demanding that your philosophy be mature and be tested. So the question is, what do you really believe? Are you willing to commit to it? If so, you might have to take a class, you might have to work with a teacher or a mentor in order to make that happen. And Saturn going through the 9th house, usually teachers do arrive, but they can be very strict and they can be like very serious. So watch for that. Now, I think that this is also about really focusing on your spiritual vision expanding, because Neptune is here. So Neptune opens you up to higher truths. But there's also this potential for confusion about what is real. So you'll find that it will test your beliefs against reality. It could also mean that you are, exploring foreign lands, and it's like opening you up, and it can be kind of like emotionally or spiritually cleansing. And there will be important communications about ideas, because communication is Mercury, and Mercury will move through there too. So foreign languages, right? Big conversations, reading philosophical kind of books, and anything that's going to lead to teaching opportunities that are connected to meaningful topics can also be a big topic here. Now on the 19th, Mars and Saturn will conjunct, and Mars deals with your 4th house of home. Saturn deals with relationships. Mars is also about traveling. So it may mean that you're going on some kind of spiritual pilgrimage or some kind of retreat with your family. It could also mean that you're relocating somewhere with your family, or you're discussing that, or you're visiting some of these places. And there could be this major culmination in your educational journey, your travel plans, your belief system. And you may commit yourself to a course of study. You might publish something significant or have like a breakthrough or a crisis when it comes to your beliefs about yourself, Aries. Really the karmic significance, I think, for my Leo and Leo risings is that obviously you're here to kind of share your light with the world. And that 9th house stellium is really expanding what it is you have to offer. So it's going to give you more wisdom, more perspective, and a message that you can share. So that karmic lesson is kind of like your light that's being backed by substance. So it's not just enough to shine, you have to have something meaningful that you want to illuminate. And this is going to help you find that. So for the transits that we're going to go through, we're going to start at the top. Obviously at the very beginning of the month on the 1st, we're going to be having a full moon in Libra, and that'll be in your natal 3rd house. So communications and connections reach a culmination. Maybe you're finishing a writing project, you're launching a website, you're signing a contract, or you gain clarity about how to express yourself in relationships. Venus will be the ruler, and she'll be at the top of your chart. So this is a good time if you need to make a public statement, if you need to send a newsletter, if you need to launch a business. Okay, I'm going to keep telling everybody, you know, all the planets are forward in April. Nothing is retrograde. So if you want to make a big public announcement, a big move or anything like that, that's a good time to do it. And then you're going to get to the 3rd, and the 3rd is going to be Venus square Pluto. So especially if you have anything 4, 5, 6 degrees of Leo or Leo rising, Venus will be in your career zone. It's going to square Pluto in your relationship zone. It'll also square my early degree Leo risings, where you're going to feel like, man, there's all this good stuff happening, but there's so much tension going on, maybe with a relationship or a friendship. This is because your career ambitions are clashing with partnerships in an intense way with Pluto in the 7th. Do not let partners drag you down. Have your moment. Don't let them get jealous about something that you're doing. Don't let power struggles derail you or your professional image, because if you're having it out with people, it's going to be very public and it can be very messy. So be careful here. On the 3rd, you're going to see Mercury trine Jupiter. So Mercury will be in your joint finances, intimacy, kind of healing, psychological house. And it's trining Jupiter. And I think that this is a great flow. We've seen this flow between these two planets because of the retrogrades happen a couple times. And it's been this flow between your beliefs and your subconscious insights. And so spiritual learning is enhanced, emotions are enhanced. There can be breakthroughs in therapy, especially when it comes to family healing that can happen. And then on the 9th, Mars is going to move into your 9th house. And this is where the energy starts to shift. This is where you get the travel bug. It's about adventure energy, ready to travel, learn, or fight for your beliefs. And I would say just don't get too overzealous, because you might kind of burn up pretty quick as planets come into conjunction with Saturn and Neptune. Pace yourself. On the 13th, Mars will conjunct Neptune in the 9th. And this is about spiritually inspired action. Beautiful, like I said, for like pilgrimage, spiritual study, creative visioning. Just stay grounded throughout, you know, your process, right? And don't like believe everything that you're reading. It's more about opening yourself up to a shift in your perspective. Watch for some financial challenges while traveling. Like be careful when it comes to credit cards, cash, documents, things like that. This could mean that something could get stolen, okay? Or while you're traveling, it can also mean that there is a legal situation brewing over money that is supposed to be owed to you. So it could be settlements, inheritance, spousal support, child support, fighting for what is owed to you, or some kind of conflict over joint resources could potentially happen. And some of my Leo risings will potentially have to be speaking with an attorney through these transits at some point, because Saturn rules your 7th house, which would be about your lawyer, and also the 9th, where Saturn is, which is connected to legal matters. So when in doubt, if you have some legal stuff that comes up, whether it's like immigration or stuff connected to a relationship or things connected to a job, go and talk to a professional. That's what I recommend doing. And you'll see on the, on the 17th, you'll have a new moon in Aries in your 9th. And this is where you set intentions for expansion. So if you've been wanting to travel, study, publish, teach, this is the new moon that you use to manifest some of those things. And I think that like with Mercury being in a trine with Jupiter, I mean, honestly, from the 23rd, I would say through the 17th, from the 3rd of April through the 17th is the best time to travel. Okay, because Mercury's direct, you're seeing lots of good Mercury aspects. And then at the end of April, not so much. So you'll see on the 19th, the sun is going to enter into Taurus, where it lights up your career sector, where you're really focusing on your career and your professional advancement and your public image. But then on the 19th, Mars comes into conjunction with Saturn in your 9th house. Now Mars is home and it's traveling, and then Saturn is partnerships or boundaries or limits. So commitment to your path of learning or traveling or belief. Now it can mean that you're finally, going to school, you're finally starting the program, you're finally going on the trip, but I think it's going to take a long time. I think there's going to be delays. I think there's going to be some issues, especially with international travel around these dates. And this may also bring legal matters to a head. So, do the hard work to kind of work through some of these issues. Try not to force things. And I would also say that, some of you guys are going to feel like your beliefs about relationships are really changing in a very big way because of Saturn's connection to your 7th. On the 23rd, Venus will conjunct Uranus in your 10th house of career, where there could be some really unexpected career developments. It could be a surprise opportunity or a change in your professional direction or in your public life or your professional relationships. It can be also announcing that there is some kind of freedom or breaking away from a partnership. Then on the 25th, you're going to see Uranus go into Gemini in your 11th house, where it's now all about revolutionary changes in your social life over the next 7 years. So you're meeting new people, you're networking with new people, maybe you're traveling and you're making friends, maybe you're joining new online groups. Your friend group may completely transform as well, and this is about embracing unique kind of eccentric connections. And then finally at the end of the month, you're going to see on the 28th, Venus will come into a trine with Pluto, and so Venus is going to be in your 11th house of friends and goals, and it's going to trine Pluto in your 7th. Deep connections with other people, networking opportunities, professional opportunities can emerge. But if you're single, this could also be a time where you meet somebody at a social gathering, or a friend wants to hook you up with somebody or wants to connect you to someone, and somebody who is a friend could actually be more than just a friend. So I think your best days, Leo, are going to be on the 3rd when Mercury and Jupiter trine, where you have some spiritual downloads. I like on the 13th when Venus sextiles Jupiter, which is spelling out abundance for you. The new moon, which is all about expanding your intentions, planning travel or education. And I like Venus conjunct Uranus for some really exciting new career news or announcements. I also like Venus trine Pluto for some very powerful connections. However, there will be some challenging transits, and this is going to be on the 3rd when Venus squares Pluto. My advice is don't let relationship power dynamics affect your career. So if you're going through a breakup, you're going through some difficulties in your personal life, you have to keep showing up for work and kind of keep them separate. On April 5th, when the sun squares Jupiter, there can be a lot of overconfidence about beliefs and expansion plans, and I would say there may be a bit of a reality check. On the 13th, when Mars conjuncts Neptune, I think you're feeling inspired, but you can also be potentially delusional and kind of scattered if you're trying to travel. This will test your visions against reality. And when Mars and Saturn conjunct on the 19th, your beliefs are being tested, and you're going to be asking yourself, like, are my beliefs real enough to kind of commit to this? And it can be like you're having to really mature spiritually. And then on the 25th, when the sun squares Pluto, and you can see some career and power struggles. So I'd say don't lose yourself when it comes to authority battles. Now, Leo, April is just really expanding your frame of mind, and I think in some very beautiful ways. I think that you'll probably be traveling to some places that take a little bit longer to get to, and it's going to test your patience. I also think that stellium is just giving you bigger dreams, deeper kind of belief systems, and kind of more to share with the world. But remember that Saturn is there too, so it wants you to ground this vision and make sure that you're committed to it. Anyone can have big ideas, but I think it takes like a real mature person to follow through on them. And so now you're trying to make these ideas real. So throughout the month, you'll find that it's expanding your horizons, but also teaching you that you have to take responsibility for living in what you're learning. So you'll become brighter and brighter because of some of the wisdom that kind of comes through. All right, well, let's take a look and let's see what we're going to tell our Leos and Leo risings about the month of April. Give me a card for some advice for what they should expect. Oh, wow, I love this card for you. The Lovers. And I could see this, like a lot of Leos are like kind of like at a crossroads where, you know, you're like, if you're single, do I want to focus on my career or am I going to open myself up to dating? And if you're in a relationship, it's like, do I want to keep doing this or do I want to focus on my career? There is definitely a sense of a fork in the road. And that's how I see the Lovers card. This is connected to Gemini. Okay, so it can be saying that part of it is the freedom that might start coming from your community and your friends that could really open up the door to meeting new people or making new contacts or new romance. It could also suggest that part of like the Saturn-Neptune conjunction and Mars coming in there is that your relationships are really being tested when you have time apart. So if you're traveling and you're traveling alone and you're without them and you're having some free time and like when you're kind of sitting and you're thinking about it, it's like, do I want to stay in this relationship or, you know, do I want to get back with them or like, am I happy on my own? And I think you're going to be with this until June. So I don't think anything's going to change right now. I think there's going to be a sense of you kind of off with lanterns, looking for yourself for the next 2 months and kind of deciding, you know, what path am I going to take and what's going to actually make me feel the most fulfilled and who and what exactly do I love? And you have to kind of have your eat, love, pray moment. And that's what's going to be happening, I think, for a lot of you guys. Even if you're not traveling in April, you will probably be doing this at some point between now and like July. And that's going to start to give you perspective. I would say keep your eyes out for Geminis. It could be somebody who's like a sun, moon, or rising. It could also mean that if there is one phase of your life, relationship-wise, that's ending or it's kind of falling apart, could be a business relationship, friend relationship, romantic. It's almost like, is it falling apart because somebody else is coming in? And do you need to hold space for that? And is there a possibility that this was all kind of like divinely timed where you might be coming out of one situation and you're having these experiences through traveling or changing something about your beliefs? And it's really opening the door because you're maturing and you're getting ready to bring somebody else in. And do you meet somebody in the process of doing that, like while you're traveling? Maybe. Certainly, I mean, I think you learn a lot about a person when you travel with them, right? So everybody's been in a relationship where it's like, you know, you're just starting to get to know each other. Then you go on your first real trip and then you just see, you know, how do they manage under pressure or, you know, with a different language or not knowing their way. And so some of you guys might be traveling with partners and that's what's part of the test is your relationship to another person is getting tested because you guys are traveling together. And so you're being asked to kind of be a little bit more adventurous and take the lead and kind of support people as you're kind of getting out and about. So let me know what happens, Leo. I hope it's a good transit for you guys. And hopefully you guys, if you are traveling, it's earlier in the month because you will hit some snags. Don't forget to leave me comments and let me know what you guys experience. I'll catch you back here in May. What's up, Virgo and Virgo rising? What's going on? Welcome to April of 2026. I hope you guys are doing well. I know you guys appreciate details, so I'm going to give you the big picture first, and then we'll get into the nitty gritty. Basically, we got one hell of a transit going through the sign of Aries. So get yourself familiarized with your 8th house. I know it can get kind of spooky in there, and there is a sense of some stuff that we don't want to look at or we don't want to touch, but I would say Mercury's going through there, so you're going to do it. Now, the 8th house is the house of transformation. Aries is the self. So there is a lot of introspective things going on this month. There is a lot of asking yourself, you know, is this how I want to live? Is this something I'm afraid of? Is this something I must let go? Must I open up about this with somebody else? And it can be dealing with finances, intimacy, sex, psychological things, death, you know, rebirth. And I'm not saying you, but there can be some prominent, oh, this is ending, something new is beginning. That can take place. And I think that this is not a surface level month. This is a month for you where the universe is really kind of taking you to the underworld for some major, powerful kind of metamorphosis. Now, Mercury rules your chart. Obviously, as you start the beginning of the month, Mercury is actually in Pisces. So it's still moving through your 7th house of relationships, partnerships, and commitment. So whether this is your spouse, your romantic partner, relationship with your therapist, your relationship maybe that you have that is now being transformed in some way through the retrograde. It's been really focusing on partnership communication, and it's been intuitive, but it's been kind of confusing because of the retrograde. So you've been having to kind of read between the lines with your partnership. What you will find is that Mercury is going to trine Jupiter, which is one of your better days on the 3rd. And this is where Mercury in your 7th house of relationships is trining Jupiter in your 11th house, where there can be amazing partnership communications. It can be very intuitive. It can also mean that there is this flow of insights and maybe even expansion when it comes to your home and your goals. And it can also mean that this is a time where a partner can be kind of connecting you to new friends or community as well. Then you will see on the 14th, Mercury is going to enter Aries, and it's going to join all these other planets that are moving through your 8th house. Now, communication can be more direct, Aries, about deeper matters. Finances, intimacy, transformation, and it's really a time for honest conversations about shared resources. So if you're investing, it could be about, talking to financial advisors. If you are dealing with an inheritance, it could be about signing documents, getting information. If you are trying to set up a settlement, right, where you're trying to kind of agree on a settlement, you might be receiving a settlement, but you could also be paying something out. So the 8th house represents that karmic entanglement where it's like, yeah, money can come in, but there's always something due. I also think that with this house, it does talk about shared resources. So if you're dealing with your partner's money, if you're dealing with debt or paying things off, that can come up as well. And on the 16th, you're going to see Mercury come into conjunction with Neptune. So Virgo risings, be very careful about who you're sharing your financial information with this month. This is a month that I'd be keeping an eye on my credit score. I'd be keeping an eye on my passwords, make sure that nothing's getting hacked, that nothing kind of gets withdrawn from accounts that could be suspicious. And also if other people have access to your resources as well. Now, it can mean that you're trying to find ways to trim the fat and you're kind of cutting back on resources and you're trying to kind of pay debt, or you're fighting or going after what is owed to you. So there could be somebody who's saying, well, you need to pay this bill or you owe me this money. And there could be a bit of like a squabble about it, or even a fight with an existing relationship about expenses. What I think is that, when Mercury starts coming into conjunction with Neptune, you're going to be more intuitive about deep matters, but you have to verify all financial information and make sure you're not getting scammed. On the 18th, Mercury will sextile Pluto, so there can be very powerful conversations about transformation, money, and shared assets, and you can communicate some of the harder stuff now. This can also mean that there are some psychological breakthroughs that help you when it comes to your health and your habits and your work habits, or that there could be some necessary changes that are going on at work where they're like, look, we're cutting back, we're getting rid of some people, maybe we're not going to have as many perks, or not everybody's going to be working full time. It could also be that there are some changes going on with your partner's benefits or your partner's resources, which could be impacting things like insurance and healthcare. You can see that when Mercury and Pluto sextile, though, whatever information is coming up, it can be dealt with. And then on the 19th and the 20th, you need to mark this on your calendar. Mercury, your chart ruler, will conjunct Mars and Saturn. Saturn deals with romance, communication, creativity, kind of sharing. Mercury is communication and it's you. And then Mars is going to represent a merger. This is almost like where the floodgates open. And if a lot of Virgo and Virgo risings have not had money been coming in, now other people have to pay. So like I've seen a lot of Virgo risings where, they've been in lawsuits for years and now they're getting settlements. They've been requesting child support for years and now they're finally, getting the orders where they're going to get that. Where they have been waiting for an inheritance that's been locked up and now they finally have control over the estate. These kinds of things are going to start happening, and it's not going to be comfortable, but you're going to feel more assertive and be like, no, I need to take over. The other way of looking at this is that there could just be critical conversations about joint finances, about debts or inheritance or intimate matters, and commitments may be made, but boundaries are going to be set. So if something's not setting right with you with joint finances involving children, or any joint finances that's connected to investments, or even people who are managing your money. Like I've got some Virgo risings who are noticing that their investment strategists, their investment strategy, the people who are managing their funds are being really liberal with their investments, and they're having to call them and be like, no, I don't want that happening. And now I'm switching banks. That kind of stuff is happening for some of my Virgo risings. So Expect the critical conversations, set the boundary about what people do and do not have access to. Some Virgo risings might say, you know what, I got the inheritance, now I'm giving my partner access to our joint bank account. While others are going to say, the relationship is not working, therefore I'm separating our assets and I want, child support, spousal support, that kind of stuff can start be happening. So it's going to get really tricky, but you'll see it right around mid-month. On the 26th, Mercury will square Jupiter. I would say do not overestimate financial returns or exaggerate intimacy matters. Because when that happens, it can create some real issues with your intimate relationships. And also, this could just be a nightmare for some Virgo and Virgo risings when it comes to taxes, especially if you are waiting too long. You're going to be like, oh, I'm not getting my return. It's taking forever. Or you can get your return and then there's something wrong and you have to amend it, and you have to go back and work on it. Now, the Aries stellium is in your 8th house. So it's profound because the 8th house doesn't make an exact aspect to the ascendant. So it basically means Virgos will kind of have like a mini crisis and they'll be like, oh my God, there is this thing about myself I did not see. And like, now I need to deal with it. And it can be psychological. It can be some kind of trauma you're trying to heal. Sure, it comes up with other people's money like debts, loans, and inheritance, but it's also about transformation and personal metamorphosis. This is a house that's deeply tied to sexuality, and it's also connected to your intimacy. So the themes of death, rebirth, psychological depth can come up. And this is also about the occult and hidden knowledge. So seeing Mercury, Mars, and Saturn move in this very rare triple conjunction, Neptune's there too, so it's a stellium. I'm expecting for you guys that there is going to be this very intense, short period of transformation. And I think you're undergoing this psychological death and rebirth. And it can also be about intimacy and money. Old versions of yourself are dying to make kind of room for who you're becoming. This is also about shared finance restructuring. So Saturn demands responsibility around debts, loans, joint accounts, or inheritances. So it's time to really get serious about other people's money in your own life. This will also really help you focus on deepening your intimacy, because Neptune can bring a spiritual connection to anything sexual or anything that is about being vulnerable. And Mars brings passion. So it can bring this beautiful or confusing kind of energy depending on who you're merging with. So some of you guys may actually go more in the direction of wanting to be celibate or wanting to kind of reserve your energy to yourself, while others are going to want to go more into sacred kind of sexual practices like Tantra or anything that's connected to like Kundalini. Now, you will see the Mars stuff come up, which is also going to be highlighting, in the 8th where Mars doesn't play around. So control issues, power struggles, and manipulation could potentially need to be addressed, especially if it involves romantic partners, investments, or children. And you'll find that when Mars and Saturn conjunct on the 19th, this is the karmic tipping point. And karma comes very quickly now with Saturn and Aries. Joint financial decisions can crystallize, debts can come due or be paid off, intimacy reaches a make or break moment, and then this is a deep transformation phase that's kind of completing. So the karmic significance for my Virgo and Virgo risings is that your soul lesson is involving learning to merge with other people without losing yourself, without losing your own identity, and transforming through vulnerability rather than control. The 8th house stellium is asking you to really release your grip on trust and, really wholeheartedly kind of trust the process and allow yourself to be changed by some of the deeper connections that you're going to be having this month. So if we start at the top, you guys are going to see on April the 1st, there's going to be a full moon in Libra that's going to happen in your 2nd house. And the lunations also are very financially driven this month as well, I should note. So having a full moon in your 2nd house is about your own finances and values being illuminated, and a money matter reaches some kind of like completion and you're gaining clarity about your self-worth. Venus at the time will be in the 9th house. So it means that there is going to be a lot of expenses relating to things like travel, education, luxury goods, things that are connected to food or dining. It could even be ceremonies or things that are connected to weddings or graduations. And Venus is starting to come into a square with Pluto. So there is some intensity about scheduling and timing. So I'm thinking like some of you guys are like, well, I want to plan a trip, but when is the best time? I could also see with Venus in the 9th, some Virgo and Virgo risings are contemplating whether or not they have to spend money on education or legal matters. Then you'll see on the 3rd, Venus is going to square Pluto. So Venus is in Taurus in your 9th house of education and travel, and it squares Pluto. So this tells me that your beliefs are clashing with your daily routine. And I would say don't let philosophical debates kind of affect your health. Watch for maybe some kind of interruptions, either with travel or with relationships can kind of happen here as well, or some unexpected kind of financial expenses relating to travel or legalities. Then you will see on the 3rd, this is one of the better days for you guys. On April 3rd, Mercury will trine Jupiter. So Mercury's in your relationship zone, trining Jupiter. So this is really wonderful. Partnership really makes you feel happy. There's lots of opportunities to socialize, invite people to things, network, connect with other people. I would listen to a partner's advice on this day because likely they're going to give you some really good advice. And then on the 9th, you're going to see Mars enter into Aries, and it's going to join all these planets in here. Transformation that accelerates. Shared financial action, deep intimacy, and power dynamics all now start to intensify. And then on the 13th, Mars will conjunct Neptune in the 8th house, where it is going to be about spiritual merger. So I said things like Kundalini, Tantra could be good themes, but there could be confusion about shared resources. And I've seen some Virgo and Virgo risings that are like, oh my gosh, I'm finding out that my partner was taking out money under my name or opening up credit cards and I didn't know, or I got scammed and somebody stole my identity. I've seen that too. So be very careful with any sexual or financial themes when Mars and Neptune are conjuncting. I think it's good for building deeper trust. You just have to kind of challenge things if boundaries are unclear. And if you let your guard down, then when it starts coming into conjunction with Saturn, it could be like, and for some of you guys, it's also, if you're just casually dating, there can be like a really intense connection and like a hookup, but then there can be this sense later in the month where you're like, wait, where did they go? Why did they leave? Like, I thought we were connecting. So you may take the approach of being a little bit more slow in getting to know somebody before the relationship becomes like physical. Then you're going to see on the 17th, the new moon is in Aries in your 8th house, where you're setting intentions for transformation. Ask yourself what you want to release and what debt you want to clear, whether that's financially or karmically. And how do you want to transform? Because you're planting those seeds under that new moon. And with Mars being there, it makes it so much more powerful. The 8th house is kind of scary though for Virgos because they realize that, they have to go within and they have to change things with themselves. And so if you can embrace this, and this can be so amazing for you because you're going to realize that it's not so much about others, it's more about how you are evolving and you're opening yourself up so you can merge with other people better. You're going to see on the 19th, the sun will enter into Taurus. So it's moving into your 9th house where this is a relief. It's going into an earth sign, which is friendly for you. And the energy shifts to something that's more expansive. It's about learning. It's about broadening your horizons, maybe even traveling. And then on the 19th, we will see Mars coming into conjunction with Saturn. Now, Mercury will be there as well. So I would say like the 19th through like the 21st is when it's going to be the most intense. And you'll see around this time when Mars and Saturn conjunct that there is going to be some drama. This is that culmination of shared resources that are now restructuring. Joint financial commitments can solidify. Deep psychological work reaches a milestone. So like a breakthrough in therapy. This could be a time where, you finally get paid, something that's owed to you, or you have to pay something that's due. It could also represent a time where there's some hard conversations with partners about their finances and like where you want to either build together or maybe open joint accounts, or where you create the hard line where there's division between your resources and theirs. On the 23rd, you're going to see Venus conjunct Uranus in your 9th house in Taurus, and this is unexpected opportunities for travel or for learning. A surprising shift maybe in beliefs and how you see the world. It could mean that there are some unexpected travel expenses, legal expenses that can potentially kind of come up here. And then you're going to see Uranus go into Gemini. So if you have your midheaven or your sun or your rising in Virgo between 0 and I would say about 8 degrees, you're going to start feeling the effects of the Uranus square. You got a sample of it last year, and Uranus represents either your workspace, your habits, or your routine, and it went into your 10th house. So many of you guys have changed jobs. Some of you guys are restless in your job. Others are working more than one position. Some of you guys want to have less work. Some of you guys are having to work in new fields. And so Gemini in your midheaven represents like, I do this and that. So there could be some other potential job opportunity that's going to pop up for you that involves communication, short distance trips, writing, blogging, media, or anything that deals with education. So when you see this go into this house, it's sparking revolutionary changes in your career over the next 7 years. And your professional path, I think, is going to become a little bit more unconventional. Maybe you see something there. You'll probably see something at the end of May and also in July as well. So just think back to what happened last year with Uranus in this house. Then we're going to see on the 25th, the Sun in Taurus will square Pluto in Aquarius. And there could be some power struggles around your beliefs versus your routines. Don't let control issues run your life. Try to find ways to positively change your career schedule or your health and your habits to make more time for traveling or education. And learning about health and stability would be really beneficial, I think, just with Pluto being in your 6th house anyway. But when the Sun goes through here, it can be highlighting it's time for you to reflect on some of these themes. So I think that the best days for you guys this month are going to be the 3rd, when Mercury and Jupiter trine. So it's great for partnerships and career connections. The 13th, when Venus sextiles Jupiter, which is bringing you the opportunity for abundance. And when you see the 17th on the new moon, which is all about, transformation intentions that are coming in. And the Mercury-Pluto sextile on the 18th, which is really good for powerful conversations and clarity. And then finally, at the end of the month, you're going to see Venus in Gemini, which will be in your career zone, will trine Pluto in Aquarius in your 6th house, which is great for positive changes with your career, positive changes with your workspace, with your health, and also just really connecting at work. However, there will be some challenging days, and those will be, I think, the full moon in Libra in your 2nd, because there's going to be, financial matters that are going to demand your attention, and you have to face some money realities because of all of the oppositions in the 8th. And likely it's about either money that you owe or money that other people have merged with yours. On the 3rd of April, when Venus squares Pluto, it's important not to let your beliefs trigger health issues. Just try to stay grounded and try to stay on top of your habits. And then on the 13th, when Mars conjuncts Neptune, at first it'll feel enchanting, beautiful. You've met somebody, you've connected with somebody, and you're like, this is amazing. And it feels like it's really strong for spiritual intimacy. But it can unravel later in the month and feel confusing. And I would say don't just blindly merge with people, whether that's financially or sexually. And then on the 19th, when Mars and Saturn conjunct with Mercury, this is that heavy one where debts, power dynamics, and transformation, they reach a critical turning point, and you have to face what you've been avoiding, and you have to do the uncomfortable work. And for some of you guys, it's going to be when you're alone, or when you're in a therapist's office, or you're finally grieving, or you're healing after kind of coming to terms with some kind of trauma. Especially grief over loss or death can be a big one with the 8th house. And I think that it's just going to reach that critical point, and you have to just do that work. And then as you come into the Sun square Pluto around the 25th, this is about releasing the need to manage everything. And that's going to be because the Sun is squaring Pluto. What you're learning about taking your time, resting, pleasure, traveling, and not always just being like a workaholic. I think it's about realizing that there has to be time that's outside of just work. That's either about broadening your horizons, exploring, or just feeling more comfortable in your skin, right? So Virgo, obviously, April is taking you to the depths this month when it comes to your personal transformations. And I know that you're somebody who likes to be in control, but I'm going to tell you that you can't analyze and control everything that's going to happen this month. There are going to be some things that are going to completely blindside you in your 8th house. And there's also going to be some very big changes that are going to happen within your career zone with the Uranus kind of segue. But the 8th house, it doesn't allow you to control it. It doesn't also allow you to peer in and see what's going to happen. It doesn't work that way. It demands surrender. So if you let yourself be transformed and you shed that old skin and you release whatever is kind of dying off and you trust the process, you'll go through that rebirth. And by the end of the month, you'll shed that skin that you didn't even know that you were wearing, And I think that then we start to see the butterfly kind of emerge as you have planets that are going to be going into Taurus. But yeah, change, internal change, addressing fear, releasing anything that's kind of holding you back, and all the karmic entanglements that you have with other people, I think are finally going to be addressed this month. All right, so let's ask the tarot, what do you need to know about the month of April for my Virgos and Virgo risings? What advice would we give Virgo? What do they need to know this month? I laugh because this is my true death card. And I don't, every tarot reader has their own like system. But what I learned is that the Ace of Swords is the true death card. Usually it has to be reversed, right? And that's how I pulled it, by the way. I don't usually read reversals, but when this card comes up, it's the moment of truth. There is going to be an important conversation or a contract or something that has to be admitted to, acknowledged, agreed to, and it can represent a cutting or a severing off of something. So it can mean that you're like, that's it. I'm not paying for my kids' expenses anymore. They need to grow up. Or it could be, that's it. I'm no longer going to be funding, my partner's kind of like addictive habits. I'm protecting my resources and I'm separating our accounts. Or, no, they owe me that, so I'm going to take them to court. I mean, these things can happen. And there's going to be really important things that are going to be brought up. That's about what has been contractually agreed to. And that's because of Mars. Mars is all going to come down to what's been said, what's on paper, what's been signed, what's been documented. And so you may be going through this month having to look at insurance-related themes, things connected to inheritance, things connected to taxes, how much money you've spent versus how much money, you're owed, that kind of stuff. And it's important to really thoroughly go through all those documents and be mindful of what you say and what you've agreed to, because you're going to be going back over that. And it can mean that there is something that needs to be removed or something that has to kind of die off in order for there to be a pretty dramatic change. Yes, Mars is quick, but Saturn delays things. So there can be a sense of being like, yeah, I think that I'm going to be inheriting this money, or I think my partner's going to come into money. And then it sounds good when it's conjunct Neptune, but as soon as it hits Saturn, then they say, well, actually, it's going to take a couple months for us to, kind of go through the estate. And it's like, okay, it's going to take a couple months to settle out this lawsuit. Okay. So be mindful of that. Be direct with your communication. Be fierce about it, and speak your mind, because I think it's going to help you clear some of the muck that's in the 8th house. Virgo, I hope that's helpful. Definitely leave me your comments. I'd love to hear how this month plays out for you. I hope you enjoy it, and I'll catch you back here in May. Take care. Hey Libra and Libra rising, welcome to your April 2026 horoscopes. I hope you guys are doing well. Excited to be back at it and talking about what to expect for the month ahead. So Libra, April is putting a huge emphasis on your relationships this month. This is a major partnership period for you guys. There's a lot of energy and there is a lot of karma in the relationship department. So we're going to dive right into that. Obviously, other major headlines for you guys is you're going to have a full moon happening in your sign, illuminating exactly who you are and where you stand in regards to relationships. With that Aries stellium going through your opposite sign in the 7th house, it's all about romantic, business, or collaborative ventures. You're going to find that relationships are the theme for you all month long. Now, Venus is your chart ruler, so we're going to be watching what's happening with Venus, and she is working overtime this month in your partnerships. You're going to see first, she is going to be starting the beginning of April in Taurus in your 8th house. So there is going to be more of an emphasis on your love, also your money, and it's all intertwined with shared resources and deeper intimacy. As Venus goes through this house, there is lots of transformations. It's about being vulnerable. It's also about kind of having access to other people's funds. So debt, loans, anything that deals with investments, taxes, or inheritance can definitely come up. And you'll find that love and money are very intertwined. And also, this is touching on the topics of deeper intimacy. So likely you'll find that you're kind of drawn to substantial and sensual connections this month. Now, mark your calendars on April the 3rd. There is going to be a difficult Venus transit, and that's when Venus in Taurus in your 8th house of partnerships and money is going to square Pluto in Aquarius. Now, your 5th house is about taking chances, risks. It's also about children, as well as creative self-expression and your joy. So there can be a little bit of intense power dynamics that are going on in partnerships that can emerge. Relationships with romantic partners, relationships with children, even jealousy and possessiveness can kind of come up a little bit. So watch for some of the control issues that may surface. It's really coming up for healing, and it's trying to get you to go deeper into connection with other people, not be afraid to create, collaborate, and also kind of expand and take some risks. Now, on the 13th, you're going to see Venus will sextile Jupiter. So Venus in your 8th house, making that sextile to Jupiter is a beautiful aspect. What this is going to do is it's going to expand and bring abundance when it comes to shared resources. So a partner might actually bless you in some way financially this month. It can also be about positive negotiations with joint resources at work, and the opportunity to tap into better benefits or having positive changes that could actually come from your career. You will see on the 23rd of the month, Venus will come into conjunction with Uranus in Taurus. Now, this is where there could be some shocks and surprises. Obviously, the 8th house is a bit of a mixed bag, but usually these unexpected changes will take place in shared finances or sudden deepening of intimacy. Venus rules you. It's also connected to joint resources, and Uranus rules your 5th. So we could definitely see between the Venus-Uranus conjunction in the 8th house that there could be some risks in investments that actually start to pay off either for you or a partner. We could also see that this is about having breakthroughs in creativity, joy, and you're going to have access to more money. It could also be indicating that themes of children are going to be on the horizon, and with the full moon also happening in your sign, some Libras or Libra risings might be dealing with kids or finding out that they're pregnant. Now then, as we get to later in the month, on the 24th, Venus will enter into Gemini. So she's going to go into your 9th house. I really think you guys are going to like this transit because it means that some of you guys are going to be traveling, you're going to be teaching, you're going to be learning. It's going to give you the opportunity to have a little bit more adventure, and it's really good for intellectual matters or study. So maybe you're traveling with a partner, maybe you are learning together, maybe there is a trip that you're planning that could be with a sibling or with a friend, and it's going to start picking up the trine to your ascendant and also to Pluto. So you are one of the signs that's going to get the grand trine, the air trine, which will be quite beautiful actually towards the end of April. And then on the 26th, you'll see Venus in Venus in Gemini, and it will start making a sextile, and that's going to be to Neptune, and that's in your 7th house of relationships. So it can feel very dreamy, romantic. It can be great for connecting your travels and your beliefs with inspired action, and it can also mean that it's enhancing any travel plans that you're going to be doing with a partner, or potential to travel and meet somebody new if you're a single Libra or Libra rising. Then at the end of the month, when you have that Venus trine Pluto, which will be on the 28th, that's going to be really highlighting transformation in partnerships and connections and like very powerful bonding opportunities with relationships, long distance relationships, teachers, mentors, or gurus. But Libra, this is a very, very big month. And a lot of this is because you have just this swarm of planets that are going through your opposite sign. So the 7th house can be your therapist, your spouse, your business partners, anything that's connected to others. It's not so much you. So a lot of the energy and the action is on how you're connecting with some of these people. The 7th house is about marriage and committed partnerships. So there can be some really big defining moments. If you are in a committed relationship where you're leveling up in a partnership, a partner is really showing up and they're being more diligent and they're more self-aware and they're taking action and also supporting you. This can also be about business partners and collaborators or potential clients. One-on-one relationships of all kinds is the 7th house. However, this also deals with open enemies and legal opponents. And so I have seen a lot of Libras and Libra risings that have been dealing with lawsuits, divorces, some of them that have also been going back and forth, having some conflict with family just because you have Saturn, which rules your 4th in your 7th. And this is about what you seek in other people. So what you'll find is this month there's going to be several conjunctions that are going to be happening in Aries. If you happen to be a Libra or a Libra rising between 0 and I would say 8 degrees, you're directly in the line of the opposition. So the good news is it has nothing to do with you. The bad news is you might get dragged into some of the drama that's going on with other people. What you should expect with Mars, Saturn, Neptune, and Mercury all there is going to be interesting. Relationship intensity, that's kind of like the major headline. So you can see that the positive is that partners can now start becoming more assertive, more direct. They can start taking action. They can be more active, and they might be demanding more of your attention than usual. You might attract, if you're single, stronger or more kind of like like Martian type of people. So you can be meeting people who are in the military, people who are older, people who are a little bit more self-sufficient, independent, and fierce. But this can also mean that this can bring people in who can be combative, and they can be very confrontational, and they can kind of challenge you and challenge your diplomacy. I've been telling everybody with Saturn now in Aries, like the karma comes very quickly. So when Mars comes into conjunction with Neptune, it's going to be highlighting confusion about your work relationships or your relationships with potentially your healthcare practitioners. It could also be about trying to get clarity with where your relationships are potentially going, whether that's business or romantic. And then you will see Saturn and Mars and Mercury that are going to be aligning, which could be having some really hard conversations with partners. Some of you guys might be trying to move for a relationship. You might be trying to move with a partner, and it looks like a lot of the responsibility is falling on your partnerships, and it's testing your relationships to see if you can actually move or solidify a home or a family issue, or it could be about the relationship that you have with your family. Watch for commitment pressure. So Saturn wants you to get serious about partnerships, and it might feel a little bit more demanding than usual. And there's no more casual relationships now. You're now consciously deciding who it is that you want to be building with. So my single Libra risings are going to find that suddenly there's a lot of opportunities in relationships, people who are showing up that want to kind of progress very quickly, but you may feel like, is this moving too fast, or is this the person that I want to be with? On the other hand, it can be bringing people in that I feel like it's hard to read, right? Because Neptune is there, and that's where there can be a lot of like idealization of relationships and some confusion as well. Neptune will cloud and confuse how you see partners, and you can be seeing them through rose-colored glasses or feeling confused about who they really are, and it can be hard to find your own identity in certain partnerships right now, so it's important to stay very grounded. Also, you'll see that there will be important partnership conversations. Mercury brings negotiations, contracts, and decisive conversations with partners. So when Mercury, Saturn, and Mars align, it can mean that you are signing a legal document. It can mean that you are starting a business negotiation. It can also mean that you're having to sign legal documents or having to make big decisions about moving or buying houses or signing leases. So watch for that. Now, I think the Mars-Saturn conjunction is what's going to be the most challenging, and it's kind of a double-edged sword because Mars does very well in the 7th house. So you'll see every 2 years there's a lot of relationship activity going on there. But because it's meeting with Neptune and also Saturn and Mercury, it can be a time where you're having to kind of confront people and call them out on their lack of self-awareness or their lack of ability to be diplomatic or to be friendly or be kind. So you can notice other people could be more hostile, they can be more confrontational. And really, I think with this conjunction, it's a major karmic relationship moment. It will feel make or break for a lot of people. And it can be a turning point where you're like, okay, I don't see us going any further. If I don't see this going any further, you're going to have the conversation and you're going to want to terminate the relationship or the marriage or the partnership. It's also possible that it can crystallize relationships, and long-term relationships can really start to solidify. So you might make decisions to get married, or you might make decisions to move or to commit to somebody in a serious way. And if you have been avoiding relationship work, the karma kind of catches up to you. But if you've been doing the work, you'll see beautiful results and you'll feel inspired by your partnerships, and you'll see them kind of taking the lead and supporting you in a better way. I think that this can also be a time that's excellent for Libras and Libra risings to work with therapists or to work with an astrologer or to work with a coach of some kind. So if you're wanting a spiritual coach, a life coach, a trainer, if you're wanting an astrologer, these can all be the people who can come in through the 7th house who can kind of help you during this period. I think the karmic significance here, Libra, is that your soul is really learning to kind of balance yourself and others, and you're finding yourself through relationships while not losing yourself in it. And you can feel like some partnerships are kind of leading you astray, and they're either demanding too much energy or they're going through difficult physical issues, mental health issues, addiction issues, and you may have to draw the line and be like, this is not working. That stellium also opposing your sign is asking, who are you in partnerships, and where do you end and where do they begin? So this month is really demanding that you show up as a whole person in your connections and be aware of where you need to rise to the occasion and meet other people, and where other people are just simply not cutting it anymore and they need to go. So the transits, we're going to go in order, are going to kick off on April 1st when we have a full moon that's going to be in your sign, Libra. So if you have anything that's around 11, 12, or 13 degrees, Libra, sun, moon, or rising, the full moon is going to be impacting you the most because it's going to be conjunct those placements. This is your once a year full moon. So go back, think about what happened in the fall of 2025 during the new moon in Libra. What intentions were you setting? What were you focusing on? What were you hoping to kind of grow and transform within yourself? This full moon is really highlighting your identity and your own personal needs, which I think is actually very important. As a Libra rising, I would be watching this because it's going to show you some of the emotional tension that's coming up with the moon and how it's opposing the sun that's in Aries. So it's a lot of your emotions in reaction or relation to other people. And it will also then start to come into a square with Jupiter. So it almost seems like there's going to be a lot of how much can I give to other people without losing myself at work and in relationships. And it's going to feel a little tense, but I really feel like you have to ask yourself, who are you really? And watch for some of the real positive physical and emotional changes that can come from this full moon. At the time of the full moon, Venus is the ruler. She'll be in Taurus in the 9th house. So this can mean that this is a powerful turning point where some of you guys are learning a lot about money or maybe resources. It can also be, I take that back, it's in the 8th house, but it's in Taurus. It could be about money, resources, intimacy, and it's highlighting the fact that Venus is starting to come into a square with Pluto. So you can get very emotional about things that are happening in your love life or with investments or with children. Now, on the 3rd of the month, we're going to see that Venus-Pluto square. So it is kind of baked into the full moon, and you'll see it all the way until about the 4th of April, where that 8th house intensity and the 5th house of joy and romance are kind of at odds. I would say don't let shared resource tensions ruin a creative or a romantic expression. Don't argue over the small things, especially when it comes to things that are actually going to bring you joy, and find ways to merge with another person and have a little bit more time for romance. Then on the 3rd of the month, you're going to see Mercury trine Jupiter, and Mercury is going to be in Pisces. It's now direct after March's retrograde, and it's going to be trining Jupiter in Cancer and your natal 10th house of career and reputation. So it's possible that with the Mercury-Jupiter trine, there can be work conversations that go beautifully. There can be career expansion that can be happening. Some of you guys might be finally getting a handle on your schedule or your routine. And it's going to really bring about, I think, a lot more growth when it comes to your professional life and also your reputation. On the 9th of the month, you'll see then Mars enters into Aries. And this, I think, is really right off the bat is when you're going to start seeing like the relationship action take place. Primarily because it's going to cross that 0-degree threshold where Saturn and Neptune conjuncted in February of this year. So it will trigger that conjunction. Saturn deals with home and family, as well as children and joy, and also the 6th house is about health, healing, and work and sacrifice. So you might be kind of looking at things going, okay, what sacrifices am I willing to make when it comes to my home for my relationships? Or where do I have to confront somebody in my family about some drama and finally get it all out in the open? The 7th house isn't just about marriage, it's like a boxing ring. So when you have planets that go through the first 10 degrees, it does deal with legal matters. So whether it's legal contracts, terminating marriages, ending business kind of, arrangements, that stuff can happen. And you really want to watch for the partnership energy to really ignite. Partners will become more assertive or aggressive depending on how you look at it. And conflict can likely arise. So you want to channel this into passion, not war. I would advise you to get active with a partner, work out with them, go to the gym, maybe hang out and try to get some time in the sun, light some candles, channel that energy of Mars so that way it's not turning into frustration. Then you'll see on the 13th that Mars is going to come into conjunction with Neptune. Now, because Mars deals with relationships, Neptune can represent what's fuzzy and kind of your blind spots. This is where you want to start looking at, all right, are my partners feeling inspired, right? Or are they confused? Are they lost? Do they not know where they want to go? And if not, there can be this feeling of, feeling confused about your relationship and not being sure if you want to stay committed to someone, or you're feeling like they're acting a little crazed, or maybe they're acting a little like isolating. On the other hand, it can be really beautiful for spiritual connections and relationships. It will be challenging if there's no boundaries and if it's really unclear. And partnerships can also be negatively impacting your ability to be productive or healthy. So like Mars and Neptune could be, let's go off and let's play. And you're like, no, I have work to do. Or they could be like, come on, stay later, let's have another drink. And you're like, no, I'm not doing that. And that will become a bone of contention. So be mindful of the habits and how partners are kind of influencing you. As you get to the 17th of the month, you'll have a new moon in Aries in your 7th house. It's going to happen around 26 degrees. So if you're 25 to 27 of Libra, this will be opposing you. This is the once a year time that you have the opportunity to set things straight and like have a fresh start in your relationships. So whether you're single or you're partnered, you want to set intentions around relationships. Mars will also be in this house. So it's going to add a real big boost over the next 6 to 12 months when it comes to relationship actions. If you want to attract a partner, if you want to improve a relationship, if you want to bring in more business, maybe you want to get married, seek a business partner, commit to someone. If you want to do anything that requires some kind of collaboration, this is the time to do it. I do think that from this point forward, things get a little intense, Libra. So like the second half of the month, things start to really heat up. You'll see on the 19th, the sun is going to enter into Taurus. It'll leave your relationship zone and go into your joint kind of financial zone, where the focus is going to shift towards shared resources. So things like debts, loans, partners' money, taxes, inheritances, investments, all that stuff is going to come up. But this is also a house of intimacy and transformation through partnership. So Taurus is really about how can we build, merge, and collaborate together. On the 19th, we will also see Mars come into conjunction with Saturn. So this is something you need to watch because Mercury will be there as well. So I would say like the 18th through like the 21st, the 22nd is when there are going to be the most challenges with relationships. This is a very, very big deal because we have never seen Saturn and Neptune in conjunction in our life in the sign of Aries. And then to watch Mars go through there is going to kick up all of the stuff that's been happening really since about mid-February. If a relationship ended, this is when you're really going to see that they might push back or there is going to be some financial or legal challenges. If you've been having problems in a relationship, now you're going to get it all out in the open and somebody who you're confronting might become quite combative, so be prepared. Now, this is also about relationship karma that's going to culminate. So there can be good things that can happen, like good commitments now, and commitments that are made can be very serious. Some partnerships, yes, they may end, especially if they have already kind of run their course. And what's concerning for me is I think about how Mercury is tied to the 12th house and how Mercury can represent something that your gut and intuition, even a reading is telling you like, oh, you're going to, be deceived by your partner, or, oh, you're going to find out something they've been hiding from you. On the other hand, it can mean that, you have this feeling that you're going to meet someone. And so Mars and Saturn can be somebody who can be quite direct, and Mercury can be somebody who you've had a feeling you were going to meet. And I guess the potential is that it could be a karmic person who comes in and then the relationship starts quite quickly. This can also mean that there's issues going on with the health of your partners. So they can be having like sleep issues, they can be working too much, there can be a lot of stress and a lot of anxiety that they can be going through as well. But I would say the ones that do make it through this period, those relationships will strengthen and they will kind of like become more fortified in a way. On the 23rd, Venus will meet with Uranus, like I said, and that's about some kind of surprise Venus situation. So unexpected shifts in shared finances or sudden deepening of intimacy. And I would just say roll with it, embrace the change, and welcome whatever the gift is that you're going to receive. On the 25th, we're going to see Uranus is going to enter Gemini, and it's going to move back into your natal 9th house. We had a brief preview of this last year. I think for a lot of Libra and Libra risings, it was spontaneous travel, keeping an open mind, learning new things, learning new languages, being more open to potentially studying something new. And so over the next 7 years or so, you're going to see this revolutionary kind of expansion when it comes to your world view. Travel, beliefs, and also higher learning are likely all going to transform, and it's somehow tied to either children, creativity, or potentially a side hustle or a hobby that turns into something that could be more worldly. And then finally, on the 28th of the month, you'll see Venus that's in your 9th house that's going to come into a trine with Pluto. Opportunities for a lot of joy, major creative fulfillment, deep bonding with children, younger people, or romantic partners, and powerful transformations revolving around love. So Libra, obviously you're gonna have your good days and your bad days. The best days for you guys will be the April 1st full moon. I do think it will be good. And I also think that it's gonna give you some kind of personal clarity. On the 3rd, when Mercury trines Jupiter, you're gonna see that this is excellent for career connections, finding the necessary assistance, like an assistant or some kind of person who can be helping you either with your work or your routines. And then when Venus sextiles Jupiter on the 13th, there is a lot of abundance, especially when it comes to partnership blessings. I do think that new moon is positive for you guys in the 7th house, even though it's gonna feel a little rocky. It's almost like whatever partners are showing up into your life are gonna suddenly push you in a new direction for maybe some changes emotionally or in relationships or with home. And then at the end of the month, the Venus trine Pluto is just great for positive transformation. However, there's a lot of challenging aspects for you, Libra, this month. So the Venus-Pluto square on the 3rd is definitely going to bring up some power struggles and intimate connections. And I would say try not to be controlling when it comes to love or money on this day. Avoid the drama if you can. On April 5th, you're going to see the Sun square Jupiter. And with the Sun going through your 7th house, squaring Jupiter, partners are likely going to be very dynamic. The Sun is their ego, so it's going to be them wanting to create, play, have fun, and it almost feels like it's coming into friction with your job or your career responsibilities. Maybe your relationships are somehow clashing with your career needs, and you're being asked to kind of find the middle ground. On the 9th, when Mars enters into Aries, it's going to immediately start kicking up some energy with your partnerships. I think this is a lot easier to navigate if you're single, to be honest with you, because it's going to create a lot of motivation and it's going to help kind of put you in a position of being willing to go into a relationship and being willing to go and meet others. Like I think about my single Libra risings who are going through this, and I told them that they're going to have to be more willing to go to their partner's homes, or more willing to relocate, or more willing to just be a little bit more capable of showing up for other people. And I think the 7th house is it's a Libra energy. So it can mean that you're willing to do it. It just feels a little bit more draining this month. Then you're going to see on the, I would say on the 9th also, just try to stay diplomatic, right? Because that's your gift. And just don't allow yourself to be a doormat for other people. Because even in relationships that you've been in for a while, they can get kind of demanding. And there can be a sense of you being like, no, this isn't going to work anymore. And you're going to have to kind of confront that. On the 13th, when Mars meets with Neptune, you're going to ask yourself, is this love or is this an illusion, or is somebody playing the victim? Are they kind of getting ghosty? Try to make sure that you're being grounded and you're not making any commitments on this day. And then on the 19th, when Mars and Saturn meet, this is the hardest but also the most important day. And if a relationship needs to end it, because Mars will help you do that. And if it's meant to last, then you have to fully commit. And then finally, when the Sun squares Pluto on the 25th of April, watch for intimacy power struggles. Try to choose vulnerability over control if you can. Libra, as a fellow Libra rising, I have to tell you, I've been looking at this month and I'm like, this is going to be either really, really good or it's going to be really, really bad. So I'm trying to stay optimistic. Obviously, April kind of puts you in the crosshairs of some things that are going on with relationships. And I think that this can actually be really beneficial as long as you're not people pleasing, as long as you're not sacrificing yourself just for harmony. I think that full moon is going to help you too, because it's asking you to be whole and like your own self within relationships. And you have to show up fully for your needs right now and only commit to partners who treat you as an equal. The Mars-Saturn conjunction is going to feel heavy, I'm not going to lie, especially if you're within the first 10 degrees of Libra. But it's really clearing away all of like the karmic debris, so that way you can get into relationships that can actually last. So the key here is with this month is to find balance between the self and others and really watch your connections transform. All right, well, let's see what the cards say for you, Libra. What do you need to be aware of? The one card I did not want to see. We have the Seven of Swords. Look, you're going to see a lot of astrologers online that are going to talk about this conjunction. And they're going to talk about how Mercury rules the South Node and how the South Node is going to be connected to what's being released and what your subconscious is kind of telling you. So if you've been having dreams that are telling you stuff about relationships, if you've been having gut feelings, it's finally going to become like actualized, and you'll see it manifest, right, within the 7th house. And the Seven of Swords is probably one of the worst cards that you can pull, especially because that Mercury, that Mercury, Saturn, Mars bullshit is going to be about where, other people are dragging you down. There are other people who are either not self-aware and you're just going along with it and you're letting it happen, and then it's going to kind of like hit you smack in the face. Or it's going to be something where somebody who has been lying about something or not being honest or deceiving you in some way or trying to convince you of something that is actually not good for you is going to come up. But part of the 7th house is about airing it out. And whatever kind of goes on as you get later into the month, you can get prepared to set a new moon intention where you can heal some of those issues and learn to trust again or air out some of the issues that come up in relationships. I just think even like the 7th house represents the physical nature and the body of other people. So part of the Saturn, Neptune, Mars stuff could mean partners are sick or they're going through a tough time or they're dealing with something, and like that's part of the karma. So it can be karmic retribution, like if you're one of those Libras that's like, man, I've been done dirty over the last year with Saturn and Neptune and Aries, you will start to see some of the effects that's happening with some of those people who you're either with or who you've been with. But I would say don't take pride in that, right? Don't celebrate that. Try to kind of stay away from it and allow whatever needs to be unveiled, whatever thing that has been hidden from you about relationships or whatever has been holding you back until this moment where somebody significant appears, let it happen. I welcome all the comments from Libra risings. I want to see what happens for us, and I want to see what your guys' thoughts are and what the surprising event is with your relationship. So make sure you leave me a comment. I'll catch you guys back here next month in May. Good luck, Libra. All right, Scorpio and Scorpio risings, what's going on? Happy April. Excited to be back to talk to you guys about what's going to be happening for the month ahead in your horoscope. Obviously, there is going to be a massive stellium of planets moving through your 6th house, which is going to deal with health, work, service, your pets. But don't worry, we're going to get into it. We're going to talk about how to navigate this. And it's especially important for you because your chart ruler, Mars, is on the move. And you're going to see both aspects with Mars where there's going to be conjunctions. And then you're also going to be seeing some sextiles to Pluto and some trines to Pluto. So things actually kind of lighten up a little bit towards the end of the month. So basically, we're going to be looking at 2 different areas. One is going to be your traditional chart ruler, which is going to be Mars, and then we'll look at Pluto. Now, Mars is actually starting the month in Pisces, so it's still moving through your 5th house, where it's all about creativity, dating, children, romance, helping you really feel motivated by joy, and it's also about self-expression. And then you're also going to see on the 8th of April, Mars at the very last degree of Pisces will sextile Uranus at the very last degrees of Taurus. This can be wonderful for creative breakthroughs, unexpected artistic inspiration, or romantic surprises, and being able to reconnect with romantic partners or meeting somebody new. And then everything changes on April the 9th. So on the 9th, Mars goes into Aries, and it's going to be joining Saturn and Neptune and Chiron and the Sun in this portion of your chart. So something to kind of think about is that this inconjuncts or quincunxes you, Scorpio. So it means that there can be some things that happen out of the blue that you don't see coming. Number one is that the 6th house is going to be all about your work energy intensifying. Maybe you're feeling like you're ready to tackle your tasks and you want to improve your health and be of service and you have like this fierce dedication. Maybe you're searching for a new job, or maybe you were just focusing on getting back into the gym, or maybe you're healing something. Now, the challenge here is that Mars is going to have to go through a slew of conjunctions to outer planets. So really the best energy is going to be before it starts coming into conjunction with Neptune. So I would say the 9th until about the 12th is decent energy. Then once we get into the 13th, Mars is going to come into conjunction with Neptune in your 6th house. On one hand, it can mean that you're feeling inspired when it comes to your work and your health routines. On the other hand, I could see some Scorpios and Scorpio risings that are pushing too hard physically and they burn themselves out, right? They're working and burning the candle at both ends. They are staying at work late, and they can feel groggy. And so Neptune is saying that you're really kind of killing yourself with taking care of someone or something. It could be a child, because Neptune's your 5th house. It could be your own business. It could also mean that this is about taking care of pets. Definitely keep an eye on your pets with some of the conjunctions over the next month, because we could see pets that could get sick. They could have injuries. They could need surgeries, obviously touch wood. And then we're going to see that Mars on the 16th will start coming into a sextile with Pluto. So you get a little bit of a support system here. You get a little bit of a reprieve where both of your planetary rulers are harmonizing with each other. The 16th is a powerful day because this is all about you. And you've got your traditional ruler and your modern day ruler working together to empower action in your daily life. So maybe you're working out from home. Maybe you're setting up a new office. Maybe you are, more diligent about cleaning and taking care of your home. Saturn will humble you. So I think with Saturn being in your 6th, if you're setting up a home office, if you're cleaning your house, if you're taking care of pets, you are in a way doing Saturn's kind of bidding. So it'll be good for you guys. Definitely got to work out and try to take care of your home base. Then on the 19th, things shift dramatically. And that's when Mars is going to come into conjunction with Saturn. Now, Mars is your body. Saturn is your mind and your communication, as well as your home. And it will also come into conjunction with Mercury. So it's hard to say, but I really feel like those of you guys who have been looking for a job, you're probably feeling really burnt out trying to find one. And you're like, why isn't it happening? Why isn't it happening? And then boom, there could be like a sudden karmic shift that can happen on this day. This is where your work karma is really culminating. Maybe job responsibilities can solidify, but health matters will demand your attention, especially if you're a Scorpio or a Scorpio rising. If you have any issues with allergies, headaches, migraines, any blood disorders, anything that's connected to hitting or bumping your head, and also just keeping an eye on your pets. Now, this can be a time where you're just really having to get a lot of work done at work. Be very cautious and careful with any new medications or anything that could be liquids, injections, anything like that. You don't want to do this stuff when Mars and Neptune and Saturn are in conjunction with each other. I also think that this could be a time where it's really, you're being called to quit a bad habit and to do it now. Like now you have to do it. So if you want to quit smoking, you want to quit drinking, you want to quit smoking pot, if you want to get off of certain medications, it's possible that this is the time where you're like, I need to do that. And you're substituting in swimming, meditating, using a sauna, using a system where you're like detoxing. That would be actually quite beneficial for you guys. And then you're going to see on Pluto is in your 4th house all month. Nothing's really changing. It's still about that deep transformation of home and family and emotional foundations. That will continue. Pluto will actually go retrograde next month, and in April, all planets are direct. So it's really important for you to kind of, whatever you need to get wrapped up, either at home or when it comes to your family or your emotions, you're very attentive with that now because it's going to be harder to do once Pluto goes retrograde next month in May. Now we will see Venus and Pluto square on April 3rd. So Venus will be in your 7th house of relationships, and she will square Pluto in your 4th house of home. And this tells me that there's going to be some relationship tension that's happening that's going to affect your home life. I really feel like because Pluto is in the superior aspect, it means that you're really adamant about how you want to live, and whether that's what you want your home to look like, what you want your living location to be, what kind of decor is in the house, what have you. And it's kind of agitating Venus, which is your relationships and your partners. So there could be some drama between in-laws and you, or in between your family and a spouse or a romantic partner. So just kind of keep an eye out for that. That drama could happen there. Then you're going to have, on the 16th, Mars will sextile Pluto. So this is where work and home are kind of transforming together powerfully. And then on the 18th, you'll have Mercury that will sextile Pluto. So Mercury will be in your health zone and it's going to sextile Pluto. Great for deep conversations about home and family, scheduling, organizing your home, cleaning up your home. And really, I think it's going to be about strategic thinking about domestic matters. On the 25th, you'll see the Sun square Pluto, where then the Sun in your 7th house of relationships will square Pluto, where there's more kind of drama similar to when Venus squared earlier in the month. And this is where there's power struggles within relationships and home. So it's almost like you feel like you can't balance the home or the emotional kind of peace that you're wanting and be able to maintain, the relationship harmony. And it doesn't just have to be in a romantic sense. It means that you can have these dilemmas or these issues with family members as well. And these power struggles can come up. I would just say don't let control issues in one area kind of like poison the other. If you're going through major home changes, then you need to be working with another person to make that kind of doable and make it like a good experience. And if you're going through relationship changes, it will be likely impacting your home and also your emotions through these squares. At the end of the month, you'll see that on the 28th, Venus will have moved into your 8th house in Gemini, which is kind of a sexy energy. It's definitely where there's a lot more opportunities for intimacy. It's about relationships that are now harmonizing very deeply, kind of getting on the same page in conversations with partners about home and financial changes. But the stellium in Aries in your 6th house, I really want to drive this home. Whether you are employed or unemployed, it doesn't really matter. This is about work and service. So you will be helping someone. This is also about health and wellness and your routines, as well as pets and small animals and your daily habits and systems. So as we start to see Mars, Saturn, Neptune, and Mercury all align here, it's going to be a very significant energy, especially because it's going to be involving your chart ruler. So your work or your health or your animals, and also transformation, either emotionally or psychologically, are all going to be merging. What I would say is that this is going to be a very intense work period. You're busy, you're productive, you're driven to accomplish tasks. I would just say, just don't burn yourself out. This is also a time where if you're looking for a job, you have to keep on keeping on, and you can't really hold yourself back. You have to be willing to put yourself out there and literally just call everybody, apply to everything, be willing to do just anything. And like the 6th house could be interesting because some of you guys might go into things that are like services. So you might go into an area where, you're working when it comes to health services, or you're working at a gym, or you're working with animals, or you're working with something where you're having to even launch your own business. Like Aries could be working for yourself, but you're going to have to build yourself up. This is also a really important period when it comes to inspired service just in general, because Neptune brings this spiritual purpose to daily work. I think it's a good time to ask yourself, how is your job serving the greater good? And are you making a difference in the type of work that you're doing for the world? Work communication will be critical. So Mercury is going to bring some important meetings as well as emails and negotiations about job matters. It's important that you're on time at work, that you're also documenting everything, you're taking notes, and that, you're willing to kind of show up and work with other people and ask them how you can help them. Then when Mars and Saturn align on the 19th, this is where that work karma starts to crystallize. And if you've been doing good work, recognition comes your way, or you get the call back to start the job, or you start to see that whatever you're putting work towards, you're going to see results. And this isn't just work-wise, this is physically, guys, okay? Like I'm coming out of several years of having Saturn and Neptune together in my 6th house, and I remember the several times that Mars went through there, and those were times that I was like, I'm getting up, I'm going to the gym at 7, 8, 9 a.m. and I'm working out 3-4 times a week, and I'm making sure that I'm getting my work done. Like, how do you think all these videos get made, right? It's been because I had to get really hardcore about my schedule, and when I was filming and when I was creating my scripts, and when the videos go out and that they go out in a timely manner, and that everything's just on time. And so it felt like really, really a lot being able to do the physical aspect and the health aspect and the work, but like you figure it out. And so I think that for you guys, what you'll find is that this is a time where if you've been doing the work, you will get rewarded. However, Scorpios, listen to me. If you have been slacking, reality checks arrive. And it can be situations where if you haven't been taking care of your health, boom, something happens very quickly. That's going to force you to take care of your health. If you have not been doing a good job at work, you're going to have coworkers that are going to call you out on it. And they're going to be like, yeah, they didn't do this, they didn't do that. And then you're dealing with a boss. If you have been saying you're looking for work, but you're not really looking, then you're going to start to feel the pressure of being like, oh my God, if I don't get a job soon, like, what am I going to do? Like, it's going to be real. And it may actually encourage some of you guys to look into working in different occupations or different kinds of work. In serving other people, I think that this is really important because part of the karmic kind of significance for you, Scorpio, is that whether it's the reality checks, the health matters that reach critical turning points, whatever, you have to address them, and you have to address them now because your soul is learning to find transformation in the everyday. That's the 6th house, not just in crisis. The 6th house stellium is teaching you that your power is also about daily discipline in serving other people, taking care of your health, and really mastery kind of like in the mundane, and that it leads to mastery in life itself. So these are going to be all of the transits that we're now going to go over for the month. You're going to see at the beginning of the month, there will be a full moon that's going to be in Libra in your 12th house. So already your 12th and your 6th houses are getting activated with the lunations, which is about work, health, and service. A full moon in the 12th house is about subconscious matters that become illuminated, and dreams can be very vivid. It can also mean that there are hidden enemies or self-sabotage patterns that become revealed, and then you release them. At the time of this full moon, you're going to see Venus as the ruler, and she will be hanging out in your 7th house. So it's doing a lot of clearing of old patterns in relationships, healing karmic relationships, also maybe being a little bit more vulnerable with partnerships as well. On the 3rd is when you see Venus square Pluto. So this is going to bring up that partnership intensity affecting the home or vice versa. I would say keep it separate. And then on the 3rd is when Mercury will trine Jupiter. And this is going to be a day where there's a lot of good opportunities to write, publish, travel, plan trips in the future. It can also mean that this is a time where you're just feeling a little bit more optimistic and you're open to kind of expanding your horizons. Then on the 9th is when Mars enters into Aries, and you will feel that shift because it's going to reactivate the Saturn-Neptune conjunction that we had in February in this last couple months. And this is where you're ready to work, and health and job matters will accelerate. My advice is like, take your time, because when Mars goes into the 6th house, it wants to have a to-do list. It wants to get it all done. It wants to do it right now. But it's going to meet Neptune, and you're going to be like, wait, do I have the energy to do this? And then it's also going to meet Saturn, where then it's going to be like you going, ooh, it's not going to happen as fast. You're not going to get that immediate sense of results. So a job's not going to show up immediately. You're not going to immediately become, super fit in tone, right? And I would advise you guys to be either doing laps in a pool because Neptune is there. Hot yoga would be good. Tai Chi would be good. It would also be good to see you guys working out at home, or even just getting a couple, like getting some weights, like some dumbbells you can do at home, or you can do like a walking pad, or do upward incline on a treadmill, or go hiking, right? Any of these things, because Saturn's like the goat. It wants to go up the hill. And you're building resistance over time. So start slow because it's coming in conjunction with Saturn. And then over the next 6 weeks, you will build up more endurance to where once you've been working out or eating well or whatever, working with a trainer, within that 6 week period of time, you'll really start to see the changes. Now, when we get to the 13th is when Mars and Neptune conjuncts, where maybe you're doing work that feels more inspiring, but watch your energy levels and don't push through exhaustion. And then on the 17th, you have a new moon in Aries, which will be in your 6th house. And this is where you want to set intentions for health. Scorpios, it's going to be conjunct Chiron. So this is going to be highlighting that you need to heal. You need to take responsibility and heal issues that you have with work and service. And I've said this to a lot of my Scorpio risings over the last couple of months. I'm like, look, February through about May, y'all are going to grind. You're going to grind through the 6th house. You're going to work, because you're laying the foundation for later in the year when you have eclipses in your 10th house, and then you have Jupiter in your 10th house, and there is some big career expansion that is due to you, and you're going to be like on top. But that only comes from the willingness to serve, sacrifice, and work your tail off. But to what extent? So you have to heal something. And some of you guys might go into healing fields. Some of you guys might be in like medical fields. Some of you guys might be in spiritual healing stuff. I could see that with Chiron being there. But it's just something to pay attention to, that health is so important this month, and set intentions for these things. And if you want a new job, a new health routine, a new way of being helpful, plant those seeds on the new moon on the 17th. On the 19th, the sun enters into your 7th house of relationships. And so what this is doing is now there's more partnership and relationship focus in the 7th house. Relationships become more grounded. They can become more sensual. It is also possible that this is a time where you have a lot of people that you're working with. There could be more clients. There's an emphasis on your marketplace and what you're kind of selling. And then on the 19th is when Mars and Saturn are going to align. So work karma culminates, health matters, demand your responsibility, and not, no, we'll do it later, I'll do it after work. You'll do it right now. You will not have time. So be mindful of what's going on with health around the 19th, or pets. It could be pets as well. Mercury will be there also. So it's going to be about your service maybe to a friend or to a group or a community, or you're willing to kind of, help the collective in some way. I mean, this sounds crazy, but that Saturn-Neptune conjunction that we had in February, it was a new reset for each sign. So really what it represented for Scorpio is that you have to, through your work, your health, your habits, you help the collective. So by you eating better, by you being more active, by you being a part of, helping those who are in need or being willing to provide services, it has a ripple effect, right? So you'll see the work karma culminate, health matters, demand your responsibility, which leads us to the 23rd of April, when you will see Venus and Uranus come into conjunction in your natal 7th house. Now, this is a time where there is a lot of unexpected relationship developments. One way of looking at it is that this is like the finale, because Uranus is finally about to leave Taurus. So it's no longer going to be in opposition to Scorpio. It's going to go into your 8th house. So we might finally see some grand finales in terms of relationships. Venus obviously rules your 7th house and your 11th. So there could be some surprises where a partner surprises you with something. It could also be some unexpected relationship developments. It is possible, because it's at a 29, that it is a critical turning point in a relationship, and that is kind of what's playing out for you. Then Venus goes into the 8th house of Gemini, and this is that, period where she's really going to be focusing more on, okay, how do we merge, or how do we transform, or how do we negotiate when it comes to resources? And then Uranus is to follow on the 25th. So Uranus will then go into your 8th house, which is a house that's familiar for you. And Uranus sitting in the 8th house will likely bring some sudden unexpected change with your home, or your financial situation changes because of your home or your family. Some of you guys might have throughout this period like an unexpected inheritance. There could be sudden changes in how you think and how you communicate. We know that the 8th house represents transformation. So Gemini means it comes through what you say, what you think, what you learn. This will be a 7-year period where your shared finances, your intimacy, and also deep psychological things are all undergoing radical change. So there is going to be a pretty big change that's going to happen some point, I would say, between now and probably about June of this year. Then on the 28th of the month, Venus in your 8th house is trining Pluto. So you finally get a reward. It's almost like that those transits that have been really kind of kicking your butt in Aries and also in your 7th house now start to shift, and there's deep relational and kind of like home harmony, because Venus rules partnerships, and like maybe partners' money or invested money or saved money is somehow able to transform your home. Some of you guys might be looking at loans, mortgages, anything that's going to represent something that is going to help finance something when it comes to changing your home. So the best days for Scorpio risings will be on the 8th, when you see Mars and Uranus sextile for creative breakthroughs. On the 13th, when Venus sextiles Jupiter, which is going to bring the opportunity for travel and also learning and I think just adventure, especially in relationships. On the 16th, when Mars and Pluto sextile each other, where you feel a lot of empowered action because your rulers are working together. And the 17th, when you have a new moon, when it comes to your health and healing. And then finally the 28th when you have that Venus-Pluto trine for a deeper connection. However, this month will be riddled with challenging aspects, okay? And so they don't always hit the day that you see the conjunction because you're looking at a stellium. So you're going to have at one point 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and then Chiron, 6 placements in Aries. I mean, probably a challenging day would be April 1st when you have a full moon in Libra in your 12th house, where partners are going to point out your blind spots and some of your self-sabotaging kind of potential or like your habits. On the 3rd, when Venus and Pluto square, where you see that home relationship friction and boundaries are definitely going to get tested. April 13th, where Mars conjunct Neptune, where on one hand, you can feel very inspired by the work that you're doing, but if you're tired, you have to rest and you can't push through. Don't push through illnesses. If you need to take time off, so be it. Also, keep an eye on your pets. Do not recommend anything with lasers, heat, cutting, or surgeries this month. I would avoid that like the plague because some of the conjunctions that you're going to have are not great for that, and it can be talking about infections. And then on the 19th, when you have Mars conjunct Saturn, where you have that heavy karmic period where you're facing job responsibilities head on, and health issues can also be demanding attention, so don't ignore your body. And then at the end of the month, when you have the Sun square Pluto, where you will see some drama between what's happening with your relationships and what's happening with your home or your family relationships, and there's like some tension there. So Scorpio, I mean, you know, you and Aries, you're really feeling the effects of these Mars conjunctions in a very big way. I know you guys, and I know that you love deep transformational kind of things. I think the 6th house might seem a little like mundane by comparison, but the secret is that this is where you build that kind of base or that foundation for transformation through health, daily habits, and also your work ethic. These are the building blocks of your power that you're going to be tapping into later this year. And that Mars-Saturn conjunction is just asking you to take your daily life seriously. Master the mundane and you'll be able to master yourself. That's the real transformation for you guys this month. I really advise you guys to be on time, create a schedule, be physically active, and be really diligent when it comes to your habits. And if you can be on top of that, then you're going to be 100% when it comes to the work that you need to get done. So that being said, let's ask the cards, what do you guys need to know for the month ahead? What is the message for my Scorpios and Scorpio risings? What do they need to know? The card that I got for you is the Page of Wands, which is a really great card, especially if you're getting, you know, Mars going into a fire sign. You have a lot of planets going into a fire sign. This can be talking about a relationship with an Aries, a Leo, or a Sag. It can also be talking about children. I know some Scorpio and Scorpio risings are going to be like, oh, I'm dealing with having to find child care, or I'm trying to kind of figure out how to deal with my child's health or my pet's health. It could also mean that you're just focusing on getting active because pages are about initiating something new and learning a new skill. So some of you guys might be doing job training. Others might be just feeling like, no, it's not so much work. It's just that I'm working a lot and I need something outside of work, and you're wanting to kind of really devote yourself to a new routine. Whatever it is, still make it fun, make it creative, right? Like, especially with Neptune ruling your 5th, I think a lot of Scorpio and Scorpio risings would do very well doing a dance class, or they would do very well taking art classes or something that's going to be form. I was talking to somebody the other day who was telling me that they got their Scorpio daughter into like ice skating, and now she's like working with a coach who's like training her and teaching her form. And I was like, oh my gosh, that's so great for the Scorpio rising chart. Just watch out for trying to take on some of these new hobbies or these new physical things too quickly, so you're avoiding injuries, okay? Because that's really, really important. Don't rush through things. Be really focused on what your body is trying to tell you. I hope that that Page of Wands keeps you kind of inspired and maybe learning something new and having fun at the same time. And definitely let me know, Scorpio, what manifests for you. It's either going to be health, pets, or jobs. Those are going to be the 3 areas where you're going to see some really big changes this month. So let me know what happens. All right, we've got Sag and Sag rising. What's up, Sag? Welcome to April 2026. I hope you're doing well. I'm excited to chat with you about what's happening this month in the skies. Obviously, we have got a lot going on, and I mean, if you gotta have this massive Aries stellium in one place, I would say at least having it in the 5th house, I think, is going to be a lot easier, and having it in a fellow sister fire sign. I don't know. You guys will have to be the judge of this. But that Aries stellium is probably one of the peak things that are going to be happening for everybody this month. And it's moving through your 5th house, which deals with creativity, children, joy, dating, self-expression, being self-employed. All of those things are kind of coming up through your 5th house. And it's almost like the universe is saying to you, it's time to play, and you should take playtime very seriously, because it needs discipline, it needs purpose, and you need to do it in a timely manner. So let's talk about how this is going to unfold for you guys in this reading. Now, before we get into that, we got to talk a little bit about Jupiter. As you know, Jupiter is your ruler, and Jupiter is now direct. Actually, all of the planets are direct in April, so there's no excuse to not get the show on the road. Now, it's still in your 8th house, which is going to be dealing with joint finances, intimacy, inheritances, psychological shifts, and just tapping into your intuition, I think, is really big when Jupiter is in the 8th house. You have been going through, expanding themes around shared resources, intimacy, and change. Now, you will see some aspects to Jupiter this month. The first one is going to be around the 3rd, where Mercury in your 4th house of home and family, which is now direct, will be trining Jupiter. So beautiful insights into financing matters, inheritance matters, your intuition about finances and your home seems very strong. You will also see on April 5th, the sun moving through Aries in your 5th house will square Jupiter in your 8th house. And your creative drive is going to be very strong. Or maybe it's going to be about dating. It's going to be about taking risks. It's going to be about dealing with your kids. It might be about wanting to have fun. And it's kind of coming into some conflict with your financial limitations. Don't overspend on fun. This is like the day that you would be like, I'm going to the bar and buying everybody drinks, or, sure, I'm going to bet my paycheck on like the lotto numbers and see if I win. Like, just be careful and don't be willing to risk anything that you aren't willing to lose. Then on the 13th of the month, Venus will come into a sextile with Jupiter. So it's actually going to be in your 6th house of health, and it'll sextile Jupiter in your 8th. I like this. I feel like this is where abundance can really flow. Maybe creative work brings you some kind of financial rewards. And at the end of the month, on the 26th, Mercury in Aries in your 5th will square Jupiter. And this is where creative ideas may be big, but they're not necessarily practical. So you want to kind of scale back appropriately and try not to take on any excess like debt or anything that's connected to increasing expenses. This is also a time where you can be a lot more emotional when it comes to talking about your children or kind of dating. But with all those planets going through your 5th house, I think what's working in your favor is that, if you have anything in the first 10 degrees of Sag, Sun, Moon, or Rising, it's all trining you. So at least there's an outlet, and fire and fire, they just kind of keep things active and keep things rolling. But you're going to have Mars, Mercury, Saturn, Neptune, all coming into kind of a conjunction within the first 10 degrees in your 5th house. So what this can manifest as is you guys can find that you're just very passionate about creativity. Mars drives that passion, and it's about creative projects with fire. You're inspired to create. Mars is also about your subconscious. So you guys can be feeling like now it's time to start my own business, be entrepreneurial, get out there, like have fun. And that's a good use of the energy. But I think that this is about looking at playtime and being more serious. So Saturn might seem kind of like counterintuitive to the fun house, but really it's asking you to kind of take your creative gifts seriously and maybe turn a hobby into something real. For example, if you're somebody who's been, because Saturn rules money and jewelry or aesthetics, it can also be connected to blogging, websites, communication. You might be like, you know what? I really want to make money selling my jewelry. I really want to be able to turn this podcast into something that could be monetized. I really want to start getting recognized for my creative writing. I really want to make more money, putting my stuff on the internet. That kind of stuff can happen. And I think that you know, if you take it seriously, it will work. I'm just reflecting on like when I had Saturn, it wasn't too long ago. I had Saturn and Mars through one of the cycles go through my 5th house. And that was the time where I started a podcast, and I did it with Mike, the peace dealer. And I was like living, you know, I was living in Vegas, and we had been friends, and we were like, look, you know, we both have this astrology business, but let's do something that's more fun. Like, let's just sit on the internet, you know, during COVID and like just argue about what's going on in the world and like tie it to astrology and like conspiracy theories and like sit on the internet, talk about astrology and drink. And that's what we did. And it was really fun. But it first was an idea that we came up with at a bar on my birthday. And then it evolved into what was like almost like 2 years of us doing these podcasts where we were meeting every week, you know, and we were shooting 2 episodes every week. And then we were doing a live, and it was like, we were grinding, but it got to a point where our channel got monetized. We were getting paid. People were sending us tips, and they were, you know, like joining our memberships. And it was like so cool. It eventually went its course because I moved, but I think back into that time and I was like, it started as like a fun idea, but like it actually kind of worked. So take your playtime seriously, or take some of your hobbies seriously. And above all, this can also be very much connected to romance. So this can mean that with Neptune being there, there's this spiritual dimension to your love affairs. It's also soulmate energy, but you can also be completely delulu when it comes to people that you're meeting. And you're going to be drawn to like going to where there's bars, nightlife, entertainment. And I would just say you're being a little bit more protective of your heart. If you're single, right? There's a sense of you being like, I want to date, but like, I'm not jumping into something right away. And I'm also thinking about Uranus going into your 7th house. So single Sag risings, y'all don't have a lot of time to stay single. There's definitely going to be somebody coming in. For committed Sagittarius risings, this is now the responsibility of, well, children, or if you have adult children, or if you're thinking about having children, or if you have to have some hard conversations about whether or not you want to do that with partners. I think when it comes to romance or creative communications, you know, Mercury going through there is going to be important conversations with lovers, maybe important conversations with people who you kind of collaborate with creatively, or with your kids. But on the 19th, Saturn and Mars are going to come into conjunction, and this is really where creative karma culminates and a creative project reaches a milestone. Maybe romance gets serious, where there's a commitment or there's an ending. Maybe children-related matters are kind of like reaching a major turning point where it's like, okay, you know what, I have to kind of take a step back and like not tell my kid what to do, or not really be super focused on them, like let them be an adult. And it can be a time where you're just really protecting your heart space, and you're really having to do some of the work to protect your joy. But yeah, you can get frustrated with your kids for sure with this transit. You can also get a little bit more frustrated with your own business and be feeling like you want things to kind of, move ahead more quickly than it actually is. But the karmic significance for you guys is that your soul is learning to bring creative fire in disciplined form. An example of like when I think of Saturn going into the 5th house, maybe taking a dance class from an instructor and learning proper form, taking an art class and learning how to, appropriately paint things or create shadows, or how to work with clay and glaze stuff. And like you have to learn how to bring something into form. And I think that the 5th house stellium is really asking you not just to chase joy, but build something joyful that lasts in the long term. So the question is, can you turn your passion into what can be something that's money-making or a legacy? Now, the April transits that we're going to go through are going to start on the 1st of April. It's going to be in your 11th house on the 1st, where you will see a full moon in Libra. Now, this is pretty friendly for you guys. It'll sextile you by sign. Obviously, a full moon in the 11th house is like parties, social connections, future dreams are all being illuminated, and a friendship or group involvement can reach a kind of culmination or a turning point. At the time of the full moon, Venus is in the 6th, so it would be a great time for networking opportunities. It would also be a really wonderful time to say, you know what, I've been working a lot. I need to make time for, me and hanging out with my crew. Maybe there's a party that's being thrown. Maybe you're going to something. Really try to focus on socializing and connecting with other people, especially involves work networking, or anything that's connected to healing or health. Then on the 3rd, you're going to see Venus square Pluto. So Venus will be moving through your 6th house of Taurus, where it's more about healing the self, embodiment, pleasure through work and service, and it will square Pluto. So this can be a little difficult because creative or romantic intensity can be affecting your work routines. Don't let passion derail your responsibilities. You might have to have a heart-to-heart with a sibling or a coworker with this transit as well. And then on the 3rd, when Mercury and Jupiter trine, which is one of your better days, where creative insights are connected to financial expansion, changes with your family, renegotiations involving property, and maybe even monetizing your gifts. And then on the 9th, where Mars enters into your 5th house, is where the passion ignites. Romance heats up, creativity explodes, and your inner child really starts to come alive. And on the 13th, when Mars comes into conjunction with Neptune, this is about feeling spiritually inspired and feeling very creative. However, there can be, like I said, a little bit of being delulu when it comes to like dating, and you might feel like, oh my gosh, this is my soulmate, but I would say, don't confuse fantasy with reality in love. Like, let these energies kind of separate at the end of the month, and then you're going to have a better idea of whether or not you want to be with that person. You may also feel like, your kids are going through some kind of growing pains. It could also mean that this is a time where you're really focused on getting pregnant. Like, I have seen some people when they go through like the Saturn transit, they're not sure if they want to have kids. And then when they have, conjunctions, then it's like, okay, well, now I have to figure it out because of health, age, relationship dynamics, what have you. So some of you guys may go through that with some of these transits, and it's just a matter of finding the appropriate way to kind of have those conversations and talk about it or plan. Now on the 17th is when you have a new moon that's going to be happening in Aries. So you can set new intentions when it comes to romance, creative projects, hobbies, even trying to get pregnant. If you have been wanting to start a creative project, have a child, or reconnect with joy, this is the new moon to do it. And Mars is going to be in that house too. So there's a lot of like oomph to kind of make some of these things happen over like the next 6 to 12 months. Now on the 19th, the sun enters Taurus, where now your focus shifts to, grounding your creativity into your daily work or into your health routines. This can also be a time where you're more focused on pets and also just getting work done. And then on the 19th is when Mars, Mercury, and Saturn will all align. Okay, so Mars represents something that's hidden. Mercury is partnerships and work. Saturn is going to be money and communication. So there's likely going to be a real serious heart-to-heart, either with your partner about children, with a romantic partner. Maybe you're really committing more seriously to wanting to start your own business. But this is when you see all of that stuff begin to kind of heat up, and that creative karma culminates, and relationships can get a little bit more serious, or a creative project or child is going to demand more of your attention. Now on the 23rd of the month, you'll see Venus and Uranus come into conjunction in your 6th. And this is basically unexpected developments in work or in health. It can also mean that there are some surprise changes to your routine or your office space. Then on the 25th of the month, Uranus is going to enter back into Gemini. Now, you guys had a preview of this last year. I talked to way more than my fair share of Sag risings who were like, we're on, we're off, we're on, we're off, and like there was a lot of back and forth. And whether it's relationships with siblings that there's an on and off, or relationships with a neighbor where they're acting erratic. It can also mean that somebody suddenly comes into your life and then they're back and forth. And I've seen a lot of Sag risings who just suddenly got married and now they're like, I don't know if it's working. Or it could be people who suddenly got engaged or suddenly took on a new business partnership. So you have to really look at the entire chart. But it's going to be 7 years of having Uranus in your 7th house. So expect a lot of unconventional, surprising changes and relationship dynamics. Likely you're going to see it coming because Venus is going to be kind of coming into conjunction with Uranus right before it goes in there. And even Mercury, which rules relationships, meeting with Mars and Saturn means like there's some defining moments that might help you kind of really strengthen and unify your relationships. But you can feel like other people that you're with are kind of antsy, or they're not really feeling super commitment oriented, or they're kind of like hard to kind of pin down in a way. On the 28th, Venus will trine Pluto. So you will have Venus that's going to be in your 7th. It trines Pluto where there could be a good conversation, planning of a trip, communication with a sibling or a neighbor, but powerful transformations through how you kind of communicate. So it's going to be a day to really kind of get down to, okay, where do we stand? What are we doing? So the best days I think that you guys are going to have will be April the 3rd, when Mercury trines Jupiter, where you can have some really, really, really great conversations, I think, and it's going to give you the opportunity to get clarity about changes with a home or a family matter. On the 9th, when Mars enters your 5th, because passion and creativity are going to ignite. On the 13th, when you see Venus sextile Jupiter, where there can be a lot of romantic and creative abundance. On the 17th, when you have a new moon and you can set intentions about creativity. And the 28th, when Venus and Pluto trine for deeper communication and connections. However, there are going to be challenging days. And I think that one thing that can be challenging is actually the full moon, because it's going to be in your 11th house. And it's going to highlight the opposition between the 5th and the 11th, which is like your joy and creativity and others. And the ruler is in the 6th house. So you may feel like it's harder to have fun because you're grinding, you're working, you're busy. And it's possible that social matters create a lot of emotional intensity. And I would just say, let friendships naturally evolve. Like, don't try to change anything. On the 5th, when the Sun in Aries squares Jupiter in Cancer, and that could be a time where you're overspending on entertainment or romance, so keep it real. The 13th, when Mars and Neptune conjunct, and you're asking yourself, is it love or is it illusions? Don't project fantasies onto new people. Take time to get to know them. Take it slow. And then when Mars conjunct Saturn, the joy house gets serious. So creative work requires discipline to complete, and romance might feel like commit or quit type of moment. Mercury square Jupiter on the 26th, where I do think creative ideas are going to come up, but they might be impractical. And so I would say edit and refine if necessary. So my Saggies, obviously, the universe is serious. April is really saying that it's time for Sagittarius to play, but you also have to take that playtime seriously. So that 5th house sign was not just about fun. It's about expressing your authentic self. And it's also about being creative and having passion. And in order to do that, you have to have discipline. So the Mars-Saturn conjunction is going to ask whether you can turn your gifts into something lasting. Can joy become your legacy? Can romance become commitment? And this month, you're really focusing on kind of fanning those flames, but also building something real with it. So work hard, play hard. I think that's what's really going to be the motto for April. Let's take a look and let's see what the tarot has to say for you guys and what you need to know about the month ahead. All right, so what does Sag and Sag rising need to know? Okay, I like this. So you have the Knight of Swords. All right, so it does mean that things are moving and shaking. All right, swords can mean information, writing, intellect, communication, anything that deals with learning, right? And so I think about Mars could very much be kind of Mars-ish going through the 5th house. Where is it creative writing? Is it about getting serious with media? Is it about having like campaigns and like marketing and ways to promote what you're doing? This can also be highlighting fierce words and interactions with other people, which you may also see when Uranus goes into your 7th house. And you're going to start to see that it's picking up the energies, okay, sporadic changes in how I communicate with partners because, well, I'm getting serious. So you might be having that serious conversation and like seeing what actions they're going to take and if they're going to rise up to meet you. It could also mean you're dealing with a Gemini, an Aquarius, or a Libra. I also wonder if this is just going to be about having to have some hard conversations with people where people can be a little bit more defensive, especially if it's like a younger person or like a kid or a romantic partner. And you might feel like you're just trying to get through to them and they're just like kind of on the defense, and you're trying to kind of be like, look, I'm not trying to create problems. I'm just trying to be honest with you. Like, this is what I need for my happiness. Like, can we do this together? And encourage other people to work with you on that. But if they can't, then you have to protect your joy at all costs. So be mindful of your words and how you communicate. There can definitely be some very assertive things that can be going on with Mercury and Mars, and you might have to kind of draw a line in the sand. So let me know what happens, Sag. I hope it's a good month for you guys. I will catch you back here in the month of May. Hey Capricorn and Capricorn rising, what's going on? Welcome to your April 2026 horoscopes. I hope you guys are doing well. I'm excited to be back and hopefully helping you through some of the gangbuster of transits that are going to be taking place in the skies, which are directly impacting you because they're going to see stuff conjuncting Saturn. So Capricorn, first things first, if you have anything in Capricorn, I would say from 0 to about 10 degrees, you really want to pay attention because you are going to be seeing that some of these conjunctions are going to be squaring you, either your rising, your sun, or your moon sign quite directly. The other thing is like, look, you guys are so heavily focused on career and achievement, right? That's your thing. That's what your focus is, and you're great at it. But April is redirecting your energy complete 180 degrees. It's trying to get you out of your 10th energy into your 4th. So the 4th house, where it's all about home, family, roots, emotional security, all that kind of Aries stellium is asking you to now focus on building strong foundations before you climb higher. Sometimes you have to go down before you go up, and it's all about peaks and valleys. You know about the peaks, you want to get to the peaks, but nobody wants to talk about the valleys when we're in the valleys. The 4th house is very much the valley, which can be very fertile. It can also be very private. It can be very emotional. And the 4th house is everything from your physical home to your parents, to your ancestry, your roots, and also who you are, you know, on the inside or when you're kind of alone at home. So Capricorn, I think that sometimes you have to go down before you go up. And that's going to be the theme of what you're going to see basically this month. Now, your chart ruler is Saturn. Saturn is direct. All planets are direct in April, so we proceed forward. But what you're going to find is that with these planets all coming into conjunction with Saturn, you're going to kind of feel like you're under attack. Okay, that's how it's going to feel. And my advice is get grounded, all right? Now, the first thing that we're going to be taking a look at is with Saturn in the 4th house, which you had a bit of a preview of last year. Now it's kind of coming back again. Saturn is going to be right in the middle of where there's going to be an Aries stellium that's going to be taking place in your 4th house, and it's very significant. The 4th house is about taking responsibility with Saturn there for your emotional life, your family dynamics, and your living situation. So this is about growing up emotionally, creating a stable home at base, perhaps dealing with some family karma. So there's going to be some sweet and some salty aspects. The sweet will be right off the bat where we see Saturn is actually still kind of making a sextile to Pluto in Capricorn. Okay, so it's hanging out, Pluto in Aquarius. It's still hanging out in your 2nd house of money and resources. And through those transformation of resources, goals, and values, you can change something about your home and your living situation. I think that this is really about your emotional work, connecting deeper to financial and transformative growth, building inner stability and support, and also it's about kind of outer success. So I always tell people the 4th house is like the foundation which the entire chart rests upon. So if you want to have the career and the success, then you have to make sure you have food, shelter, money, you know, a solid place to sleep, so you can get to that top. So you're really in the midst of that really the next like 6 weeks or so. Now, the sextile will be beneficial to kind of support your success. And then on the 19th of the month, you are going to see that Mars, Mercury, and Saturn are all going to be aligning in a conjunction in your 4th house. So Mars rules your home, Saturn rules you, Mercury is going to rule health and pets or work, as well as legal matters or anything that deals with travel. So it's possible you're working from home. That's one way of looking at it. It's also possible that this is the moment where home and family matters could really be intensifying. So, you could be buying or selling a property. There could be major family decisions going on. You could be confronting major emotional patterns or establishing boundaries with relatives. I think back, because I have Saturn and Neptune natally in my 4th house, and I think back when Saturn went through my 4th house during my Saturn return, and it hit Neptune and Mars was there, it was COVID. And we were on lockdown. I was stuck at home. It was quite literal. And it was interesting because I remember watching, I lived in LA, but there was all kinds of military mobilizations in the street. They had tanks in Los Angeles. It was the craziest thing I've ever seen. And I remember just looking around being like, even if this wasn't happening, it makes me realize I hate living here and I don't like my home. And so that started making me go, okay, what do I need to do? Do I stay here because it's going to be really cost efficient and it's going to allow me to save money to move? Do I travel more? Do I rearrange my space? And I did a little bit of all of those things. But ultimately, it made me also really think about my relationship with my parents, my relationship with my mom, my relationship with my dad, my grandparents, And there was like a lot of like family ancestral things that also came up during that time. And that's because the fourth house deals with ancestors. It's also connected to your emotional roots, your security roots, private self versus public self, and it can be about one of your parents. So likely it is linked to your mother, although Saturn can also be connected to your father. So it's not limited to one parent or the other, but dealing with like mommy or daddy issues can come up during this transit. Now, with Mars, Saturn, Neptune, and Mercury here, this is a really significant transit. Some of the themes that I have, I mean, just off the bat, I would say home security, home protection, putting up fences, reinforcing doors, making sure that you have some kind of home protection. It can mean that you're installing a security system. It can also mean that you have to swiftly go home and help take care of a parent or an aging relative. Watch for issues with water, flooding, or plumbing issues. There could also be an opportunity for some of you guys to be contemplating moving or relocating to foreign lands, or exploring moving to a new place and having your own space, either for the first time or for the first time in a while. But expect there to be an active home life. I always tell my clients when Mars goes into the fourth house, have a to-do list. We all have that junk drawer that we need to clear out. We all have stuff that we need to hang or we need to fix, or batteries we need to change, or little projects in the house that we need to do. And because you're Saturn, it would be a good idea for you to take that on. Even if it's not something that you want to do, if you do it, it can actually be a remedy that can kind of remove some of the more negative emotional kind of family stuff that can kind of come up. Anyway, renovations, moves, family gatherings, or conflicts at home can likely happen. There can also be emotional maturity that is demanded. Saturn really says, okay, it's time to grow up emotionally and deal with family patterns and create healthy boundaries. So it can be a time where, you're having to kind of vocalize and kind of communicate what you do or do not want to participate in a family relationship sense. This is also a time where you have spiritual connections to your roots. So Neptune will bring dreams about family. It can bring ancestral healing or confusion about where it is that you belong. And it's about creating a sacred space at home. So floor washes, incense, anything that's like chants or music to kind of boost the vibe, candles, and opening up all of the windows so you can let the light in, and bringing in warm colors, right? Aries can be really beneficial as well, but you want to kind of create that zen in your space. Now, this can also be about important family communications because Mercury is going to be there, especially family that might be far away. And I think this is really going to be touching on critical conversations with family members about living situations or travel. Then on April 19th, circle the date, okay? It could be a day or two early. So I'd really say the 18th through like the 21st is when it's going to be the most prominent because it'll be Mercury, Mars, and Saturn. This is about establishing yourself in either a new home, confronting a parent, healing ancestral patterns, or making big decisions about your living situation. Buying houses, selling houses, renovating, relocating. These can all be decided upon at this time. Now, the karmic significance for you, Capricorn, as you know, Saturn is the lord of karma, and karma comes very quickly. I think that this is about, on a soul level, you're someone who really prioritizes achievement over emotion. And now it's like that outer success over inner security does not seem so appealing. So that fourth house stellium is teaching you true success is going to require emotional stability and healthy roots. And yeah, you can't build a skyscraper on a shaky foundation, right? So this month you have to do that inner work. So at the beginning of the week, at the beginning of the month, you're going to see that there is a full moon in the sign of Libra, and it's going to be in your 10th house of career. If you're about 0 to 10 degrees, you're going to be feeling it. And actually, I would say more like 8 to 12 degrees, you'll be feeling the full moon because it's going to be squaring you by sign. And if you think back to like September of last year when we had a new moon in Libra, now it's becoming a full moon. So career matters are becoming illuminated and a professional matter reaches completion. Your public image is highlighted in some way and it's opposing the sun in Aries and squaring you by sign. So it may mean, oh, I'm quitting a job, I'm relocating, right? Or I got a job, now I'm gonna move. Because there could be sudden or swift moves or changes within your home or your living situation this month. But your public image gets highlighted and Venus is the ruler and Venus is in the 5th. So if you're in a creative industry, if you work with children, if you work with art, if you work with aesthetics, with beauty, If you have your own business, right, this can actually be really good because you can be really highlighting like some of your talent. And then on the 3rd, you're going to see Venus come into a square with Pluto. So Venus will be in your 5th house of creativity and children, squaring Pluto in your 2nd of finances. I would say don't let money issues create any tension with romantic partners or children, or any domestic tension. And then on the 3rd, Mercury in Pisces in your 3rd house will trine Jupiter in your 7th. This is really great. There could be really clear conversations and communication with family. This is also about better communication in romantic relationships or marriages. It does say through communication, travel, or moving, you're really expanding in your relationship. And a family member might be communicating or reaching out to like heal a partnership issue for you. On the 9th of the month, you're going to see Mars enter into Aries, and this is when that action begins, and it's reactivating actually the Saturn-Neptune conjunction we had in February, where I think a lot of my Capricorns were like, where am I going to move? Where am I going? Or you were having issues with your family, or you were having issues with your vehicles. I've seen that for some of you guys too. So now it's kind of coming back up to the surface and it's being reactivated. So your home energy intensifies. Get ready to tackle some of the domestic projects and watch out for family conflicts. On the 13th is when Mars conjuncts Neptune, and this is about feeling inspired when it comes to home improvements or spiritual practices. Family or home life might feel confusing. Your emotions can feel a little low. So wait until the fog starts to separate to get clear about how to handle these situations. And then on the 17th, you have a new moon in Aries in your natal 4th house, around 26 degrees. So if you're 25, 26, 27 of Capricorn, this is going to square you. But this is a good new moon because obviously Mars is the ruler and Mars is there. And really what it's saying is that this is a time to set intentions when it comes to your private life. If you want to move, if you want to buy property, if you want to heal relationships, you want to create emotional security, this is the new moon for you to do that. Then also on the 19th, we're going to see the sun enter into Taurus in your 5th house, highlighting joy, creativity, self-expression, and romance. And after all of like the heavy 4th house stuff, now you can kind of focus on more playtime or dating or having fun. However, on the 19th, Mars will conjunct Saturn, okay? And it's going to be with Mercury as well. So even though you're like, oh, playtime, that's going to require work. Some of you guys might be building a home that has like an entertainment area, or maybe you're renovating your house, or, redecorating a child's room. Maybe you're living back in your childhood bedroom. I'm sure some of you guys are doing that, so let me know. Or you're moving back home with family. It can also mean that this is a time where some of you guys are having to move or change your home because of children. So it's like you're having a kid, or a kid's moving back home, or your relationship with your parents is making you feel like, oh, they're still treating me like I'm a child, right? That can kind of come up. And joy and creativity come into focus, like I said, after all that heaviness, but the karma is now culminating on the 19th, and a big domestic decision is going to need to be made, and you have to kind of face the family dynamics, and you have to establish your roots. Then on the 23rd, Venus will conjunct Uranus in your 5th, where there's revolutionary kind of changes or unexpected changes happening with children, romance, creative surprises. It can be like a love at first sight transit as well, or you're feeling very creatively inspired. And on the 25th, Uranus is going to enter into Gemini. So it's going to go into your 6th house, where this is going to be about changes in your work or health over the next 7 years. So some kind of freedom at work. Your daily routines change pretty radically, but it could also mean that you're managing your finances in a different way. Maybe you're working more in a flexible way where you're part-time, you're working as, a entrepreneur or like a contractor. It's hard to say, but like Mercury rules pets and health. So I'm kind of thinking like, is there something that's requiring you to stay home and take care of a pet? Are you deciding to create an office space at home? Are you deciding that you want to be investing more in like home and family time? And so that might change your schedule in some way. You had Uranus there last year, and I think some Capricorn and Capricorn risings have definitely kind of played with the idea of like doing different types of work, or there's been kind of like little side businesses and things that have come in, but it'll be 7 more years of that. And then on the 28th of April, Venus will be trining Pluto. So Venus will be in your 6th house of work and health, and it's going to trine Pluto, which is good for, hey, I need a part-time job, or I need a second job, or, I need to connect with somebody. Work stuff really starts to kind of shift, and you might be able to do something that's like flexible or remote with some of these aspects as well. So it's good for money as well as work and health. So your best days are going to be on the 3rd when Mercury and Jupiter trine, where there's good communication. April 13th when Venus sextiles Jupiter for, I think, some kind of abundance, or it can be about more romance or playtime. That new moon in the 4th is perfect for setting new home intentions on the 17th. And the 23rd when Venus and Uranus conjunct, watch for love at first sight or some kind of surprises involving children. And then the 29th when Venus and Pluto trine, where it's stabilizing your work as well as your finances. However, because Saturn rules your chart, you and my Aquariuses and even my Pisces risings are going to be really feeling the effects of Mars coming into conjunction with your chart ruler. So yours would be the Saturn conjunction. So on the 1st of the month, when we have a full moon in Libra, you will see that tension between home and family, and you have to find the balance, and that's setting the stage for the whole month. On the 3rd, when Venus and Pluto square, don't let money, stress, poison your home life is my advice. And then on the 9th, when Mars enters the 4th, you'll start to see the family tension that's going to happen, and you just have to be assertive in a constructive way and not be destructive. And then on the 13th, when Mars conjuncts Neptune, watch for issues with flooding, watch for illness in the home, watch for heavy moods and depression, because obviously I hope not, but that can happen. And don't make any major decisions about buying a house, selling a house, renovating a house, anything property related. Just hold off and wait. And then on the 19th, Mars will conjunct Saturn, and this is your big moment because family karma starts to crystallize. And even though it feels heavy, you're focusing on building something real and facing what needs to be faced. And on the 25th, Sun square Pluto, where there's some emotional power struggles, just don't let pride, I think, get in the way of some of your relationships. And also watch for the drama maybe that can kind of happen where you're getting really into a new hobby and like spending a lot of money on that or on extracurriculars or entertainment. Don't be feeling like you're willing to take risks with finances on that day. So Capricorn, I know you would rather focus on work stuff and achievement stuff, and you'll get your time in the sun at the beginning of the month with the full moon. But after that, it's more about what's going on the home front. And I think that April is just really asking you to build these foundations to support some of the external success. And whether that's emotionally, physically, financially, that 4th house stellium is doing root work. And you have to uproot a bunch of things that may not even be your stuff. It might be like ancestral. So family healing, ancestral healing, emotional maturity, creating a home base that nourishes you is very important. And this conjunction is just about major karma. So if you face your family stuff, you create healthy boundaries, you build a home that supports your dreams, the mountain goat is going to climb to the highest when it's got a stable base camp. So this month, make sure that you create yours, okay? So let's see what cards my Capricorn and my Capricorn risings get for, oh, this jumped out, so I'm going to pull it. What is it? The Chariot. How amazing. So this is connected to Cancer, by the way. Okay, so it's almost like if there is some family drama going on, you're talking to your partner, or you're talking to your siblings, you're talking to your neighbor about being like, how do we solve this? What's the solution? Like, what's the game plan? We got to get this going. And this could be moves, right? So some Capricorn and Capricorn risings are going to be like, that's it. I can't stand my neighbors. I'm moving, or I've been looking. I found it. Oh, it's available. I'm going to move next week. Swift movement is very much what you get with the Chariot. But this is also about getting your ducks in a row, because you see two different horses that are going at two different speeds. And so there's a lot of you going, part of me really wants to move. I want to do it now, or I want to make this home change now. And then part of me is like, should I have better planning? Like, is it going to take more time to do what I want to do? And ultimately for me, I'm just giving you my perspective because it might help. I mean, I was living in LA and I had, a rent that was like $1,200 a month. I mean, it was insane how much my rent was. It was rent controlled. When I moved in there, I was like, I'm never leaving, because it was so affordable at the time for where I was living. And I was like, this is going to allow me to save money. And so I can get to a point where I can move and I can get into something more permanent. And it allowed me to travel pretty much through COVID. And I was like, man, I'm glad that I stayed here, because I don't know where I would have been. And like, I have safety and security. So some of you guys may feel that call to suddenly move, but some of you guys might also look at it and go, it's smart to be conservative. Do I need to buy a new house? Maybe I should just try to renovate. What can I do to move things around or kind of adjust stuff, or move back home, you know, live with family, save money, and come up with a long-term strategic plan. And you want to be really ready, because Saturn is going to say, not yet. It's going to delay things slightly if you're trying to do it too quickly, because otherwise you see chaos. So I hope that that's helpful for you guys. You definitely have to let me know, drop me your comments and how this plays out for you in the month of April. Otherwise, good luck. I will see you guys here in May. Hey Aquarius and Aquarius rising, welcome back. This is going to be your April 2026 horoscopes. I'm excited to talk to you guys about what's going to be happening for the month ahead. And obviously there are some things going on with both of your planetary rulers this month. Okay, so Uranus is changing signs, going into Gemini. You've got Saturn that's receiving some conjunctions between Mercury and Mars. Ooh, so let's get into it. Basically, your mind is very, very active because you see so many planets going through your third house. And your words have a lot of power this month. So the third house is what you think, what you learn, how you drive, where you're getting around. So it could be about your car, it could be about your siblings, gadgets, and your voice. Really, it's going to be your voice. And so I think that you add that, where all of these things are happening very quickly. And then you also see Uranus that's going to change signs. I mean, you know, by the month's end, it will be creating some trines. You're going to see some trines that are happening to Pluto that are in your sign. So the change is going to happen very quickly, but the end of the month seems a little bit smoother. Now, if we look at just Uranus, Uranus is actually getting ready to finish a 7-year tour in Taurus, where it's been a lot of maybe upheavals with where you're living, a lot of moves, a lot of family drama. Now it is leaving, so it's going to be going into it's going to be going into Gemini, and it's completing some of these final kind of shakeups with your home and family matters that go all the way back to 2018. So now that's kind of complete. What you will see is on the 8th of April, Mars in your third house of communication is going to sextile. I take that back. Mars will be in Pisces. So Mars will be in your money house, and it's going to be sextiling Uranus and Taurus in your 4th house. And what this may bring is unexpected breakthroughs financially, with home, with property, with potential moves or changes in your home base, and good money stuff where you could be like, you know, making some kind of impulsive purchase, but it could actually be good when it comes to your home needs or property. Then you're going to see on the 23rd, Venus will come into conjunction with Uranus right before Uranus changes signs. And this is about some kind of unexpected domestic pleasures, fancy new decor, or, changes to your interior kind of design. It could also mean that there's a woman coming to stay and visit with you, or a friend coming to stay and visit with you, or you have family that's going to be in. And just, I think just a lot of home change. And it just might mean that you're feeling like you're outgrowing your space. Or if you have just gotten settled into a space, you're feeling like, okay, now I'm kind of making it feel like we're home. Now on the 25th, this is when Uranus enters into the sign of Gemini. So it's going to go into your 5th house. This is major for you. You got a preview of it last year, but it will now be here for 7 years, and it brings revolutionary changes to creativity, romance, self-employment, self-expression, children. And this is like where the creative genius is like now being unleashed. And it will be, especially if you're an early degree Aquarius or Aquarius rising, kind of trining your sun, moon, or rising this year. So I feel like Aquarius risings are going to have the most fun. They're going to suddenly be like, I want to have fun. I want to play. I want to party. I want to start a business. I want to get into art. I want to be dating. Some of you guys might anticipate having children, or there's lots of exciting changes going on in the lives of your children. While Saturn, on the other hand, is in your 3rd house all month long. So being in your 3rd house, it's structuring how you think, and it's also structuring how you speak and how you learn. Cars, gadgets, siblings, contracts, all these things need to be watched very carefully this month. And the biggie is that Mars will conjunct Saturn. We've got two malefics that are going to be conjuncting. Mars rules career, reputation, professional life. It also rules communication, so there could be some fierce words and exchanges with bosses. But there could also be some important conversations, some proposals, some contracts that could be signed. So when I think about all these planets coming into your 6th house, the positive is that it will be sextiling Pluto. So as you go through personal change, you're going to be able to better express that change, and you're feeling a little bit more daring and assertive. But that 3rd house is also about writing in all forms, learning and education, siblings and neighbors, local travel, and your immediate environment. So you have to not be speeding this month. Pay attention to your vehicles. They can have some issues. Be careful when you're driving. Don't be texting and driving. I would also say that make sure you have your property, like your cars or anything, insured, because Mercury is involved. It can also mean that there can be some karmic repercussions for things that you say that can come very quickly, especially if you're quick to anger. You're going to be called on how you're communicating and your words with other people. And you'll see Mars, Saturn, Neptune, and Mercury all there. And Mercury is about loss, okay? So there can be something that you say that can, you put it on Twitter, or something that you say in a conversation that can create some kind of loss where somebody's like, I don't want to talk to you anymore, or I'm not going to support what you're doing, or I'm going to pull my funding. So like, mind your P's and Q's when you're saying stuff on the internet, because it can have some really big repercussions. Now, I think the themes are going to be is like the mind is on fire, right? Aries is a fire sign. It's impulsive. And when Saturn is in your 3rd house, you want your words to carry weight. You want them to have meaning. So you're going to see that your words are active, assertive, and ready to be expressed. And you have something to say, write, or share. So if you want to start a blog, a podcast, if you want to get more active on social media, you can totally do that. But the key here is communication structure. So Saturn demands clear, responsible speech. It's not about vague ideas. It's about writing, creating, putting the pen to paper, and getting the ideas out on paper. I think that this is also about, inspired expression, because Neptune is there. So it can mean you're into divination, channeling, automatic writing. It can be very poetic and spiritual, and it's almost like there's a lot of creative dimensions to your words. So it really wants you to share some of your inspiration with other people. Now, there can be important learning periods that can happen here as well, because Mercury loves the 3rd house. So you're absorbing information, taking courses, you're sharing knowledge, right? You're sharing on media. But when Mars and Saturn come into conjunction on the 19th, although you can feel it from like the 18th to the 21st, this is communication karma. You most likely will be asked to sign an important document, or have a decisive conversation, or make commitments about learning or education, buying a car, moving, planning travel. And with that conjunction that's coming, there's a lot of karmic significance to this, because it's one of your rulers. It's almost like your soul is now learning to communicate your unique perspective with more clarity and also responsibility. And the 3rd house stellium is asking you to translate your visionary ideas into practical words, rather than, just like whatever. Like, you're now going to start being like, no, this is my idea. This is how I'm going to make it happen. And making it in a way where other people can easily understand. You'll find that this is going to create some brilliant breakthroughs, and, your communication, or what you have to say, or what you write, can have a pretty significant impact. Now, for you guys for the month ahead, we're going to start with the 1st of the month, where you're going to have this full moon in Libra. It'll be around 12 degrees. So if you have anything 11, 12, 13 degrees of Aquarius, sun, moon, or rising, it's trining you, and I think you'll like it. A full moon in the 9th house is all about higher learning, as well as beliefs and, education, travel matters, legal matters, and maybe it's possible that you're booking a trip, you're going on a flight, you're going somewhere, or there could be a graduation of a class, completion of a program. Maybe you're publishing a project that's complete. Venus will be the ruler, and it's going to be in your 4th. And that's why I said you may have a woman coming to stay and visit you. It can also mean that you are thinking about returning back home, or you're going to visit family. So that could be another way of looking at it, or relocating, or looking at places that you would consider relocating to. On the 3rd, you'll have Venus square Pluto in your sign. So while Venus in the 4th house is generally nice because people bring you sweets and flowers and they want to stay with you and there's a lot of romance in the home, the square to Pluto kind of ruffles your feathers a little bit. And it's intense, and you'll see that there's power dynamics around home matters and you. And I would say don't let control issues affect your relationship or like the dynamic at home. On the 3rd, Mercury in Pisces in your 2nd house of money will trine Jupiter in Cancer in your 6th house. So this can be wonderful for communication insights to your daily work expansion, communicating with people at work, managing your finances, and speaking up to advance your career. On the 9th, Mars enters into Aries into the 3rd house, where this is where the mind is going to start really speeding up. Take a breath before you communicate with people, because I think that there can be a sense of like getting all riled up and having an angry conversation or sending somebody that hate email, or there can be a sense of you just like feeling like you're ready to pop. And we want to use this energy where your words can be inspiring, not threatening or like too assertive. They're direct and they're passionate, so you can speak up, but try to transmute some of the frustration. Then on the 13th, Mars will conjunct Neptune. Be very careful, Aquarius and Aquarius risings. I would not be signing contracts on this day. I would not buy a house, sign a lease. I wouldn't buy a car. I wouldn't believe much of what anybody tells me, because there is going to be this feeling of feeling very inspired, or somebody's trying to convince you of something, or you think it's like a good idea to like launch something work-wise, but there's like a blind spot. Use it more for like inspired, poetic communication, maybe creative writing, but check all your facts before you post something, because somebody will be like, I don't think that's real, or you shared something that's like falsified information, and you'll be like, what? So, be careful with where you get your information in your media around the 13th. On the new moon, you have a new moon in Aries on the 17th in your 3rd house, and this is where now you can set communication intentions. If you've been wanting to start a writing project, take a course, launch a podcast, create a new website, or initiate an important conversation, this can be a good time to do that. Especially with Mars being here, I've spoken to so many Aquarius risings who are writing. They're writing novels, they're writing biographies, they're writing memoirs, they're starting newsletters. I mean, you guys are just like all over it. So this is the time to now really initiate all of these things if that's something that you want to do. And on the 19th, the sun is going to enter into Taurus in your 4th house of home and family. And it's going to highlight the home and family focus, grounding your kind of like mental energies. And obviously, Venus being there as well means that there can be a lot of joy and feeling kind of grounded in the home, or really focused on, family things. But the Mars, Saturn, Mercury makes me feel like some of you guys are either going to have issues with neighbors, or you're going to have issues with siblings, and there's going to be some harsh words and communications with them. So just watch for that. On the 19th is when Mars and Saturn conjunct, so the communication karma kind of culminates. However, there can be very important contracts and agreements, and with Mercury coming into conjunction, it's about other people's money. So you might have to be like, okay, I'm signing a new agreement for an insurance, like a car insurance, health insurance. I am having to, have an important conversation with my family about inheritance, or I'm having to have an important conversation with my partner about budgeting. There may be like contracts and terms or changes to term agreements for banking, and I would say just read everything before you sign it, make sure you understand it. And on the 23rd, Venus then comes into conjunction with Uranus in your 4th house. So that's going to be your modern day ruler, creative, changes at home, unexpected home pleasures, surprise parties, surprise kind of domestic developments. And then on the 25th, Uranus enters into your 5th house, where now it's all about this creative revolution, having more fun, being more spontaneous with dating. 7 years of figuring out how you want to express yourself and have more fun and engage in a lot more romance and playtime. Big fan of that transit. I really liked that transit. Although it happened when I was like in my teens, it was a really fun transit because I was just like a party animal. But a lot of the interest that I have today came from that period. Like when Uranus went through my 5th house is when I started learning astrology as a hobby. That was a time where I started learning about tarot as a hobby. And I got really into like working with like herbal remedies and other things that now are a part of like my work. So yeah, I think you guys will really like that. But somehow writing or learning or education is going to come from that transit. And watch for the shocks and surprises with your children. They can be a little wild, and there could be just like whirlwind romances if you're single that can come into your life too. On the 25th, the sun will square Pluto, so there's a bit of a power struggle or a bit of a conflict of ego between you and a family or a home situation. Stay true to yourself. Don't give in to some of these power struggles. You're more in control, and you're not going to let partnerships dictate or control what's going to happen on the home front. And then you will see on the 28th, Venus and Gemini in your 5th will trine Pluto in your sign, which is so romantic, so sexy, very empowering, very attractive. Like, that's going to be a good period for you guys when it comes to romance and self-expression. So Aquarius, your best days are going to be on April 3rd, when you see that Mercury and Jupiter trine for communication breakthroughs. The 17th, with that new moon in your communication zone. The 18th, when Mercury and Pluto is sextile for very powerful self-expression. The 25th, where Uranus helps you break free and the creative revolution begins. And the 28th, where Venus trines Pluto for deep, empowering connections. However, there are going to be some challenging aspects. Anything that squares Pluto. So like at the beginning of the month when Venus squares Pluto, don't let some of these control issues define you. Release the grip. On the 5th, when Sun squares Jupiter, there can be too many ideas to execute or focus. And I would say take notes, write things down. You don't have to do everything at one time. When Mars conjuncts Neptune, be very careful with signing any contracts. Do not rush through anything. Slow down when you are communicating and when you're driving, because there's a lot of confusion in communication and you have to verify things before you share. And then on the 19th, although really the 18th or like the 21st, is when you'll feel it, where communication commitments. Don't sign what you haven't read. Words have a lot of weight and you want to choose them very carefully. 25th, where the sun squares Pluto, where you'll see that kind of identity conflict between home and control. Don't let other people dictate or determine what's going to happen in your space. And then the 26th, where Mercury and Jupiter square, you could be over-promising when it comes to work. And I would say just try to keep it real. You're going to have a lot of ideas this month, so I want you to write them down, and you can work through them really between now and like June or July. You don't have to do it all right now. Grab a pack of sticky notes. That's my best advice. So you can keep an eye on everything that you want to keep track of or what you're working on. So when the ideas hit, you can write them down, but you're not going to be able to do everything at one time, right? All right, so Aquarius, believe it or not, even though you're partially ruled by Saturn, this is, I think, a much easier and better month for you than some of the other signs. And so April is really activating your mind, and it's really allowing your brilliance to kind of come through. Now it's just about finding the words and sharing it with other people. That third house is going to demand that you communicate using your unique perspective with clarity and more commitment. But the real news is Uranus going into your 5th house, and that is going to be so amazing. I think it is a start of a whole new era for self-expression and creative genius. Get ready, because I think your originality is about to like majorly have its moment. I could see some Aquarius and Aquarius risings going viral with some of these transits where they say something that's just super unhinged and off the wall. And yeah, you'll get a lot of like feedback, but you'll be like, whatever, I'm going to keep doing what I'm doing. So, let's take a look. Let's see what's gonna happen for my Aquarius risings this month. What do they need to know? Ace of Coins, baby. What does this mean? I mean, I think that, you know, now you're really putting your money where your mouth is. It's funny because I've seen a lot of Aquarius risings that have just recently like changed their jobs in like big companies. And now they're at the top and they got the job, and like I'll talk to them and they're like, Candace, like, you know, I know what to do, but I just don't know how to say it. And I'm just like, man, you know, you're getting paid the big bucks. So now you have to really focus on being a leader. And it's going to require you to communicate on the fly, right? And so it's like constantly brains moving. But this is saying you have money-making ideas. There are things that are going to be coming up that's going to give you the opportunity to really start to see the finances flow. And maybe you're in a position where you're negotiating, you're in sales. Maybe you are working in media. You know, if you are, this is definitely going to be really prominent for you. Neptune rules money. So the fact that Mars is going to conjunct it, some of you guys might find like, wait, I can get paid to say what's on my mind, or people want to buy my book, or they want to take my course, or maybe you're going to start creating a website, an app, or a course during this transit, but you're very financially motivated. And it looks like it's not just about the money, it's just about the passion. But if you follow that, it looks like resources will follow. So good luck to my Aquariuses. I hope it's really fun for you guys. Let me know how this tracks for you, and I'll catch you guys back here in May. Hello, my Pisces risings. How are you guys doing? I'm excited to chat with you about April. We've got some big things happening. Both your chart rulers are getting kind of dinged. Between Jupiter, that is now direct in your 5th house, which is really expanding creativity, self kind of enjoyment, expression, children and dating. And then we've got some conjunctions to Neptune this month in your money zone. The truth is that this is going to be a very financial month for my Pisces and Pisces risings. I know a lot of you guys have a tendency to kind of go in and out of the dream world, and maybe you're a little bit more comfortable dealing with kind of fantasy. But now the chickens have come home to roost, and it's really about figuring out what's going on in the material world. And that's because you have a slew of planets going through your 2nd house of money, values, self-esteem, and also your personal resources. So, with this landing in your 2nd house, it's demanding that you get real about your value and how you earn. This is grounding energy for you too, and I think it's exactly what you guys need. So let's talk a little bit about your chart rulers really quick. Neptune's in your 2nd house. It's going to be there for a long time and for a good time. It is not going anywhere. And really it's helping you tap into making money in an ideal way, an artistic way, a spiritual way, feeling in alignment with how you make money and what you're spending it on. And in your 2nd house, that Neptune placement is part of the stellium of planets that are going to be in Aries. So it adds a little bit of like a spiritual dimension to money matters, but it can also create confusion about finances, what you have, and also lack mindset. Now on the 13th, Mars is actually going to conjunct Neptune first. It's the first planet where there's a sense of, ooh, can I trust this? Is it real? So you could be dealing with like a situation where you're contemplating whether or not something you bought was fake. It can also be about whether or not you're feeling inspired enough to invest yourself into something. It can also be really highlighting, I think for a lot of you guys, inspired action around money. And you just have to double check the details. Don't let idealism kind of cloud financial situations. Mars is going to be about education, travel, or legal matters. And I would say you are going to be saying, should I book that trip? Should I invest in, this idea? What do I believe about money? What can I achieve? These are the things that are going to be kind of going through your mind. And usually when Mars hits Neptune, there's this sense of like, I don't know if I can do it. Like you'll have a little bit of doubt. And then if you can get on the other side of that doubt, as you start seeing planets then come into conjunction with Saturn, then you're going to kind of lock in and you're going to be like, okay, no, I can do this. On Jupiter, it's going to be in your 5th house, really until the summer. So it's not changing. Continuing to expand joy, creativity, and romance. And it's a beautiful placement for abundance in regards to what you love. So whether it's a hobby, children, if it's a creative project, if it's going to be a romantic partnership, that's going to continue. You will see that there are going to be both some squares and also some sextiles and trines to Jupiter. So at the beginning of the month, you'll see on April 3rd, Mercury in your sign is trining Jupiter. And you have seen this trine several times, Pisces, over the last 2 months. Mercury went retrograde in your sign, reevaluating your identity, your relationships, and your home. And also, we saw that it has trined Jupiter several times. So you were likely thinking, do I go in and out of this relationship? Do I reassess my own business? Do I reassess what's going to make me happy? And you probably realized that you had to make decisions that were going to make you happy when it comes to your living situation or your partnerships. So now you feel more confident and more clear to make these decisions. Honestly, I think this is one of your better days all month long. And when those financial insights start to kind of connect for you, which is what's going to be happening in the 2nd house, then there is this creative and romantic kind of expansion. And so maybe some of you guys are going to figure out how to make money doing what you love. Now on the 5th, the Sun in Aries in your 2nd house of money will square Jupiter. And this means that you are possibly in a situation where financial drive is clashing because there's some overenthusiasm for pleasure, budget your fun, right? Don't like spend a ton of money on a hobby. Try to be more conservative with what you're purchasing, especially when it comes to gambling, investments, or anything that deals with children. And on the 13th, you'll see Venus sextile Jupiter. So Venus will be in your third house in Taurus at this point, and that sextile to Jupiter is gorgeous. Good money news, good creativity flow, communication, and opening the door maybe to focusing on media, websites, signing contracts, short distance travel for fun as well. And then on the 26th, you'll see Mercury coming into a square with Jupiter. So Mercury will be in your money house, and it will square Jupiter. So this is bringing up your expenses or your spending, and there could be some relational or family kind of dilemmas about some changes maybe that are kind of going on in your life. Maybe there's financial optimism, but it's not realistic, right? You have to kind of get grounded and make sure that some of these ideas are going to play out and they're as good as they sound like they are. Now, in the second house, obviously where you see all these planets, I mean, it's not just about money and income. It's also about your material possessions, self-worth, values, and what you find valuable. This is also connected to your earning capacity. So now that Saturn's in your second house, some of you guys are tightening the purse strings. You're not spending as much, or you're trying to kind of budget your expenses, or maybe you're just feeling like you have a little less than what you're used to working with. Mars, Saturn, and Neptune and Mercury are all going to be clustered together in this house. And we have never seen this particular conjunction between Saturn and Neptune in Aries. So it's very unique astrology. This is where I think a lot of you guys are going to be active when it comes to earning. So if you have not been diligent about making money, now you will be. If you find that, Mars coming into this house really pushes your drive when it comes to action on making money, I think that's a good thing. Maybe you're motivated to increase your income. And it's also about financial responsibility because Saturn wants you to get serious about money. So I really recommend budgeting, having these conversations with partners or potentially even with your family. It could also mean that you're making some big decisions to save money towards future home goals as Mercury is connected to your home and your relationships. This is because you also want to save so that way you can likely build something that's lasting. And then the values and clarification of this is interesting because Neptune is asking you, what do you really value? And you may not know right now. It could also mean that it's material wealth or something that could be more spiritual. And expect money conversations with Mercury, Saturn, and Mars that are all going to be aligning in your second house. And you might feel a little bit more protective of your resources. You might feel a little bit more combative or bogged down with expenses. But I think Mercury can also bring negotiations, job discussions, or talks about finances. Then on the 19th, although I think you guys are going to feel it from the 18th to like the 20th, maybe the 21st, this is the financial karmic reckoning. So this is where you see that you're really focused on earning your worth, committing to financial discipline, seeing results from past money decisions can start to kind of manifest. I think about when Saturn went through my second house, that was definitely a time where I feel like I worked my butt off to make money and to kind of get ahead and to save. But I also know that that was such a great building period for me. And so I think that for you guys, I would be really focused on your financial goals because Saturn's tied to that and like getting clarity about where all your money is going, and that if you're going to be spending money, you need to know that it's going towards something that you're going to value in the long term. And it's not just subscriptions and payments and things that are going to be automated. Like sit down and really look at your finances. See how much money is going. Go and get one of those apps where you can plug in all of your monthly expenses. And when you see how much money you're spending on Uber Eats, Saturn in the second house is going to be like, girl, you need to start meal prepping. You got to get handy with, a knife, Mars, learn some cooking skills. I mean, this is funny, but I think Whole Foods, I saw something on social media where they were like, and no promo, I'm not associated with them at all, but I think they're doing like $35 weekly meal preps at Whole Foods, where you can go and be like, yeah, you choose your protein, you choose your vegetables, whatever, and they'll meal prep it for you. Pretty affordable, but you could also cook all that stuff yourself, put it in containers, and stay at home and watch how much money you save not going and getting Uber Eats, not going to the bar, not going and getting the expensive food that's already prepped, and you do it yourself, right? So that's something I actually really loved. And I have Mars in my second house. And so when Saturn went into my second house, I went and invested in a really nice knife set. And then I got a butcher block. And then I was like, oh, I'm going to start learning how to like, you know, preserve meat and cook meat and how to grill and how to marinate things. And it got to a point where it's like, I mean, obviously this is years later now. Now I'm coming into like the Saturn opposition, but it's been 10 years, 11 years. And 9 times out of 10, I would much rather eat at home because I'm going to make much better food than what I'm going to get out at the restaurant. You may get to that point. So if you don't like eating, you know, at home, change something about it. Start watching some videos. Start learning fun ways that you can save and be more resourceful, and potentially learn some cooking skills, because that can be the second house. All right, your soul is really focusing. I think this karmic significance is going to be about that value for yourself, and it's going to be about manifesting in the material world and not losing your spiritual connection. So that second house stellium can be asking you to be both spiritual and practical about money, so you can honor your dreams and also still pay the bills. So the month kicks off on the 1st, when we have a full moon that's going to be in Libra in your 8th house of other people's money. And this could be a time where bills come due, partners coming into some financial changes. Maybe you're getting a tax refund. This could be where shared resources, debt, and intimacy matters reach some kind of culmination. Now, something about other people's money may need resolution. And Venus at the time is the ruler, and it's going to be in the 3rd. So watch for checks in the mail, conversations about money, car payments, things that do with insurance, and having to sign tax documents or checks can potentially come up. Then on the 3rd, Venus will square Pluto. So Venus in the 3rd house of siblings, communication, and learning squares Pluto. This can be financial intensity connected to subconscious patterns, and I would say don't let old wounds sabotage your self-worth. Followed by the 3rd, when Mercury will trine Jupiter. So it'll be in your 1st house, trining Jupiter in your 5th. One of the better days for good insights, relationship communication, any communication with children, good happy news that's coming up that can be exciting and abundance flowing. And then on the 9th, Mars enters into your 2nd house, where now there is going to be this heavy focus on, okay, now I got to earn money. So you're motivated to increase your income and pursue what you value. And then on the 13th, when Mars meets with Neptune, this is an important shift in your values about yourself and your self-worth. Something that Saturn taught me in the 2nd house is that you're only going to be paid what you think you're worth. And if you don't think that you're worth anything, you're going to accept lower salaries. You're going to kind of be left holding the bag, and it's going to be harder for you to kind of build up your resources. So I think this is about being more spiritually aligned with what you're earning. Just watch your financial confusion, and maybe you get clear on the numbers and don't make any financial decisions on this day. Then comes the new moon on the 17th in your financial zone. So you set new intentions under the Aries new moon. This is really a perfect time to do your abundance work, okay? So burn a candle, Aries. Mars is symbols. So literally create the symbol of Saturn, create the symbol of Mars. Write down Mercury. Okay, these are the things that I'm going to do. I am going to save X amount of money over the next 6 months before this becomes a full moon. I am worthy. I am financially abundant. Money flows easily to me. Use those manifestations and set your intentions. And I would say focus on planting seeds for new income streams, new values, new sense of self-worth. On the 19th, the sun is going to enter into Taurus for several weeks, highlighting your communication zone. There could be communication that's focusing more on practical matters, good for financial planning conversations, short distance trips, getting around the neighborhood, putting an emphasis on learning and siblings and neighbors as well. You will also see on the 19th that Mars will conjunct Saturn in the 2nd house, okay? So Mars rules long distance travel. It's also going to be about money. Saturn is going to be self-sabotaging and your goals. Maybe it means that you're like, okay, I'm committing to taking the course. I'm committing to writing the book. My investment is time. It may not be money. But this is where you start to see that there is a huge emphasis on that financial karma. And you're like, I need to earn what I'm worth. And you're committing to financial discipline. And maybe the sun going into Taurus is about you learning about better money management. So see results from some of your past choices. And this is going to show you whether or not you've been making good financial decisions. On the 23rd, Venus will conjunct Uranus, and this is going to happen in your 3rd house, where there could be unexpected news in regards to money, communication surprises, surprises when it comes to siblings. You might receive like some flirty texts or, somebody who's telling you how they feel about you. And then on the 25th, you'll have Uranus entering Gemini, and that's going to go into your 4th house. You had a preview of this last year. If you happen to be 0 to about 8 degrees of Pisces or Pisces rising, Uranus coming into a square with your ascendant does mean that there is going to be some shocking changes in regards to your home or your living situation. You may be abruptly moving or planning a move or debating whether or not you want to go between 2 places, 2 cities, or 2 homes. So there is going to be radical changes in your home life over the next 7 years, and living situations can become unconventional. You might be contemplating moving to a foreign country, or maybe there is just this restlessness around the idea of home and you want to be like a little bit more nomadic. And because you don't know where you want to live, you're having to be a little bit more cautious with how you're spending money or knowing what you're actually saving for. Then at the end of the month, you're going to see Venus trine Pluto. So Venus will be in your home zone. It'll trine Pluto in your 12th house, where there's deep transformation of family relationships, values, subconscious healing, and opportunities, I think, to get some rest and some peace. So I think for my Pisces and my Pisces risings, your guys' best days are going to be April 3rd with Mercury, Jupiter trine. Good news, good money news, and joy. April 13th, where Venus will sextile Jupiter, and that means that there can be some good creative communication and contracts and kind of feeling a little bit more romantic. New moon in the 2nd house on the 17th for financial intentions. On April 18th, you have Mercury sextile Pluto, which is very powerful for key insights when it comes to finances. And then also on the 28th, when Venus and Pluto trine for a major transformation of your home and spiritually. However, there will be some challenging days. I do think that the full moon in Libra can be challenging because it can kind of catch you off guard, where there can be shared financial matters that demand your attention, and you might have to face some kind of debt or some kind of joint resource issue. On the 3rd, when Venus squares Pluto, don't let subconscious wounds sabotage your self-worth. You are valuable, and you have to tell yourself that regularly throughout the month of April. On the 5th, the sun will square Jupiter, so this can be where you're overspending on pleasure. Try to budget your joy and rein it in and do it in a way that's budget friendly. And on the 13th, when Mars conjuncts Neptune, this is beautiful for manifesting, but don't ignore practical financial details. Dreams you're going to learn do not pay the bills alone. Then on the 19th, when we see Mars conjunct Saturn, this is the financial reality check. If you've been responsible, then you'll see the rewards. If not, it's time to get serious about your budgeting. And then on the 26th, when Mercury squares Jupiter, you're very optimistic when it comes to financial plans. And I would say be realistic. It might mean that you're like, oh, we can buy this and we can buy this. And it can be Jupiter in the 5th where you're like buying a bunch of products for a business. You're spending a bunch of money on a kid's birthday. You are indulging a lot in what you think is going to be a good investment. It could be about, stock and trading, but Saturn is still there. When Mercury, Saturn, and Mars all align, it's about you having to tell other people what you do or do not value. And that could also mean you're protecting your money from other people. So there could be squabbles over money with partners, relationships. There could be budgeting conflicts with people at work, or discrepancies in accounting. And there could also be the sense of you being really serious about wanting to invest in something, and whether that's a new home situation or travel, you almost feel like you're having to kind of protect your nest egg from everybody that's kind of attacking it. And you're having to be, I think, a little bit more conservative and not so generous with everyone, right? Because you're realizing the more that you hold on to stuff or the harder you work, you're going to be able to fulfill some of your goals when it comes to having stability. So Pisces, I know that money and material matters feel sometimes like so unspiritual to you guys, but April is teaching you that abundance is spiritual, and taking care of your financial well-being is honoring your sacred self. So the 2nd house stellium is really asking you to value yourself and make sure that you are doing that enough to earn well, to commit to financial responsibility while keeping your dreams alive and the lights on. So the Mars-Saturn conjunction is your money karma moment. And I would say get serious, get grounded, watch the abundance flow if you're doing things right. And you can both be a dreamer and a manifester. This month, you just have to prove it. So let's see what the cards say for my Pisces and Pisces risings. What advice can we give them for the month of April? The Fool card. On one hand, I think that this could be positive because it could be like, you're like, okay, well, I've never really taken finances, so seriously before, but here goes nothing, or I've never created a budget, or I don't really know how to stay within that. I mean, that's fine. That's totally okay. It could also mean that ignorance is bliss. And if you go along where you're just like, everything's going to be fine, the money's going to be there, I don't have any issues, it's like, wham, Saturn comes through and it's like, here's a big bill that's due, or here's a big expense, or here's something that you're going to have to pay for a partner, or here's some kind of, like financial situation that your family needs help. And you're going to be like, I didn't think this was coming, or I didn't think this was going to be an issue. I wasn't planning on this. Wonderful time to start building like a rainy day fund, right? Or learning about, how to not just make money, but how to make your money grow. And so the Fool card can mean that you're willing to, get into these new ventures. You're willing to take risks. Maybe it means that you're trying to make money on your own. You're becoming self-employed. That's also connected to Uranus. Maybe money now is a little bit more important to save, especially if you're wanting to be a little bit more mobile and travel, because this can be kind of travel happy, where you're like, okay, well, maybe you're selling things and you're getting rid of things in the second house with Saturn and Mars, where you're like, okay, let me sell some stuff. I've got an extra car in the garage. I've got, some collectibles I'm willing to part with, like other things that you can kind of get rid of. And you're turning over a new leaf in that energy. Like the second house is very much like hoarding energy. So when you have all those planets there, you might look around and be like, do I really need all this stuff? And if the answer is no, then donate it, get rid of it, sell it. And that can also alleviate and also lighten up some of the stuff, making it easier for you to move or be on the move and be free. But do not be idealistic about money. Do not go investing in things or taking, chances on things you don't know about. You have to educate yourself if you're going to do that. Any major investment, my advice would be to actually hold off right now. I would wait. I would be more focused on saving. Usually Mars in the second house wants to spend, but with Mercury and Saturn being there, it's like, nope. So if you want to buy a house, maybe be renting or doing something kind of temporary. If you want to buy a car, hold off and wait. Wait until you get into some of the planets that are going to be going into Taurus or be going into Pisces later in the summer. Not Pisces, excuse me, Taurus or Cancer. And that would be better timing if you want to do some of that stuff. But right now, less is more. Pisces, I hope that's helpful. Definitely come back and leave me some comments. Let me know how this is hitting for you guys. I hope it is a good month for you. And I'll see you back here in May. All right, guys. Well, that was all 12 signs. April is the karmic reckoning. I feel like Elmo in that like meme where everything's on fire. Like that's what this is going to feel like. So leave me your kind of events. Like let me know like some of the funny like little transits and how they materialize for you guys. Because sometimes it's literal. Sometimes it's, well, stuff we don't see coming. Obviously, these predictions are more so for everybody kind of personally. I'm tempted to do a video on this for how this is going to be impacting everybody collectively. I did talk about it in the most recent kind of video just recently for my astro weather, but there's probably going to be another one coming that is not so like optimistic. So this is just more for us people to kind of navigate our life. But these conjunctions have very, very, very big implications for humanity. So stay tuned for that. Make sure you guys right? Give me a thumbs up, comment, share, and subscribe. Make sure you hit that bell button below if you want to see more of my videos. I work so hard on these guys. They take me all day. They take me about 6-7 hours to do these videos, and I write them, I create the slides and everything. So if you have watched all the way through, I appreciate you so much. Thank you for subscribing, for liking, for sharing my work. Any interaction really helps the channel grow. Please do consider joining my memberships also if you're interested in getting a reading with me on Fridays, or if you just want to support me as a content creator. I'm here every Tuesday, Thursday, Friday, and Sunday using tarot and astrology to make sense of what's going on in the cosmos. If you want to learn astrology or pick up a personal transit calendar, maybe you want to get a personal one-on-one reading with me, click my website below at beyondtheveiltarot.com. You guys can see all of the information about me, my background, my training, as well as all of my offerings on that website. I am now booking in the months of June and July. So if you have a birthday over the summer coming up, get on my books. I would love to read for you. Otherwise, have a happy April. I hope it's a good one for you guys and that we are able to fare through some of these heavy karmic kind of storms. I'll see you on the other side in the month of May. You guys take care and I'll see you soon.